Muy buenos días a todas y todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Queremos darles las
On behalf of the IDB Group, we'd like to give you the warmest welcome to the second day of our virtual One Region, One Commitment Forum.
hoy los avances de la
Today, we'll continue to present progress in the region on climate action and biodiversity throughout different sessions dealing with various issues related to this effort. We are going live and through 3 YouTube channels for English, Spanish, and Portuguese, and also on the LinkedIn IDB channel. Tell us in your comments what countries you're watching from. We look forward to hearing. If you're not hearing the language of your preference, we invite you to click on the webpage of the event, www.iadb.org/one region, and there you'll be able to choose the broadcast in your preferred language. We also invite you not just to listen, but also to be part of the conversation through the hashtag #OneRegion. The YouTube channels will be broadcasting live, so you, as participants, will be able to go in and out throughout the event and choose the sessions of interest to you. In order to kick off our second day, we will discuss the role of civil society in decision-making related to climate and biodiversity. A warm welcome to you all.
Los efectos del cambio climático son de alcance mundial.
The effects of climate change are being felt worldwide on an unprecedented scale. The growth in sea levels, more fires, and increased temperatures have an impact on all of our lives. Over 180 countries have committed to environmental sustainability actions to cushion these effects. The contribution of civil society is decisive. In Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Peru, Mexico, and Jamaica, there are also good practices already in place to mitigate and adapt climate change effects, and effective citizen participation matters. You'll be able to find information on Y Connect 3. Find out and learn.
Hola, buenos días. Muchas gracias
Good morning.
por la introducción.
Thank you very much, Hanaina, for the introduction.
Bienvenidos a esta sesión que queremos
And welcome to this session, which we want to make interactive. We want this to be a discussion, and we want to start with questions that we hope will be able to...
La presentación en PowerPoint que había preparado. Y vamos a empezar con esto, escuchar a la ciudadanía. ¿Para qué? Y ahí algunos de ustedes mirá, bueno, ya empezamos mal, ¿cómo para qué? Cuando nosotros estamos hablando de temas de ciudadanía, a ver si lo puedes poner un poquito más grande, me sacás a mí de pantalla y de esa manera puedo pasarlo a la otra pantalla, ¿puede ser? Me sacás a mí de la pantalla del encuadre. Entonces, cuando decimos escuchar a la ciudadanía, ¿para qué? Sabemos que el Acuerdo de París, sabemos que los acuerdos del 2030 y también el Acuerdo de Escazú hablan sobre la participación de la sociedad civil, la importancia de la
Escazú agreement talks about the importance of civil society as well. But many of our public policies and private sector projects and many issues related to civil society seem to disregard the importance of listening. And I would like us to see what it is that we're going to listen for. This session we're going to divide into 3 segments. We're going to first talk about AI. We're going to talk about listening and AI. Then we're going to give the floor to Patricia, who will talk about Lima Como Vamos, a project that I find fascinating. They are doing what we call participatory monitoring, and citizens, based on formal indicators, can use applications related to public policies, and this includes environmental public policies. And of course, you can also check what citizens' perceptions are. And then we'll have Mexico with us. He will be talking about the change agents and eco house. This is very important. This has to do with all of us as agents for change in order to have an impact for the future. And next slide, please. There's a question that is a bit of a nuisance. What do we listen for? And I hope we'll be able to respond to this before the end of the session, and your questions will be helpful. But one of the key points is there's a phrase that left a mark on me, which is that perception is reality. All of us in this conversation belong to the unique pandemic generation. There are no older, no younger, no gender. We are the generation of the pandemic, and we have all seen that the supermarkets were suddenly empty throughout the world, and this was the perception of an impending problem rather than an issue with the value chain that led to the supermarkets being empty. So we traveled throughout the region, worked on the basis of our diagnosis, and looked at the situation in countries to see how they were including people in the implementation of their agendas. We went to Costa Rica, Mexico, Argentina, Chile, and Jamaica. And what we did was collect data to see how governments were going about this. And we looked at climate finance in Colombia, for instance. We looked at cultural mediators in Costa Rica and partnerships with universities. We also looked at the climate change update program in Chile. There was a public consultation process there. So we realized that an intersection exists between smart citizen planning and climate change issues. And we can also identify indicators. And through information actions, dialogue, public consultation, and partnerships, we can make a difference. But we didn't leave it at that. What you can see on the screen now is an AI tool, because we realize that this actor, citizens, are a very complex actor with civil society organizations, which are, of course, organized. And there are also citizens who organize in record time and also become disorganized, aggregate and disaggregate. And what you can see on the screen shows the follow-up we started with some time ago. And we got some 19 million bits of data on the main issues that matter to citizens in relation to climate change. And food insecurity figures prominently. Let's look at the next slide now. Here you will see the categories we highlighted, and there are several of them, but I will focus on the left. I'll be turning a little bit because the pixels show up on my laptop. We see ecosystem protection, ecosystem destruction, and impact on agriculture. This is a very small project we engaged in to trigger today's discussion. And here we can see what matters most and the countries where we have seen the greatest flow of information: Mexico, Chile, and Venezuela, case in point. I don't want to delve too much into this so that we may have time for discussion. Let's look at the next slide. On this category, for instance, ecosystem protection, sustainability figures prominently, but there's a critical point, which is economic reactivation. We are all looking at health crisis exit scenarios, and economic reactivation is going to be a tough conversation. In an ideal world, climate change issues should follow certain parameters. In the real world, with a region plunged into alarming figures in terms of poverty and inequality, economic reactivation requires intelligence and a conversation in order for it to be sustainably. Interestingly, in Mexico, there are initiatives. The Sustainable Rebirth in Mexico initiative focuses on the exit scenarios. In the Dominican Republic, we see sustainable tourism at 52%, and we'll see why it is important for each region, each country
La
to
destrucción
have
climática
their
también es
own
un tema.
focus.
En Chile, por
Ecosystem
ejemplo,
destruction is
personas
also an issue.
viven
In
acá,
Chile,
pero
people
muchos
talked about
saben
the
que la
quality of
clima no
air,
necesariamente
and
es un
many
tema
will know that
climático,
the
salvo que sea
quality of air isn't necessarily
el cambio
related to climate
climático
change
más
unless,
que lo
of
provoque.
course, you
Sin
consider the
embargo, la gente lo toma
trigger
como un punto
in
de no
terms of
sea corto que
quality
se
of
esté
air
lidiando con el cambio climático,
leading to climate
que se
change. And
explica por
people
distintos
connect
motivos.
this
Entonces,
with
¿cómo es
the
importante tener
number
políticas
of
públicas? ¿Cómo
cars.
la ciudadanía puede provocar
And
ese
it's
cambio
important to
en
have
su
public
individual
policies and
para que
see how
puedan
citizens can
tomar
act, and
parte
even
de soluciones
individual action
de una
by
manera tal
means of
que sean
carpooling
parte de facilitar
in
el
the
proceso
rush
sin que tenga un
hour,
impacto
how that
mucho
can
menor en la
help
capa de CO2.
lighten the load of
También
traffic
la
and
parte de
leave a
deforestación
smaller
está
impact
identificada
on
y
the
estas industrias
ozone
pueden ser
layer.
atractivas como parte
Then you
de
have
la cadena de
extractive
producción más
industries or
cercana.
activities,
Acá
which
vamos a
also
tener
figure
las discusiones
as some of
que
the
vamos a tener
main
que enfrentar.
triggers of
Fuera de las
pollution.
industrias extractivas,
And
por
that's
ejemplo,
another
en el
issue
sur,
to deal with, how extractive industries
tenemos un
cause
similar, que son los
pollution. But all those of us who own a smartphone,
reunidos
I assume each and every one of us
energía que
here,
tiene litio
the
adentro. Entonces
smartphone,
necesitamos
we have our mobile phone
una
contains
manera de
lithium. So
conversar
we need to
del cambio
find a way
climático de
to
industrias
discuss
responsables
climate
de una
change
manera madura
and
y
talk
realmente
about responsible
consciente.
industries in a mature and duly
El impacto
coordinated
en la
fashion.
agricultura, tanto
The impact on
sostenibilidad como
agriculture,
de agricultura, como lo que
if we look
significa
at the
en sequías o
sustainability
inundaciones.
of
Ahí vemos un
agriculture
gráfico que
and
dice que
consider
tenemos un pico
droughts
de
and floods,
contaminación y
we see
Venezuela está
38%.
liderando el tema
We
con
have a peak there, and
65%.
Venezuela is
Ese
leading there with
38% es
growing
significativo
concern with regard to
porque hoy
food
día se
security.
hablaba sobre
And that
suelo y sobre el tema
38%
de
has to do with a day when
problemas de
there
ambiente.
was reference to the
Entonces, ¿cuál es
soil and to issues
una de las partes
related to the
interesantes de
ecology and the
esta
environment? And one
masiva?
of the interesting
Es que también
parts
se
of
puede
the
provocar
listening
cambios
exercise,
sociales
the
en
mass listening
la
exercises,
tecnología
has to do with the
y
fact
de
that
esa manera
you
podemos
can
identificar
listen to the
posibles
conversation on
soluciones
Earth
de
Day, on the
cambio
Environment
climático
Day, and
que ustedes
thus
en las
identify
próximas
opportunities and
presentaciones nos
risks.
contarán
And it would be very interesting also to hear from you.
quiénes están
And
teniendo startups de innovación
Patricia and Mexico will also be talking about this.
de nuevo,
It's
como
interesting
la
to
recolección de
see
las
the
desechos, pero
startups that
cómo
are
a partir de
engaging
muchas
in trash
técnicas tecnológicas
recycling, for instance,
sí,
and all of these things we can learn about
eso lo
through
esto no puede faltar.
mass citizen
Siempre
listening.
luego aparece
Of
Chile,
course,
porque en el proceso
water access
de
couldn't be
Chile
absent, and
se
Chile
trató el
again
tema de cambio climático
appears
en
here,
temas de acceso
and
al agua. Y por supuesto
the
esto da un buen ejemplo
constitutional
para cortar
design
desigualdades y
process in
ayudarnos
Chile
a
focuses on
beneficiar
this
a los
as
pueblos.
well.
Solo para la conversación de
And
hoy estamos
just a
teniendo
few ideas on the
otras áreas,
projects,
inclusive el tema
which,
del Amazonas.
of course, there are
Sí, por supuesto.
many in depth projects, for example, with
Energía
regard to the
limpia,
Amazon region.
que
Clean energy
necesitabas energía renovable para la reducción
and
de gases.
renewable energy
Se habían
in
puesto
order
este
to
acento de
reduce
energía limpia en
the
parques
emission of
eólicos, pero
gases.
que esto también
We had
va a
this
requerir
picture
una
of
discusión
clean
porque
energy
necesitan un
with
espacio y
wind
sobre
farms.
todo
And of course,
en los lugares
this
donde hay
will
inversión.
require
Entonces, la implementación,
space
digamos, de
and
posicionamiento de placas
implementation.
eólicas. ¿Esto
So
por qué se requiere?
this
Porque
is
nuevamente
important, the
nosotros, la parte ciudadana, la
location of
participación ciudadana
wind
como un
power
actor
turbines.
que estamos aportando al
When
sector
we
privado,
look
que estamos
at
aportando a
citizen
los gobiernos, estamos
participation, we see
aportando
this as a
a las
muscle, and
organizaciones
we consider the
que
contribution to
queremos que las
government
ciudadanas
and to
queremos
organizations.
justamente
We as
discusiones
citizens have ahead of
precisas y
us very
focalizadas
harsh
que
discussions,
definen
but we need to focus on them as well. Next slide,
una
please.
más.
We have one more.
Llegamos a las conclusiones antes
And then
que
the
le doy el pie a
conclusions
Patricia.
before
En las
handing it over
conclusiones,
to
lo más
Patricia.
importante que yo
In our
quería decir
conclusions,
que nosotros
what
hemos
I would
encontrado y que
especially
me gustaría
highlight
que
as part of our
pudiéramos
findings, and I would like us
focalizados
here
es en la
to
transversalidad del
focus
tema
on
del
that
cambio
too,
climático.
has to
El cambio
do
climático no
with
solo es un
the
tema de academia,
cross-cutting
es un tema de
nature
la
of
gente que
climate
está
change issues. This is not
probablemente
a
en
matter for
temas
academia. This is
económicos
something
del
that
cambio
people
climático,
are discussing,
pero lo están
not the way
diciendo en temas de sequía,
we would think of in terms of
emisiones de
climate change and
carbono,
sustainability, but they
en
see
países con
droughts,
crecimiento
they
del agua,
see
por ejemplo.
internal
Se
migrations
están generando
due to
tensiones
the growth in water
entre
levels.
vecinos
We
migrantes
see
y las
tension
familias que
between
migran. Y
host
también aparece
communities for
en las fronteras
migrants
de los países, no
and
solamente las
even
desigualdades que
within
estamos
the
teniendo
borders of a single
en modo
country,
récord en la región.
aside
Países
from
que
the
tienen
record
migración,
migrations
o países
across
que
countries in
tienen
the region.
una mayor
And then
industria del
there's
turismo van a
country
estar más
asymmetries.
preocupados que
Countries with more
otros que tienen
tourism will be more
problemas, digamos,
concerned
de acceso al
than
agua o que
others
tienen
that
otro tipo
have
de
water access
condiciones de
issues
recursos
or
naturales.
issues related to the extraction of natural resources. Environmental sustainability and economic reactivation, as we've seen, is one of the next big issues that we need to deal with, and one of the most important items that came up in our conversation and as part of the diagnosis we engage in by going to the countries has to do with how reactivation will require maturity on the part of us all as regards consumption. And one of the key points is related to the fact that by identifying perceptions and listening to people and searching for a smart citizen involvement, we can improve public policies to make sure that they address the actual needs of real citizens. That's the only way it can work. And that way we can identify opportunities. Show when he presents the change agents issue. And Patricia, I hope you're already visible for us, so you can tell us a little more about how Lima, Como Vamos, this wonderful Como Vamos movement, which originated in Colombia, is offering participation opportunities and is making a contribution to very many issues, including climate change in particular. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with all of you and with all our viewers. I would like to share some ideas that have to do with what you said, which I thought was great. And I love this idea that perception is reality. This is definitely the case. We work on that basis. We make a point of ensuring that decisions are evidence-based to enhance the quality of life of people. And the way we see it, perception is evidence, because people, on the basis of perception, will make decisions on a day-to-day basis. Right from the moment we wake up, we decide which way to walk, which way to go, what opportunities are there. And that determines our quality of life and our capabilities for access to and identification of opportunities. So it is vital to take into consideration what people feel, how they perceive public policies, how they see and perceive issues, and how they perceive their opportunities for action and intervention when it comes to decision making. On that basis, we monitor, as you said, quality of life in cities, in our territories, in this case in Lima and the Callao. But this experience can be extrapolated to any territory. And as part of the monitoring, we include official information and statistics from technical specialists and statisticians, but also we look at the way people perceive issues. So we have perception studies. And based on that, we have identified that although climate change in itself is not necessarily the statement that people make, they don't say we are worried about climate change because of, still it is in their daily lives every single day. For instance, over the course of the 10 years, we've been collecting information. Among the three main problems, we've always found environmental pollution, which surprises in a way, because considering that should be one of the three main problems seems novel. But actually, the component is there, and there's a link to climate change. There is great mobilization in terms of the need for better transportation and mobility, and this is also linked to climate change. Also, green areas in cities, that is a need, and also the issue of safe housing. This is linked to risk management. So climate change is in our everyday lives, perhaps not clearly stated as such because of the subtle technical issues, but citizens experience this because at the end of the day, they are the ones who bear the impact. And going back to the question as to why we should listen, what for, the question would be, why not? What are we designing public policies for? What are we doing if we are not addressing the needs of our citizens, all of us? Precisely, Patricia. And I would like to focus on what you said, which has to do with evidence-based decisions, and perception is evidence. And also, for those who are listening and belong to civil society organizations,
dado que la
This is one important point. Given that
estos temas
citizens
la
have
interpelación,
really
la asociación
decided to
civil,
lead
gobiernos,
in many
y están tomando
areas,
como un cambio de
we
gobernanza.
can see that a governance shift is taking place, and we have different opinion streams. And for civil society organizations,
Porque esa manera sos
evidence-based information is key, because that makes you reliable enough to support the sales pitch for legal change, to get a representative to support a legal reform. And I think this also relates to the public policy compliance indicators you have identified. Yes, and I think you also need to remain humble as a technical specialist and acknowledge that all of us have different sorts of expertise in different fields and in different levels of depth. Those who will know most about our seas and oceans may well be fishermen who may have more experience than a technical specialist as such. And the same thing when you look at an individual neighborhood or district. You will probably have a lot more expertise to be found in the people who are there. And then combining and blending all of this day-to-day knowledge in addition to what you learn in academia and at a technical level, that's all very valuable because you can build better in that way. So you need to create those bonds, which I would say should span the different languages, citizens, government, specialists. We all speak different languages, so we should find the bridges to build. We should also make the information more digestible. That's another contribution we are trying to make to speed up changes across government, the private sector, and civil society. And we're really happy to see this. This is something that we look at a lot. For some 5 years approximately, we started to see that the dissatisfaction levels in relation to public transportation, waste management, and so on, the dissatisfaction levels in the city were continuously rising. So you could obviously suspect that you were not doing things right. That was apparently the perception. But if we feel dissatisfied at the way things are, this means that we recognize that we deserve more, and that this is our right, and that we have this right to demand this. And that kind of mobilization that exists, we work in urban areas, so that's the perspective we have. That kind of mobilization, including a number of issues which already existed, and even in more rural areas, but these things are already found in urban areas, people demanding more public spaces, better housing, better transportation systems, and that is what feeds the policies, in this case on climate change, because it's not just the environmental department of a municipality, it's the transportation department, citizen participation management, exactly. It's this intersectionality. We have 19 million bits of data, as we were saying earlier, and you get lots of clues there. And at the end of the day, it's not just about the Department of the Environment. It's about urban mobility, about access to water. It's about water treatment plants. And what you were saying is interesting. And I think back to what we saw in Maximo's work, this idea of being agents for change. This is a notion that a professor has focused on by saying that it's important for each and every one of us to be an agent for change. And we saw this in the opening video, how countries are also including citizens as a muscle to implement their public policies. It's not just that we have separate discussions. And Mexico, over to you.
nos contaras un poquito la experiencia de
I'd
lo
like for you
que
to
ustedes
discuss a little bit about the experience you had
y
from the standpoint of the organization that you
decís,
founded
esto es algo muy inspirador donde
and what it
somos
was that really
partícipes.
struck you as relevant and that could be
¿Cómo están?
contributed to by other people. Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be here.
A mí me parece que, sumándome a lo que estaban
I think
comentando,
that based on what was already said, opportunities abound everywhere.
es la que no se
The
toca.
only door that you can't open today is the one that you don't even bother to touch. So we need to
Una
take
especie de
this
esperanza interna y una
as
motivación.
a source of internal hope and motivation and go out
Hay que seguir
and
haciendo.
act. It's wonderful to have conversations. We need to engage in this forever because you learned a great deal by
Hay que pasar.
participating in these exchanges. But there does come a time where you have to take action.
No tienen idea cómo pasar.
And many people don't have the slightest clue how to take that step. They want to.
Casos
So
de
we can go out and talk about success stories as well as
compartir las
failures.
experiencias y mostrar cómo se
And
hace.
this is part of an effort to share experiences and show others how to do it
Bien.
beyond just venturing opinions.
Hay
Now, if we
que
talk about practical terms, there's something that's very important that needs to happen in the next decade, and that is that regardless of how it's done and where it's done, we need to link the environment
hay que construir
to
colectivamente
economic inclusion. This is the great challenge.
economías que sean
We need to
productivas,
collectively create many
circulares,
diverse
común,
economies, circular economies, self-sustaining
pero que no se
economies, which is a word that we don't hear very often,
bastante simple. Nosotros, por
but
ejemplo,
it's very simple.
en algunos vamos,
In some cases, we go to different locations, and based on the resources that are available in the locality, we can deem them fit for self-sufficiency. And so we need to try and drive initiatives
hacer jabón y
that
economía,
favor sustainability.
jabón,
If you can
materia prima ya estaba.
take advantage of recyclables to produce soap, then all of a sudden you can provide work,
Comunitaria, no estoy
a home,
100%, pero sí
food for those local citizens. And you may not be able to address the needs of the entire population in that place,
alrededor.
but still it helps you change the situation and makes you think about the possibilities. And so we always defer to the predominant economic system where we have to exchange a piece of paper. The truth is we have to evolve. And in order to do this, we will never achieve this if we're not all in the same boat.
Pero ¿sabes qué?
So this requires a great deal of effort.
¿No?
You know, you remind me of something
Están cambiando el sector privado.
when you discuss that the private sector, as well as the government and a number of civil society organizations have come to realize that there's a citizenry that wants something more. And you mentioned something that we've always feared when we talk about climate change, and that's business models. One of the most important virtual platforms for the purchase and sale of items is one that focuses on people's needs, and they base their service model on that. So instead of just saying there's this overarching climate change problem, we need to work on resolving this, but we're ignoring this massive resource, which has been mentioned. People don't generally speak about climate change. In your homes, you can conduct sustainable business by leveraging local resources. There is a bit of a fabric. On the one side, you have public policy to foster that, a different public policy that could support those types of initiatives, and the citizenry that is more mature that can participate actively and in a more constructive way. We've seen the destructive way. Now we can transition to a more constructive way of doing things.
A ver, nosotros desde muchísimas organizaciones de la sociedad civil tenemos un modelo propositivo.
From our standpoint, but we have a model that is geared towards positive solutions, and we work with the civil society organizations. We don't just work based on complaints, but many people seem to just complain And in some cases, they need to mobilize. And so, for whatever reason, people mobilize, and this ends up in the media, or it catches the ear of some politician or what have you. There are many ways to engage in different actions, but the issue is to persuade people to decide that they want to do something. They need to understand why, where, and when they can take action. And what we're talking about is a change to the different indexes. Now, what do you mean by that? Well, what I mean is that by and large, we don't realize when we talk about climate change, even when we engage with governments, we don't understand what needs to be done to transform the situation towards a sustainable matrix. If we talk about Argentina, for example, we can present an NDC that we're going to reduce by 26% our greenhouse gas emissions or carbon footprint, whatever. But do you understand what it really means to do that, to go from the theoretical to the practical? You're talking about a very large share of the annual GDP. And this is in a country with a very high poverty rate. So we need to bring down climate change to the reality experienced by people every day. So if we work on the ecology crisis, social crisis, the education crisis, economic crisis, health crisis, then we will be also working on climate change. And so we need to understand where we need to focus. So when we talk about new indexes, which are gravely needed, and that's where the key lies. Until we bring the initiatives from the outward margins internally to the people, we're not going to be able to do what we need to do. The objective for the economy should be the well-being of human beings and the care and health of the. It's not a result. Today, we base everything that we do on results. Right, but the question is, you having your experience that in seeing this, and we agree on this, but we have seen very strong issues in the region. Climate change is one of them. In climate change, we have different advocates at the policy level, and their opinions differ from other stakeholders in civil society. And based on that, this is what we're trying to avoid in this session. What we're trying to achieve in this session is that your participation in this is everybody's responsibility. So the key question is, why should I listen? And once we answer that, then we need to also elaborate on how to do things. Well, we have 30 programs. We have more than 1,000 young people. We work with more than 200 organizations led by young people. And so in the region, we have a lot of resources, and there's a great deal of inventory on how to do it. But the real issue is how to get involved. We first need to consider the role of citizens, and then how citizens take part. First, I'm a citizen, then I'm a politician, then I'm a businessman, and then I'm whatever I claim to be. But if we imagine each person as a human being, first and foremost, they're a mother, they're a father, they're a brother, a son, a grandfather. We all have needs. It's not that the politician has needs that differ from those of the businessman. That may be higher up on the pyramid, but we need to talk about basic needs, and all of these things are common to all people. And we need to focus very strongly on that. And of course, we need to attach the necessary roles to each person. In civil society, 3 years ago, we began with mobilizations in public arenas with important mobilizations. And about a week later, we started hearing from the politicians, from the business people. Wait a minute, did I say a week? It was the next day. And they called to ask, what is this all about? They're looking at the demand, and there might be a supply to meet that demand. And so the politician or the businessman will approach you once you see some show of force. But I'm not so sure that it's healthy to approach it from that standpoint. Well, I wasn't really focusing on that, but if I'm a mother if I'm, say, a hotel maid, and the first thing, or if I'm a maid that provides services for my neighbors, when will I have the time to actually get involved? What can I do and how can I do it? And I wanted to ask Patricia if she had any insights about this. How do these citizens, these men and women that experience climate change like we all do, were you able to see this in your indicators?
Muy importante y que va un poco alineado con lo que
I
mencionaba.
think this is very important and it's closely aligned with what Maximo was saying. And that is, who are we doing these things for? And from the standpoint of the role of the young person that still goes to school or the younger adult that could include other different types of professionals or even older politicians, right? So we need to see what is real, what is the truth. And climate change topics are also linked to our rights, and it's very heavily focused on the social component. And so the discourse for climate change basically fell to academia, and it took a great deal of work to involve the citizenry in all of the technical aspects that surround this issue. And this is something that closed the gap with people that are not only experiencing the problems, the issues, because they live under vulnerable conditions where they have to struggle every day just to find food or make a living or what have you, but they don't have that capability to influence in any of this because there are certain gaps that exist in our society. So it's that social service component that we cannot leave behind when we talk about implementing different solutions. If we look at this from a macro policy standpoint, we need to bring it down to the local level, but beyond that, we need to bring it down to the neighborhood level, the street level. We collaborate with many organizations in addition to the usual suspects that we work with, but we have women, young men that can engender unbelievable changes as part of a years-long process at the ecosystem level, at the scale of a city, addressing climate change issues, overcoming all of the existing barriers. And so these examples can serve to mobilize change. Now, we've seen international organizations that have sprung up, and we have this same capability for leadership in our own neighborhoods, the places where we live. The thing is that we can't see it because we need to strengthen those links that we have with those communities. And getting back to the pandemic, I think that the pandemic has demonstrated, even with all the difficulties associated with it, opportunities in these neighborhoods that really serve to highlight their potential. There have been solutions that have come up at the community level. We cannot fight the pandemic, even on a broad scale, because there are too many barriers. But when you start at the community, at the neighborhood level, then you can achieve great changes. And that's where we can establish these connections. And so it's important for us to consider this, understand who we're working for, what these policies are for, and who they're for. Yes, as you were talking, I was thinking about how in our climate change studies and how in this field that we've been working, we realize that neither civil society or governments or the private sector can come up with their own solutions to address the problem. This is such an enormous challenge that we have before us. And the decision to do something is yes or yes. So many communities don't have any trust in public institutions. Many organizations don't trust public institutions and vice versa. So what we're starting to see through social media and different technologies and low-cost technology, there's a greater participation by people. I was seeing something recently. I cannot speak on behalf of indigenous peoples, but I can share my experience. We were in the middle of the Amazons with 3 indigenous persons, and they basically asked the question, we need access to credit. And something that would seem to be obvious
necesitamos una independencia.
is well understood there. They also needed independence. Those people indicated that. So
Dentro de estos movimientos de jóvenes,
as part of this youth mobilization,
relación directa con
have you
el sector privado,
established any direct relationships with the private sector or with governments in such a way that you can create greater positive impact? Have you connected with all these key stakeholders and whether or not you can work together on climate change? Yes, of course, because otherwise anything that we do won't make any sense. Those are the sectors that are most responsible, especially when we talk about climate change. First and foremost, we need to try and finance. This word is very important. If you were in the Amazon and they told you we need credit because I have ideas and I need resources to materialize these ideas. In many cases, you don't need that much funding. I'm a volunteer for a number of organizations, and you don't need that much to really bring about some change. But if you need some productive expansion, then you do need resources. I think that one of the first things that we need to do is educate. We go out and we preach, and over 2 years, we started to discuss different topics, the national integrated education law, and this was something that did not exist previously. So we're trying to change the world without really wanting to. We're not really motivated to do it, but we have to do it. And then moving on to the other issue, mandatory environmental education for all public servants. Anybody that works for the state, even the president of the nation, needs to take training on climate change, the circular economy, and biodiversity. Now, we worked on introducing this legislation into our Congress, and we're moving forward with that. Another subject, we're talking about sustainability. We need to think about trying to sustain ourselves in a period where it's impossible to achieve sustainability. So in many cases, we need to have these one-on-one discussions or take a physics class. So there's a contradiction there. What do we do? And of course, we need to embark on a really long path with other stakeholders that share common interests. We might have some friends that will join us in this journey, but we need to have a concrete roadmap because we're looking at a lot of different issues. Yes, civil society organizations don't talk to the government doesn't talk to the private sector. Now, for better or for worse, we need to talk. We have to talk. So if we don't have relationships with other stakeholders or with the government or the private sector, there's no way to move forward. Is this key for the work that you've done? Is this a key mandate for organizations, or is it because you've adopted a position that you're always going to be against certain institutions or certain political parties? What is it that you're seeing when you address climate change issues on that front? And this silence is deafening. Well, I just wanted to let my colleague respond first, and then I'll follow. Patricia, please be brief. We've seen it, Amadina, and that means we need to conclude very shortly. Well, we do have time for a question. Thank you very much for this discussion. It's wonderful. Thank you, Máximo, Flavia, and Patricia. We have a question from Esmeralda Veres, who asks, from Mexico, so how can we improve the situation and support greater inclusion of people within communities? Flavia, I will defer to you to pose the question. Well, I think the three of us can answer this because we all have a little piece that we can contribute. I think that when we talk about participation, we need to look at municipal agendas and how they're being worked. And from the city's standpoint, we can propose improvements along the climate change front. I think that at the municipal level, it's important to garner greater participation. I don't know if Maximo had something or Patricia had something to say. Yes, just getting back to what you stated, at the local level, we have to make many of the final decisions because we're trying to develop policies. And additionally, I wanted to link this with the fact that sometimes you don't have a common recipe that will work for everyone. And so we need to look for those spaces. Many times it'll be different areas. There are many different parties that don't necessarily work well with each other, but we need to motivate all of these stakeholders to take common action. We can only move forward if we all move forward together. Nobody can be left behind. And somebody was commenting something a few seconds ago. It's not so much about being against any type of actor or institution, but rather what policy or what measure do we need to address? And I think this is really important. The citizenry needs to react to all of those decisions that run contrary to our well-being. It doesn't really have to do with any specific actor. So we are allies in all of these things that we need to progress on. And those who are not working for the common good need to be addressed. And so this is part of the climate change policy making effort. They need to be inclusive. They need to address the needs of all the people, because even today, some of these policies are being implemented while at the same time excluding vulnerable populations, because their participation, their experience, their lifestyle is not being considered as part of the equation. That's what we mentioned at the beginning. There's a great deal of asymmetry in some of these policies. Maximo. Well, the first thing that I would say to any person in any community in the world, in a country or a democratic region, is that the government is presumably the people, people's representative, and by extension, the community. So if the community organizes and they have a common goalpost, of course, you can discuss topics, and you could have 20 laws enacted with regard to a topic, but the most important thing is to put it on the government's agenda. Beyond that, you won't see that much in terms of obstacles for progress. We've already seen how things can happen when you involve thousands of activists. As our colleague was saying, you need to work on local solutions that are customized for the needs of different local communities. But we need to come together and think about the long term. If every time that we get to go together, we only think about the carrot that we have to go after, but we don't talk about the issues and problems that we need to overcome, then we will never be able to turn a page. At some point in time, we need to sit down and ask the question, where do we want to be in 30 years? Establish common objectives, and based on each policy, each complaint, then we need to drive our efforts towards that direction. Or perhaps for our audience that involves policymakers and that have to design these public policies, the first question is, why do we have to listen to the people? Well, in order to not have failures with your public policies, and this involves inclusion. If those who are also joining us are part of the private sector, why should we answer the call? Well, you're losing a lot of money, millions of dollars in losses in terms of infrastructure that is being lost to climate change. And if you're a member of civil society, why should you listen? Well, we may not know more than what the common citizen knows, but when we talk about people, the design and in their involvement in the design can lead to much better solutions in the long term, which is what Maximo was talking about just a few moments ago. Sanadina, I yield the floor back to you. So we have just a couple of minutes to briefly respond to a quick question that I thought was interesting. Can you share an example of a success story, how the citizenry-led action provoked change in policies? with regard to climate change? And have you seen a success story whereby a community effort led to a radical change in behavior? I'll start and then I'll yield the floor to my colleagues. Well, environmental financing in Colombia, public consultations for updating the national climate change program in Chile, cultural mediators and partnerships with different universities in Costa Rica. There are an infinite number of initiatives that were born in the community or from other places but involve the community. There are some projects with seed money for infrastructure projects that will be economically sustainable for communities at the local level and that have had a very positive impact at the local level. There are many, many wonderful success stories and wonderful practices that are being engaged in. Any other example? Yes, I can share an example that I think could be easily extrapolated to any territory. We've had a number of cases in recent years here in terms of defending green urban areas, parks, and through different initiatives led by different communities, there's been a reduction in the availability of these green spaces, or many of them have been transitioned to other uses. But with organizing the people, meeting each other and addressing the need to expand the availability of parks, they found these legal mechanisms, first and foremost, to protect these existing parks. And this coordination, and I'm talking about different stakeholders that reside in different locations in Lima, they created a coordinated effort across different groups and areas, and this was scaled up to an audience with the Congress, and new legislation was enacted to protect those areas and expand them. So this is an example of something that began locally and that led to a metropolitan coordination and that achieved a large-scale positive result. This is something that can be done in any topic and can be started by any person just with the necessary drive to do so. Máximo. Yes, every time you have active citizen participation and it's constant and genuine, thinking about the common good, we've seen many success stories over the course of humanity's history. We're talking about going back to when the slaves earned their freedom from Rome. But in recent years, we've seen a lot of failures, but some success stories, especially those where people went out into the street in an organized way. In Argentina, in Mendoza, there was an issue with large-scale mining operations, and before environmental advocacy grew exponentially, there were laws on the books that fostered expansion of mining operations, but many people then took to the streets and did so in large numbers, and this forced the governor to withdraw some of those initiatives, and so we refer to this as a social conquest. It goes really against the model that was used before, and being a country, a third world country, we are typically subjected to the extraction of our natural resources that are then capitalized on by others. And so over the course of a certain time, we have another success story in Germany, where in Germany there was an order to strengthen climate policies, and that was something that stemmed from civil society becoming organized. So now we're looking at environmental issues, and we can imagine how the system can change and how we can change the regulations so that all of this can move forward through sheer involvement by the citizenry. So there are different problems in different environments, and the emotional intelligence sometimes that I have is not very good, but there is clear-cut evidence that people are suffering. Well, we need to think about this from a personal standpoint because we're also feeling the pain. But when we talk about sustainability, we're going to have very important conversations in the future. They can be a bit prickly, and it will involve representatives from industries that will be impacted. And you talked about the Mendoza case study example, and we have an in-country GDP that needs to grow. And when we talk about raw materials and natural resources, we need to address these issues accordingly. There's another case in Mexico on how to take part in these types of initiatives. They're very constructive ways to do so. At the IDB, we conducted initiatives with a number of organizations and countries in the region, and we partnered with all of these organizations, and we have a great deal of information on how you can bring together these organizations and initiatives at the local municipal level. And so with this, I remained with these cross-cutting issues and asymmetries that exist in each country and each municipality. The priorities from one municipality may differ from those of another. And we need to look at issues of sustainability. We must behave in a sustainable way. And as Maximo stated, these things don't necessarily need to be in the short term, because if you end an intervention in the short term, you might be impacting these poverty numbers that we need to try to improve over time. So participation is key and absolutely necessary for any of this to happen. Thank you very much, Flavia, Patricia, Maximo. This wonderful conversation. It's a key topic for the region. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but all of those who are following us today, we invite you to follow our conversation on our YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. And in a few seconds, we will begin the next discussion. Stay with us.
el sector de transporte es responsable por un 35% de las
The
emisiones de gases de efecto
the transportation sector is accountable for a large percentage, 65% of greenhouse gas emissions. We look at the advantages of electric mobility adoption in our region and how to effectively enhance this in our countries. Thank you for staying with us.
Buenos días. Buenos días.
Good morning.
Buenos días a todas.
Good morning, everyone.
Benoît Lefebvre, especialista senior.
I'm Benoît Lefebvre, Senior Specialist at the Climate Change Division of the IDB, and I'll be moderating this session on electromobility in the region. In order to kick off our session, I am honored to invite Benigno Lopez, Vice President for Sectors and Knowledge at the IDB, to offer some introductory remarks. You have the floor, Ms. Lopez.
Gracias, Benoît. Buenos días.
Thank you, Benoît. Good morning, everyone. The bank has launched Vision 2025, the roadmap to achieve sustainable and inclusive social and economic development. We have set out 5 priority areas for our work in the region: regional integration and the development of value chain support for SMEs, digitalization and the digital economy, gender equity, and the fight against climate change. All of this coupled with a strong policy on institutional strengthening. Encouraging electromobility is part of the new roadmap of the bank, as well as a priority, not only due to the benefits of decarbonizing transportation and reducing pollution. The transition to clean energy is a success, and this can be comparable to the advent of motor transport in the 19th century. But it is also an opportunity to contribute to economic recovery. Along with the International Labour Organization, we estimate that decarbonization in our region may create 15 million net jobs by 2030. Electromobility will also allow us to replace fossil fuels, which in many of our countries are imported and expensive or are subsidized. Actually, over $250 billion have been spent in our region. So increasing electromobility as well as carpooling may increase the incomes of the poorest in our region by 1.8% in the coming years. If the buses and the taxis, the fleets in Latin America and the Caribbean were replaced by electro vehicles, the region would save millions of dollars. And our region has abundant natural resources for the generation of renewable energy at competitive prices, as well as the necessary minerals for the batteries of vehicles. So we can definitely strengthen our presence in regional value chains, and this is a great opportunity for our SMEs. Also, our private sector branch, the IDB Invest, is key to accelerate investment of the private sector in our region. And also there would be great opportunities in terms of co-financing, public-private participation, and other arrangements. At the bank, we have supported through technical assistance on policy, strategy, and regulation over 15 countries as regards electromobility, as well as in terms of the use of hydrogen for heavy transport. We have also approved credit facilities to enable access to electromobility in Peru and Ecuador by over $50 million, mobilizing climate fund resources. And also, the development problems are not limited to one sector, and transport decarbonization by enhancing electromobility is a great example. It requires multiple actors. So, in order to address the needs of our clients, we have created a multi-sector team with specialists in the fields of transport and energy, but also with a climate change focus, in addition to a focus on urban development, gender, labor markets, and in close coordination with our public and private windows. Developing electromobility in the region is still challenging, despite some initial success in Chile, Colombia, and Costa Rica. We need to advance and also make sure that we share experiences in order to deal with the challenges, learn from one another, and boost our impact. I would like to thank you for being here, and I'm sure that this will be a great opportunity for an enriching discussion. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor López.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lopez. After these introductory remarks, I would like to invite Marcelino Madrigal to offer the opening presentation on electromobility in Latin America and the work of the IDB. Marcelino Madrigal is a sector principal specialist at the Energy Division of the IDB, and he leads the electromobility initiative at the IDB. Marcelino, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Benoit. Good morning, good afternoon. The idea of the presentation from our department is to take stock of the situation of electromobility in the region, tell you about the work we do at the bank, and also highlight the barriers in order to be able to speed up electromobility in the region, which requires an enabling framework that has started to develop as several countries have adopted electromobility as part of their climate change commitments. And electromobility and transport has been clearly identified as one of the tools. We've got Colombia and Chile, among other countries. And several countries in the region have set very ambitious goals on electromobility, such as Chile and Costa Rica, which by 2050 want 100% of public transportation to be electric. And we can see some results in terms of individual mobility. If you look at the left-hand side graph, Colombia is leading in electromobility, Costa Rica as well, and even the Dominican Republic. And I think this is the key step in the region. We have a large number of electric buses in the capitals in Colombia and Chile, but also in Brazil and Mexico. We need to accelerate the transition, which hasn't stopped during the pandemic. On the contrary, what we see at the bank is that the interest of countries in electromobility has increased and several projects continued. For example, an electric bus for COVID testing in Chile, or last mile delivery services with electromobility, which really took off in Mexico, Chile, Brazil, and Uruguay, and Costa Rica also continued to work on this with IDB support. The bank's work in the region with the electromobility group, which includes multi-sector specialists, seeks to address the challenge, which involves the ministries of energy, transport, climate change, and also we can say our work has doubled. We have 51 initiatives so far in 19 countries in the region already, working on policy making, incentives, study of specific projects, business models, and also deploying financing. Development, however, remains unequal, as our Vice President said, and we need to advance in order to overcome significant barriers. And I'm going to focus some of the areas we need to work on across Latin America. Some barriers are already being overcome in some countries, but not in others. In terms of the national policy and strategy, electromobility is already recognized in several countries, which design legal frameworks for electromobility, some of them binding. We have supported this in Peru and Ecuador. We are working in Jamaica and in Barbados. And we need to continue working with the countries to encourage this broad electromobility framework. That's a reason why a country should pursue electromobility. The incentives for further technological development are still necessary, for example, for individual mobility. Colombia has put in place significant incentives which have made it a leader in individual vehicles. Other countries are studying this with IDB support. And the question here is, in this complex fiscal environment in several of our countries, how can we encourage electromobility? Studies we have done at the bank show that encouraging mobility through incentives may bring positive net fiscal benefits due to the reduction in imports, in emissions, and the reduction of the direct fiscal impact in terms of the improved health situation of citizens. We are working with several countries to understand the fiscal impact of electromobility. Of course, infrastructure is key. People need to be able to be confident that they will have places to be able to charge their vehicles. This is a new economic development segment that formerly didn't exist in the region. We are part of the National Recharging Network in Costa Rica. You can drive in Costa Rica confident that you will find charging stations, and we're working with other countries, including Jamaica, Peru, and Ecuador, to make sure that we have a proper framework, and we'll be launching some publications. It is key for us to continue to enhance these business models that enable the financing that is needed for investments that in terms of capital may be higher, but in terms of project costs are lower. Internal combustion buses, for example. The business models developed in Colombia and Chile need to be replicable and adaptable to smaller size cities. And at the bank, we're already working with smaller size cities, not just in Colombia, but also in Brazil. And of course, financing is key. At the bank, we work through the different windows, traditional public investment, but also with local development banks and redoubling efforts with the private sector. Reference has already been made to this. The bank has finance project in Costa Rica, Ecuador, and Peru in relation to electromobility. And there are knowledge barriers. There are leading countries in the region which are used to this and know about electric buses, and transport operators are aware of this. They have adapted to a different sort of technology with different operational requirements. But this kind of knowledge and expertise is not homogeneous across the region. So events such as this one are very important. During the pandemic at the bank, we hosted a number of activities to further intensify knowledge on electromobility. When we had a chance to travel, we took people to see the buses in Colombia or Santiago, Chile. But of course, during the pandemic, we haven't been able to do this kind of on-site visits. So the sharing of knowledge will be increasingly important. And with the bank, we are working on a regional electric mobility platform. We also hope to have a platform for knowledge sharing and to overcome the barriers to this new technology, which works but requires better risk distribution. I'll hand it back to Benoit. Thank you very much for joining us today. There's a new group of cities that firmly believe in electromobility, and at the bank, we are certainly very pleased to be able to support them. Thank you very much, Benoit. Back to you. Thank you very much, Marcelino. Very interesting indeed and useful to present the framework. We will now move on to our panel. And today we are very fortunate as we have a top-class panel, including decision makers from Brazil, the Dominican Republic, and Bolivia. We're going to have a first round with brief interventions, some 3 minutes per panelist. And we'll start with a question on the situation of electromobility in your respective cities and countries so that you can highlight the progress and challenges. We'll start with Ana Cristina Wolmanzonig Jaime, who is a financing advisor at the Urban Transportation Research and Planning Institute in Curitiba, Brazil. Good morning, Ana Cristina. So tell us about the situation of electromobility in Curitiba.
Bom dia a todos e a todas. É prazer fazer
Thank you,
parte
Benoit.
desse
Good
painel.
morning to you all.
Agradeço
Thank you. It is a pleasure to be part of this panel. I'd like to thank you for the invitation and the opportunity for me to be able to share with you what Curitiba has done in this area. Our initiatives for decarbonization are in line with our climatic action plan approved later in 2020, which aims for trying to find the neutrality of the carbon up to 2050.
Or net zero.
It is important to highlight the set of emissions of Curitiba. The transportation sector is responsible for almost 67% of the emissions.
So out of
with the strategic actions of our plan, three are related to mobility.
Of our plan, three
and one is a specific action to promote the removal of the fleet of the public transportation, aiming for the decarbonization with targets for 2050. And electrification is one of the strategies we consider. In order to make this action feasible, we made a network of partners, established several technical corporations in order to help us think and develop the competences necessary for that. We have the partnership with the very IDB, but also the C4 the French Development Agency, Gold Resource Institute, Technical Cooperation Agency of German MIT, New Development Bank, with Sweden, with the Ministry of Brazil, besides partnership in local level,
locally,
such as, for example, the Federation of the Industries of the State of Paraná, which opened technology centers for sustainable mobility and the first pilot plan for the research and development of batteries of lithium and supercapacitor in Brazil. This center will help us a lot with the training of people in technical and graduation courses for electrical mobility, and this pilot plant will support the production and test of new lithium battery technology used in national materials. All this process, this network of partners the city has mobilized has a differential knowledge to create an environment propitious for the introduction of electric buses in Curitiba. Recently, we were selected to be one of the 20 big dive cities whose objective is to establish a wide coalition of organizations from the public and private sector in order to reach a transition for electric buses. And that will be replicated in 100 cities up to the end of 2022. As the first concrete action, we have two strategic projects of two bus lines that integrate to the backbone of our integrated network of transportation, with around 27% of the passengers a day of the network, one of them financed by IDB. We have $247 million of investment for the next 5 years, and we want both of these projects to be 100% with electric buses. Nevertheless, we do not have a fund for the purchase of those buses and the necessary infrastructure. As it is a new technology in Brazil, at this moment we are about to hire the feasibility studies to detail the operational planning of those lines, to better specify the bus, the structure of the garages, the load, the charging structures, and reload the characteristics of the line, and to subsidize the purchase process and the necessary investments, and especially in order to find the best modeling of the business in order to get into the operation of those buses. Those two projects are extremely relevant because as of this learning and experience, we understand we'll have a good basis in order to find the best way in order to continue the decarbonization of the fleet in the next concession of the transportation, which started at the late 2025, and we will have 100% of the fleet with zero emission in 2050. And that's what I'd like to highlight. I know it's been mentioned about the potential of the electric mobility with the economic development vector. Curitiba and the region provide good conditions to be new areas of reference for the production of electric mobility solutions. If I look at the perspective of economic complexity, around 56% of the portfolio of exported products as of Curitiba is for the automobile and engineering industry.
Is in the auto industry, so we have assets that are already installed
besides the technology center
of sustainable mobility
to lever up the ecosystem of electric mobility here in Curitiba.
Okay, muchísimas gracias, Ana Cristina.
Thank you very much, Ana Cristina.
José María Romey.
Next, we have José María
Energías Alternativas
Convey.
Bolivia. Señor
From the Ministry of Energy in Bolivia.
¿Cuál es el estado de la electromovilidad?
Minister, what is the current status of electromobility in Bolivia? Apologies from the interpretation booth. There is no audio.
Ministro, tiene su micrófono en mute.
Mr. Minister, you have your mic muted. Very good. Good morning.
Muchas gracias. Gracias a todos.
I'm sorry. Thank you. And thank you to all of the participants. Thank you, Benoit.
Para Bolivia, la
For Bolivia, electromobility represents a quantum leap from a technology standpoint because it offers both technical and economic benefits, as well as social and environmental, of course, because in our country, we have also joined this great challenging effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Today, we have apologies, the audio is intermittent. We've been working extensively in this regard, and we've been trying to achieve different milestones. Among them, a first element that Bolivia sought to address was the taxation regime for these mechanisms. We enacted the Law 4114, where we imposed tax benefits for electric vehicles. And so what I'm saying with this is that we will permit the importation of electric vehicles, eliminating these two very important issues, and that fosters greater access to electrical vehicles in our country. We are additionally engaged in policy making at the national government level for the implementation of electromobility, not only using tax incentives, but we're also working on financial incentives. We are developing new credit lines for electric vehicles, for hybrid vehicles, as well as electrical agricultural machinery. As part of our policy work, we are also considering the manufacture and assembly of electric motors and electric vehicles in our country. This will allow us not only to import vehicles, but we will also be able to engage in the assembly of said vehicles in our country for the domestic and regional market, especially with those countries that neighbor Bolivia. Our Electricity Oversight Authority established electricity rates for the use of electric vehicles in the main cities in the country. We have a number of cities in the form of the city of La Paz, Cochabamba, and Santa Cruz. All of this with the purpose of establishing these rate structures and adopting this model that currently exists at a smaller scale in Bolivia. Bolivia already markets electric vehicles, but not through the larger distributors, the more well-known brands. And this has allowed us to expand the use of electromobility in Bolivia. Likewise, with cooperation with Germany, we conducted a technical and economic feasibility study that will allow us to identify the macroeconomic impacts that will be caused by adopting electromobility. This also involved a study that would allow us to quantify the actual amount of mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions. And through this study, we will be able to determine the actual contribution in the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by establishing this electromobility model. all of these implementations have been financed in Bolivia by the GIZ. It's also necessary to mention that the National Electricity Authority, which is the organization that manages all of the electrical grids in Bolivia, has already acquired the necessary technology to be able to collect data and undertake the technical and economic coordination to maximize the benefits of using this type of mobility in our country. So that's what we can say regarding the progress that Bolivia has made in this regard and in this arena.
Muchísimas gracias, señor viceministro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Minister. Very interesting. Now we move on to Alexandra Seden, Director of Sustainable Mobility from the Land Transportation Institute in the Dominican Republic. Thank you, Benoit. For us, it's a real pleasure to take part in this event, and we thank you for the opportunity to address our current status with regard to electromobility in our country. We work hand in hand with the Inter-American Development Bank. This has been very challenging for us, especially given the fact that we are a country where the traditional vehicle, fossil fuels vehicles, are the most frequently used. We have at present more than 4 million registered vehicles, 50% of which are motorcycles. And so most of these reside in the area of Santo Domingo, which is our main business center. So once we established a diagnostic related to the mobility infrastructure in Santo Domingo as part of the development plan, and in partnership with other international organizations, we've tried to promote these new public transportation systems to direct them towards a more sustainable model. We've been working with other organizations and achieved a 34% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And in Santo Domingo, we've been seeing some progress to the tune of 40% in the transportation sector. So we're trying to engage in this transition to other transportation models. For this purpose, we are using two instruments, the Santo Domingo Urban Plan, which focuses on sustainable models for electromobility and clean technologies. And we also have our strategic plan for electromobility that was developed in conjunction with the Inter-American Development Bank. As part of the current framework in which we find ourselves, and based on these pillars established in our plan, we came up with a regulatory framework with the charging infrastructure for both public and private vehicles. We work hand in hand with the private sector, with whom we've been working extensively. We have now 6,000 electric vehicles. Most of them are two-wheeled vehicles, and this highlights the importance of empowering these regulatory frameworks and supporting the strategies that are currently being developed, such as incentivizing and strengthening fiscal incentives. Thank you. Now we will go to Pablo Roberto de Guimarães, Secretary of Urban Mobility in São José dos Campos, in Brazil.
Obrigado pela oportunidade de participar desse evento. Bom, aqui no Brasil,
hello, thanks for the opportunity of doing this event. Here in Brazil, we don't have a clear mobility
This is a huge challenge for us.
Policy, and this is
well, we in exchange of the municipalities and citizens, how are we trying
to overcome
that? We have two magic words that are directing this work of the change of
society. The first one is attraction.
First is attraction.
So we're trying to create a favorable environment
so private companies that want to explore the service here,
establishing a political environment
legal,
that is
stable environment, so we may attract companies
to bring
provide
companies
services
to
here
provide
related to
this
electromobility,
service related to
but
electromobility,
also
but with a lot of
with
dialogue,
lots of
a lot of
dialogue, with
technique
lots of
and
technique and
ethics in
and
debureaucratizing,
removing all the red tape from
debureaucratizing
the
the process.
process.
And with
Initiatives like
initiatives of
this of
attractions, well,
attracting,
we
we
have
brought here, for
here
example,
solutions of
solutions of
electromobility
electromobility
for the
for
last
the
mile.
last
So
media.
like the electric
Electric
scooters that
skaters,
came and
skates
operated,
came here. They operated here for some time,
and even
up to the
during the
pandemic
pandemic
crisis.
crisis, and the
And the
very
very
electric
electric
vehicle,
vehicle
shared electric
shared
vehicle,
without driver,
without
without
stations.
na cidade por meio dessa política de
They operate in the city in this policy of
operates through this
attraction of two
policy.
companies. And in
And in the
public
public
transportation,
transportation specifically,
investimento
and
com recursos
well,
the City
we
Hall
have
has
worked
acted with investments with own
with
resources,
with the
using the
the
municipal
local treasury to try and make
funds to
some
mobilize some
electromobility
initiatives of mobility.
feasible.
For example, we have here some
We
examples
have
of all the civilian law enforcement
all the
operates
law
with
enforcement
100%
forces
electrical
here,
vehicles.
the police, the street police, they
They have
use
been
electric
operating for 3
vehicles.
100%
And
electrical
this is one of the
vehicles, and
initiatives
that's one of the initiatives in
of our
order
local government
to
to try and foster
foment
this
this
change in
change of
electric
electric matrix.
In the public transportation, the
And
local government is
transportation,
separating the
the City
concession
Hall is
contracts and
separating the
making the
contracts
investments related to the
and
buses
making investment related to
100%
the
electric. So we just acquired our buses. They arrived in December. They're articulate vehicles, 100% electric vehicles that will be delivered for the concessionaire to take only the operation. So all the investment with regards to these vehicles is done by the local government, as well as the loading infrastructure. This is investment of the municipality that will be delivered in a solidarity contract. This is something that we're doing to try and make electromobility more feasible in public transportation and the acquisition of energy, of electricity. We just had 2 auction processes in the market of electricity in the free market to try somehow to have a control over the operational costs related to electromobility. As in Brazil, the cost of energy is unstable. Yesterday, for instance, we had the news in the federal government that the electricity bills for July may suffer an increase of between 70 and 80%. So those are initiatives that we are attempting locally to change, to try and overcome this absence of a national policy defined and established to foster electromobility in the country.
Muchísimas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, and congratulations. And really, I need to congratulate everyone because it is evident that things are starting to move along very nicely and very rapidly. We do have time for a second round of comments for each panelist, and the idea would be to focus not so much on the technical aspects, but rather try to understand how we can accelerate this deployment of electromobility in your respective countries or cities. As I understand, we have a connection problem with Ana Cristina. So, oh no, we have Ana Cristina now. Hello. So with this idea about how to accelerate the deployment of electromobility, the question that I'd like to pose and discuss is, what are the elements that need to be capitalized on to maximize the benefits of these services and accelerate their
deployment?
Thank you,
I'm sorry.
I had a
technical issue and I lost the speak of my friend, but Paulo brought an aspect I find to be fundamental.
I see 2 points. Well,
I see 2 points.
In fact,
the first is to count on the support of a national policy
to foster electromobility.
Actions to incentive electromobility solutions,
such as
just like the incentive to fossil fuels would be good.
Welcome. In Brazil,
for you to have an idea, idea,
acarretam
the efforts of
the
nationalization
nationalization
bring a
brings
final cost to almost the double of the
increase to the
original.
cost of the
And with the
of the
dollar so
vehicle
high,
almost double what would be its original value.
total de
So
propriedade para
even considering the property costs for toward feasibility, you see it's an issue. And urban transportations, they are in charge of the municipalities. The second point that I wanted to bring has to do with finding a business model that adheres to the context of the reality of cities to be the most balanced possible in the point of view of the costs that must be brought to cities and the attractiveness to new players with the capacity of investment, the maintenance of prices or inclusive tariff prices. And another aspect that I believe is fundamental is to think carbon net zero throughout the whole process. And those are the points that I believe to be important for us to advance in terms of Brazil. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Ana Cristina.
Thank you very much, Ana Cristina. And I think this is a perfect segue for the question that I have for our next panelist, Vice Minister Romei. In your experience, what are the elements that need to be prioritized to accelerate the deployment of these systems? Thank you very much for your question. Clearly, in Bolivia, to accelerate this deployment in electromobility, we've been working on a study that will lead to a national strategy for developing electromobility at the national level. So in the short, medium, and long term, we now have financing and support from the IDB for this national plan and strategy, and a financial model that will support the acceleration of the electromobility implementation program. One key aspect when we talk about business models is that they would allow greater synergy with the key stakeholders in transportation and energy. We're trying to achieve synergy not just with the energy sector, but also with the transportation sector as well as other stakeholders that are involved with public transportation to accelerate this. And how do we accelerate this? Well, financing is a key item. Financing is an important element, and for this purpose, we are financing 2 pilots for public transportation. By that I mean the taxi population in Bolivia, and we will establish a network of taxis with close collaboration with the driver union, and this will involve the stretch from the airport to El Alto and other locations in La Paz, Bolivia. This will allow us to not only see a functioning model, but also will serve as a demonstration project regarding electromobility applied to public transportation. At present, the only electromobility capability that we have in country is in the private sector. Right now, the access and the cost is only available to the private sector. So as part of this effort with both public transportation pilots, we want to drive this topic forward in Bolivia to introduce electromobility in the country. And we project that by next year, 2022, we will finally have the necessary financial means to accelerate this program. That is the current focus in our country at the present time in Bolivia. And that's all I had.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Minister Romei. This is fascinating. We see in Curitiba, there's a national policy, incentives, and then we see 2 business models from the national perspective. We heard the Vice Minister talk about the importance of synergy with the key transportation and energy stakeholders, and the mention of the financing topic. I wanted to focus my second question for Alexandra Cedeño from the Dominican Republic regarding urban mobility, and in particular, how do you bring about the transition towards electromobility with this process of developing this public transportation system. And what I mean is the formalization and the training of the public transportation operators.
Bueno, creo que tenemos algún tema. Bueno, estamos en vivo. Ya está.
I think that we're live and these types of things happened.
De conexión.
I think we have a connection problem. Oh,
en algunos segundos.
Perhaps she can join us again in a couple of seconds.
Acá de nuevo.
I'm back.
Hola, Alexandra.
Welcome, Alexandra.
Ahora vamos a hablar para todos. Estábamos hablando entre nosotros.
Yes, now we can talk amongst ourselves. This is live, so these things happen. Well, I was saying that we've heard from Curitiba and how important the national policy is, as well as the incentives that are developed, and likewise the importance of the business models that are used. We also heard from the Bolivian perspective and the importance of achieving synergy between the different actors in the transportation and energy sectors, as well as the issue of financing. So I wanted to focus my question to you on the subject of urban mobility and how you engage in this transition towards electromobility and the process of formalizing and consolidating all of the actors in the transportation arena and all of the elements that you need to bring together in the public transportation system. Thank you, Benoit. For us, it's very interesting to listen to other experiences and the degree to which they've developed their initiatives. And we have made a very strong step towards this transition. Our greatest challenge is the public transportation system. At present, we are, as a country, migrating to a new regulatory framework, moving from a transportation sector that is artisanal towards a more organized system. And so we're working on developing public bus systems, and we're trying to see that in the private sector, there's only a single unit of electrical technology, or electrical bus in the country. And so as part of the process that we're engaged in with operators, we are exploring different financing mechanisms with the support of the IDB, as well as other development banks, such as the World Bank, to provide some financing capability to operators to motivate them to adopt these electric fleets. And so we're trying to provide information as to how they can access these financing mechanisms, and in order to ensure that they don't look at this from a cost standpoint. It's important for them to understand that compared to a traditional bus that uses fossil fuels, the transition would be very costly. So we're trying to bring together all the necessary elements that will allow them to more easily transition to this new type of technology. And as a government, we're looking to achieve this transformation with the necessary support and follow-up, but we also want to carry out pilot projects to develop an electrical bus fleet. And this would be primarily geared towards the public transportation sector, and in particular, the key actors in that arena. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to yield the floor once again to the Secretary of Mobility, Guimares, with the question. We've talked about business models, and getting back to this topic, how do you manage the uncertainty related to OPEX in the public transportation electromobility?
I believe this is a great challenge. And as it was said, well, here in Brazil, we have a different, we don't have tax exemptions, so the cost of acquisition of those vehicles is quite high, and it's compensated throughout time in the economy that we have operationally speaking. So we are starting to have a problem, and the prices of energy, well, they're running out of control. I mean, so throughout time, we can't justify the economic and financial balance of the project if we do not have a better control over the operational costs. So, on that sense, we defend a national policy that generates incentives and exemptions for the energy costs in a subsidized way to the one, I mean, specifically the one directed to electromobility. That way, we can make new electromobility projects feasible. So if we do not have this type of federal intervention as public policy well defined, it will be very hard to advance, and the country will be left behind the others that are moving quite fast in this change of electric matrix towards electromobility. Thank you.
Excelente, excelente.
Excellent, excellent.
Bueno, ahora podríamos seguir por mucho más.
I think that we could dedicate a lot more time to this discussion, but we need to conclude with this panel. And before we move on to the Q&A session with participants, I'd like to yield the floor to my colleague Felipe Esquerra, Investment Management Principal Officer for the IDB Group, and he will talk about IDB Invest's perspective as to how to make electromobility bankable and finance worthy. You have the floor, sir. Hello, Benoit. Good day to you. Good day to everyone. Well, first and foremost, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to take part in this event and listen really how the electromobility process is gaining traction and is being developed in the entire Latin American Caribbean region. As we've heard, we need to accelerate this electromobility process, which will require a joint effort involving multiple private-public stakeholders. And undoubtedly, one of the key elements is and will be the ability to attract capital and financing to be able to conduct the necessary investments. In the next few minutes, I'm going to focus specifically on everything having to do with public transportation, and more specifically with the process of replacing bus fleets that use conventional technology with electric buses that we've heard mentioned and that we've seen are being deployed in many cities and many countries as a key element as part of the decarbonization initiative in those countries. From the IDB Invest standpoint, we have the capability to support these processes from a financial standpoint, and there's a great deal of interest in working with public and private actors, especially as it relates to the search for structures that can attract private investment and capital to make these infrastructures more bankable and more profitable for the private sector. As we commented and we heard before, studies today pose a very persuasive argument as to the economic feasibility for these projects. And so when you talk about the cost of investment and add that to the efficiency of using electromobility and electric buses, this is a really persuasive argument. Nevertheless, we do see many barriers to undertake this process. When we look at the bankability aspect for the private sector, I would highlight three key barriers.
The first one is the investment amount. These are investments in the purchase of fleets, which are 2 to 3 times higher than those of traditional fleets, which carries the need for more financing, but also longer-term financing to accommodate the debt repayment terms vis-a-vis the investment recovery terms, and therefore you need longer terms and higher amounts. The second barrier, which I think is crucial, and in this regard, a few comments on the context of the public transportation sector, and particularly that of the buses providing service in the city. 2 or 3 things. First, it is a highly fragmented sector with a large number of local players, and it is also fragmented in terms of the many contract types of a different kind for service delivery, and this varies considerably from country to country and city to city, which makes it very difficult to come up with solutions that can be extrapolated to everyone else, especially since many of the contracts are based on a cession for the benefit of the private operator of nearly all of the risks of the business, which means, and again, not in all cases, but most of them, the private operator buys the bus, operates a service, collects the money, and assumes nearly all of the demand-side risk. And the third large barrier we see is clearly the technological one. On the one hand, the lack of experience among many operators in the region with regard to the changes needed in their own operation model in order to replace traditional fleets with diesel-based ones. And I would also mention, as regards bankability, the need to replace the batteries as a risk. And this over the course of the operation. In order to recover the investment, we are probably looking at 10 to 12-year financing needs, which would be the useful life of an electric bus, 12 to 13 years. But during the life cycle of the operation, halfway down that cycle, you need to replace the batteries. So what can we do to try and overcome these barriers and accelerate the electric bus implementation process? What we think is that the key is to advance in order to put in place new contractual and regulatory frameworks for the sector. And such regulatory frameworks should seek to put in place bankable structures that will attract capital and the private sector to embark on the process. And for this, the way we see it, we need to achieve a redistribution of risks between the public and private sides. Just to give one example of a key risk, and especially considering the pandemic and post-pandemic era, is the demand risk. As I said at the outset, most businesses and contractual models in the region cities have transferred the demand side risk fully or to a great extent to the private party. Amidst the pandemic, a context in which all sectors have suffered, but especially the public transportation sector, it becomes very difficult to envisage this kind of arrangement. We need to find other models that will be able to accommodate the situation as regards risks. And finally, three brief points that I think should be included in the new contractual models. The first one is to find structures that will enable a segregation of the funds and separate this from operators. Also, to put in place models that you may also have in order to facilitate bankability for the purpose of purchasing the units. And also, we need to have different rates for the fleet operation, separating the technical tariff from the public tariff for users. So that's it from me, Benoit, and thanks for this opportunity.
Muchísimas gracias, Felipe. Creo que
Thank you very much, Felipe.
para indicarte el tiempo. No, muy bien.
Sorry to barge in just to stay on top of our planned time. Very interesting indeed, and this provides a nice roundup for our picture. I'm now going to use the remaining minutes to give the floor to each of our panelists and speakers. Please, briefly, may I ask you to react to what you've heard from the rest? Just very briefly, something that you may wish to highlight and react to or comment on. I would like to begin by Ana Cristina Wollman, please.
Obrigada, Benoit. Eu acho que, para mim, o que eu gostaria de destacar, acho que, de fato, a gente tem um desafio. Para a gente conseguir superar, acho que vários pontos foram apontados. Acho que essa importância da interação setor público, privado,
many points have been pointed out in business models. Well, this is fundamental both for political support as well as technical support. Even the societies and in productive sectors, they are important. And this has been one of the objects of my master's degree research. And I have raised many competences or skills, and I was able to map 17 basic skills that are necessary. And this is the decisive factor for us to advance. And I just want to stress that it is important a national policy, a nationwide policy, because it becomes an important basis to make the difference. And I believe the importance of counting on all of these multilateral mechanisms to provide funding. I believe this is important to understand that there are those sources, and with special conditions, it ends up being a critical factor of success for those electromobility solutions to be able to advance and have better scale in Latin America, or increasing scale in Latin America. And those would be my considerations. And I'd like to thank you for allowing me to share that with you. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Ahora
Thank you very much.
María Romay, por favor.
Now, Mr. Romay, please.
Muchas gracias. Sí.
Thank you.
Rescato de esta conversación.
What I would highlight as part of this conversation is that Latin America and the Caribbean now have the best possible conditions to introduce and encourage electromobility initiatives. We are currently working intensively, and one area we need to tackle is urban and public transportation, no doubt, since we need to focus our efforts on it in order to steer away from fossil fuels and lead to a reduction in CO2 emissions into the atmosphere. We see that pollution caused by the public transportation sector, at least in Bolivia, is one of the highest forms of pollution. So we need to tackle this sector primarily, and we see that in Latin America, the efforts are focusing on buses, on public transport, and this is why we think that is the right way to go, through measures to accelerate electromobility in the region. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Director Sereno, please. Thank you, Benoit. We wish to highlight the importance of public-private partnerships and the importance of the private sector in encouraging and affording sustainability to electromobility. In our country, we have potential private developers of infrastructure. We have 272 stations already, and this with private sector support. So these linkages and coordination with public policy to put in place a process that is sustainable over time, that is key. And certainly the demand side risk is something we should consider. And in the context of the pandemic, at the Transport Ministry, we have been working along with the IDB to find a balanced financial model to ensure that the risk is balanced across the public and private sector, so that risk is not only transferred to the private sector, which may be a disincentive in view of the high burden. So it's important to have a model that shows that effort is not just individual or doesn't fall on the shoulders of one party. We work with the mining ministry, the environment ministry, we work with industry and trade, also taking steps to foster the development of the region, interagency synergy, and of course, the interaction between the public and private sectors. That's very valuable. Thank you very much.
Secretario Paulo Roberto de Guimarães, por favor.
Secretary Guimarães, please.
I believe to keep the focus in three main pillars is essential for us to advance, especially here in Brazil. The first is to have an incentive policy that starts in the federal government, goes through the federal government, the local government, but to have an accommodation in the municipal policy. This goes from the exemption of taxes, as well as incentive to the productive sector and the development of solutions in the private sector, but also for the municipalities, for the states, for the public agencies to be supported and incentive to move forward with electromobility. And the second pillar is investment, for us to have funding sources that are subsidized or more accessible. And not only the low interests, but to be linked to the give and take, to generate returns and revenue to society as the projects boosted to give back to society. And on the other hand, technical training, both in the productive sector, for us to have quicker and more accessible solutions to the ones that are available in Asia to reach Brazil faster, in the technical training of the very managers for us to have the feasibility and swiftness in the implementation of projects of such nature. Those are the three pillars that I believe that need to be worked out in this country.
Muchísimas gracias, señor secretario.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Señor Marcelino.
And Mr. Marcelino, thank you very much, Benoit. Very briefly, this has been an excellent panel. I would like to refer to the right pricing for fuel. The colleagues from Brazil talked about the fossil fuel subsidies that make all electric alternatives less competitive. And we have examples in the region. Fossil fuel subsidies become a subsidy in relation to the cost of capital. We need to advance also to modernize the electric sector. Latin America has the cheapest renewable energy. So if a bus operator can't access that, it's a true problem. And in order to advance, we need to modernize the electricity sector so that increasingly smaller users, operators of small fleets of buses or taxis, may have good access to prices. We need to upgrade the electricity regulatory framework so that more and more people can have free pricing opportunities, and Latin America has shown that it can produce energy at very competitive prices with the support of the private sector. All of this is key to enable private sector participation also in the cargo infrastructure. And we've heard some interesting examples from the Dominican Republic. So we need to have a combination, an ecosystem with proper regulation to enable the access of the private sector into the cargo sector, but also public-private sector partnerships. So the message is we need to work more in order to have the right price of fuel, whether it be electricity or fossil fuel. Thank you, Benoit. Thank you, Marcelino. And finally, Felipe.
Gracias. A ver, yo me quedo.
Thank you.
Y yo estoy si se quiere, en el final del proceso, intentando.
I'm sort of at the end of the process, trying to finance the private sector. But
con la trascendencia de la planificación pública.
I would also stress the importance of public planning in order to get to a point where we can finance in or on terms that are acceptable to the private sector, as has already been noted. We need public planning, which right from the outset envisages the ultimate goal, the importance of planning and public coordination among different actors. And as Marcelino said at the beginning, and this panel goes to show that, the exchanges and sharing of experiences and information, I think, is key in that direction. Thank you very much, Felipe. So, the sad moment has arrived. We've reached the end of our session. And quite sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much to each and every one of you for your time. Thank you for this very interesting panel. Thank you for sharing the reality on the ground and for sharing examples of concrete policies. I would also like to thank our Vice President Benigno Lopez for his introductory remarks, and of course our two speakers, Marcelino and Felipe. And last but not least, thank you to each and every one of you in the audience for your interest, for your time. And thanks to all those of you who've helped organize this session. Thank you. Bye.
Muchísimas gracias a todos por acompañarnos.
Thank you very much to all of you for joining us. Let's hope that electromobility will become a reality very soon in all of our countries. Anyway, thank you for staying with us. And while we prepare our session, you'll be able to learn a bit more about initiatives related to sustainable development and climate change, which are underway in the region. So please stay with us. In the next session, we'll have the presentation on the new NDC for Suriname. So please stay with us. Thank you.
En 2050, necesitamos planes de descarbonización a largo plazo. Estos planes nos pueden apoyar en identificar, analizar y gestionar los riesgos y oportunidades del proceso de descarbonización. Pueden permitir al gobierno secuenciar los cambios institucionales que se necesita hacer para llegar a la descarbonización. Además, lo que podemos hacer es identificar proyectos de inversión que son críticos para alcanzar descarbonización a largo plazo. Este proceso puede traer muchos beneficios. Por ejemplo, puede llegar a aire más limpio y también transporte más eficiente dentro de las ciudades. Nuestra nueva publicación, Alcanzando Cero Emisiones Netas para el 2050, explica exactamente cómo estamos avanzando el proceso de descarbonización dentro de América Latina y el Caribe. La publicación está auspiciado directamente por un proyecto que tenemos dentro del banco que se llama Rutas de Descarbonización Profundo en América Latina y el Caribe. Este trabajo estamos haciendo directamente con un grupo que se llama Plataforma Rutas 2050 y también con la Agencia Francesa de Desarrollo. Está coordinado directamente por el Instituto para el Desarrollo Sostenible y las Relaciones Internacionales. más importante es que el proyecto realmente sale de los países. Estamos trabajando directamente con 6 países: Argentina, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Perú y México. Lo que estamos tratando de hacer es construir o apoyar para construir la capacidad dentro de estos países para que puedan avanzar con la agenda de descarbonización, incluyendo todo el análisis que es necesario para hacer los planes de descarbonización a largo plazo. Les invitamos a leer la publicación y aprender más.
tenemos a toda nuestra gente que trabaja, que es Reinaldo, y hay muchos, ellos también se encargan de los incendios, apagar el fuego, y son los que hacen la chamba dura. Estos árboles, lo más valioso y interesante de todo esto es darle seguimiento, porque no nada más es plantarlo, sino que hay que cuidarlo.
Piensa global, actúa local.
Quiero aprovechar que están ellos aquí con nosotros, que estos señores arriesgan su vida por proteger la zona de la primavera, toda esta área también que estamos reforestando. Así que somos muy afortunados de tener gente trabajando con Selva Negra.
Las contribuciones determinadas a nivel nacional o NDCs por
The national
son claves para
determined contributions, or NDCs, are key
conocer ahora.
to be successful in complying with the Paris Accord guidelines. Now we're going to learn a little bit more from different countries
Si usted no está escuchando
as to what projects they've implemented.
la página web
The session will be conducted in English, and you have the option to access the IDB website and then select the live cast or live stream that's being broadcast in your language. Thank you.
Buenos días. Gracias por acompañarnos en este
Good
día.
morning. Thank you for joining us today. During this session, we will be discussing NDCs, nationally determined contributions, and how these need to be used as a planning instrument,
Planificación a nivel de
planning from a policy standpoint and from an investment standpoint. The Paris Accord is based on a multilateral scheme where each country, through the NDCs, presents their projections and what mitigation and adaptation to climate change measures they will undertake. This can be done conditionally or unconditionally. Today, what I'd like to present is the NDC story for Suriname. Towards the end of 2019, Suriname presented their NDC before the Climate Change Council, making it the second country to do so in the world, but it was the first country to do so in the Latin American Caribbean region. It was a pleasure to join this effort. And updating the NDCs for Suriname was a very interesting process, characterized by the wonderful participation by the main stakeholders in country. The process was led by the coordination environment at that time. Today, the Ministry of Planning and Environment is spearheading this effort. Many of you know the Edis platform and the details I highlighted there. So this NDC was updated using a very broad approach with the addition of two additional sectors, transportation and agriculture. It's worth mentioning that previously the NDCs focused on the forestry and energy sectors. And that's why there was a reformulation of the goals for these sectors. We want to highlight in this great experience the fact that the decision makers in Suriname understood that the definition of climate goals is a good first step, but it's also a long road ahead, where the real challenge will lie in the execution and compliance with these goals. That is to say, the roadmap. So it is within this context and always having the IDB as a strategic partner in which we established an ideal governance model to address these climate issues across different sectors. It's worth mentioning that the National Adaptation Plan is closely aligned with the NDC and vice versa. But above all else, we continue to work on different instruments that will allow us to update the national climate change policy for the country and develop, above all, a strategy and an investment plan for these efforts. And we will demonstrate the interest of the decision and policymakers to drive forward these investments. But first, I'd like to yield the floor to our representative from the IDB group in Suriname, Mr. Antonio Goncalves, who will share a little bit about what this effort involved.
Dear Minister Silvano Shongahin, participating ministers and distinguished guests from member countries. For the IDB group, in particular the representation in Suriname, it is a pleasure to be here today. We didn't want to miss the opportunity of this great event to officially launch Suriname's updated National Determined Contributions and the State of the Climate Report. Even though Suriname and most of our countries still struggle with the impacts caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, 2021 must be seen as the year in which we start our recovery. We at the IDB in Suriname truly believe this recovery must be green and resilient. This is why we are supporting the government of Suriname in every way possible to reach this objective. Both the NDC and the State of the Climate Report are, without a doubt, great instruments to guide and support policymaking in this direction. As you might be aware, Suriname was the second country in the world to submit its NDC update to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and the first in the Latin America and the Caribbean region. Even though the NDC was updated and submitted at the beginning of last year, we are happy to be presenting it to you here today. One more time, Suriname showed to the world its unrestricted commitment towards sustainable development and fighting climate change. For us at the IDB, to have been partners in this process was an honor and certainly a great learning process. We took wonderful lessons from this experience that we're now leveraging in other countries in the region. We thank the government of Suriname for trusting us to guide this process. The process of updating the NDCs was certainly special. We highlight the participatory approach that it had. The way government entities and stakeholders in general worked together to define common targets was something impressive to witness. In the end, an enhanced ambition with two new sectors included, agriculture and infrastructure, was agreed upon. Without a doubt, a great achievement for the Surinamese people. But of course, for the IDB, the job is just starting. We continue to look for new opportunities to support Suriname to instrumentalize the NDCs, overcome its more urgent development challenges, and transition to greener and more sustainable development pathways. Our current energy, infrastructure, and agriculture projects are a good example of that. In fact, the climate finance share in Suriname's portfolio is at its historic high. From roughly 11% 5 years ago, climate finance constitutes almost 60% of our current portfolio. I also want to take the opportunity to launch today the State of the Climate Report. The report constitutes another example of the great work developed by our Climate Change Division and the Ministry of Spatial Planning and Environment. This report constitutes a great source of data and information to inform decision makers for critical sectors of Suriname's economy, such as infrastructure, forestry, agriculture, and water. The State of the Climate Report is a reaffirmation of this office's commitment to promoting climate change as part of our broader operations. Minister Shanahan, I am officially handing you the State of the Climate Report. We hope your ministry and the Surinamese people take the best advantage of it. We will continue to strengthen our collaboration with the Ministry of Spatial Planning and Environment and the Government of Suriname with the NDC and the State of the Climate as our guides. In the short term, we will develop an NDC investment plan that will allow Suriname to identify opportunities to achieve its climate targets. We also have on our radar blue economy and other climate finance related projects that will support achieving them. Thank you again, Minister Shanahan, and the government of Suriname for trusting the IDB to join you in this journey. We look forward to a future of close collaboration to bring the sustainable solutions all Surinamese deserve. Finally, I invite you all to get informed about the NDC, the state of the climate, and the IDB's group work in this wonderful country. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Goncalves, for your remarks, and thank you again for mentioning the last report on the current state of the climate that has been produced after this long journey that we've been engaged in with Suriname to work on their NDC projects. It's a wonderful opportunity to be able to work in a country and focus on the importance of climate change as a cross-cutting topic that allowed us to focus to a much larger extent on what we need to do. So we're trying to achieve the larger objectives, especially those related to sustainable recovery as well as resilience in the region. Next, I'd like to yield the floor to our minister, Mr. Silvano Chonajin, Minister of Planning and the Environment for the Republic of Suriname. Silvano, you have the floor.
Mr. Juan Pablo Bonilla, Manager Climate Change and Sustainable Development Sector of the IDB, Antonio Gonçalves, Representative of the IDB in Suriname, distinguished colleague ministers from Latin America and the Caribbean, audience in general. My name is Silvano Chongahin, and I'm the Minister of Spatial Planning and Environment of Suriname. I have the honor to receive on this day Suriname's State of the Climate Report, prepared with sponsorship and guidance by the IDB. This report provides us with an extensive overview of the climate trends in Suriname for the coming 30 years and beyond. But as we speak, Suriname is facing unprecedented heavy rainfalls, followed by floods rarely seen before that are evidence that the trends identified in this report are already becoming reality. This report confronts us with some interesting projections. It underlines that without any significant intervention, temperatures in our capital will rise up to 2 centigrades. By the midst of this century, 90% of our nights will become warmer than what we are used to, and our dry seasons will become drier, while the intensity of rainfall in our wet seasons will increase. I am sure that the climate report will stir a lot of debate, but that is exactly what we need to keep an uninterrupted focus on actions to mitigate and adapt to climate change. We are grateful to the IDB for its position of a true development partner in Suriname, for its support in the preparation of our enhanced nationally determined contribution 2020-2030, but most importantly, for the leading role that the bank has taken in financing and technical support of environmental projects. The IDB has reached a milestone again in Suriname, and as we work on the preparation of our next National Development Plan, this climate report, together with the enhanced NDC, could not have come at a better time. They will definitely give meaning to our efforts to base policy decisions on trustworthy scientific evidence and guidance. Together, we will build back better.
Muchas gracias, ministro. Como pueden ver,
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. As you can see, this is a product that makes the IDB very proud, as well as the government of Suriname. As part of the cross-cutting activities related to climate change in country, this report provides inputs for decision-making related to climate, and it's geared for the main economic stakeholders and society. We hope that this report will be a rigorous instrument that can be used by public officials to develop policies and financing mechanisms. As the minister indicated, it's important for the IDB not just to provide technical support in the development of these types of documents, but rather to create a cross-cutting influence for all of the different investment portfolio opportunities. Now we'd like to discuss some of the work that the IDB has been conducting in conjunction with the government of Suriname with regard to policymaking with regard to climate change.
It is considered the greenest country in the world. But at the same time, it is one of the most vulnerable to climate change. Suriname is a unique country with 93% forest coverage and a cultural mix, nurtured by diverse ethnicities and religions. However, rising sea levels and floods threaten the well-being of its people and economic development. Since 90% of its population and almost all its infrastructure and economic activity are located alongside the country's coastline, especially in its capital, Paramaribo, Suriname has taken action to face these challenges. The country was the first one in Latin America and the Caribbean to update its nationally determined contribution with IDB support in 2019. The update includes an enhanced ambition in the forestry and energy sectors and two new sectors, agriculture and transportation infrastructure. The NDC is also aligned with the National Adaptation Plan and the Suriname National Climate Change Policy. With this renewed and enhanced climate ambition, the country is shaping towards a just transition and low-carbon and climate-resilient development models. At the IDB, we implement specific actions to support Suriname's climate goals, with operations in sectors such as infrastructure, transportation, agriculture, and energy. Also, as part of our support in mainstreaming climate change in Suriname's policy planning and decision-making, we developed the State of the Climate Report, which provides insights into the future of the climate and the potential risks to the economy and society. The report is expected to become a primary source of information to support science-based decision-making. Suriname is taking the right steps to face the challenges of climate change. At the IDB, we will continue to partner with Suriname to face climate change.
Muchísimas gracias por su atención.
Thank you very much for your attention. That's what we wanted to share regarding the NDC story in Suriname. Now I'd like to move on to our panel. Today we are joined by three panelists who are distinguished. The first one is Uname Gordon, Principal Director for Climate Change Division. Uname, welcome to this panel. We are also joined by Ambassador Krista Castro Varela, who is the ambassador of Honduras in Germany. And we also have with us Professor Luis Miguel Galindo. Thank you to all three for joining us today.
Hi, Uname. We are very happy to have you here, and that's why I'll switch to English right now. Thank you for joining us. And as you've seen, we've presented the NDC of Suriname, but you're here to present all the process that Jamaica has led and done. So we would be more than happy if you could share with us some of the insights that the process has given you, and what do you foresee for the next years? Because what we do know is that the implementation is really the hard task, the hard work. So would you be able to share with us some of the insights from Jamaica?
Thank you, Jennifer. Excellencies and colleagues, thank you very much for giving Jamaica a seat at this table to have dialogue and to share our experience. I think in order for us to understand how we got to an enhanced NDC and look to the future, I'll probably start at the beginning. As you know, what is the driver, what I call the driver for national climate action in Jamaica? And it's important to know that we have already a national development plan, the Vision 2030, which all our work is set in. In 2015, we also promulgated a climate change policy framework, which is there. And then in 2015, 2016 as well, we also produced a state of the climate report, which is there. And then we completed our third national communications. And then the Paris Agreement was ratified in 2016, 2017. And going into Paris, we had completed our first NDC. And like most of us will understand, even after Paris, one thing we were certain of is that the original NDCs, all centered in the energy sector, but they were abstract tools to quite a bit of the population. And we had ratified the Paris Agreement, but therefore implementation for us was not now an option. It was a commitment on the part of the government. So looking forward in terms of the timelines that were set, colleagues, we examine what then would be means of implementation for the Paris Agreement, looking at the adaptation agenda, looking at the mitigation agenda, but more specifically, looking at the cross-cutting issues that would allow us to participate in this agenda. And this was an internal discussion of the government with a few of our partners. And what did we look at in terms of adaptation? What were some of the sectors and the issues that we would look at? Sectors like water adaptation, technology, fisheries or shoreline. We don't need to introduce Jamaica to anybody of what it means to us, our shoreline, insurance as part of the commitment. And in terms of mitigation, which is where a lot of people think that the NDCs are set, what would constitute renewable energy? Most people know of the solar sector, but what else was there in terms of hydropower, if possible? We have wind farm, the Wigton wind farm. And so all of this discussion took place in order to lead us to a conclusion. But most importantly, what would be some of the cross-cutting issues and the strategic frameworks that we would need to build out a new NDC? So the RED Plus, for example, and the support to forestry, what would be the transparency framework that would go, the youth engagement, most important, the youth are the future, our gender mainstreaming across the sectors, and most foremost, the civil society engagement, and what kind of data would be required to do that. And in all of that, as you know, Jamaica has been leading the charge for financing. So who would be the financiers of action as we go along? What was the financial mechanism that would surround the implementation and the enhancement of the NDC? Who would be our multilateral and bilateral partners? And what support facility would we want to do to go towards? And where would the technology framework in terms of probably South-South cooperation? So a lot of discussion, internal and concentrated discussion to lead us there. Most importantly, again, if we are to have an enhanced NDC and look towards these means of implementation, what would be the capacity development support, the sensitization of our population for them to understand, most importantly, and to take the abstractness out of the NDC as we go forward, and what kind of training we would provide our ministries and our department and our agencies to go forward. So having had all of that discussion internally in terms of the climate change division, in terms of the government, we look to the review process. And what did this review process constitute? In the initial stages, we had discussion, firm discussion with the NDC partnership, who we had become a member in 2018. And within that partnership, we also had discussion with the World Bank. And so it is well known that the World Bank, through the partnership, supported the enhancement of Jamaica NDC. We developed the project proposal, and the World Bank at the time was saying to us, well, if you are ready, we are ready. And that is where I think we have the phrase that is where opportunity met preparation, because we were ready. Because once the initial discussion took place, we knew exactly where we wanted to go. Jamaica has as well a well-developed stakeholder consultation process. The government itself has a code of conduct for consultation. And so we had the stakeholder consultations and we had the review process. We completed quite a bit of the modeling work and the estimation of the analysis and the work, and we published these two magnanimous reports of the estimation. And it is out of that we produced the NDC, which followed the ICTU guidance. I want to close, Jennifer, with that. We submitted the NDC in 2020, in June 2020, moving towards almost an economy-wide. We examined quite a bit of the sector, but as you know, the Jamaica NDC now has the energy sector updated and identified commitment in the energy sector, and we have added the forestry sector as part of the land use sector. What then would we give to the public in terms of our preparedness? It has put us in such a good position, guiding the development of a lot of the other policies, strategies, and plans. We are preparing an NDC implementation plan that is almost completed, and we have looked towards the long-term future as well in terms of the 2050 pathway. So we are almost finished with the long-term strategy as well. And we have this integration in a number of the other policies which is ongoing and which we are in review. So the climate change policy is up for review. The housing policy is up for review. The water policy is up for review, all because of this concentrated process that we had with this process. I want to end by saying that raising national ambition in the NDC process was good for the population, because you may know or may not know that raising ambition is a cultural term for Jamaica, and you know what our culture means. So it was easy in that way to set the update within that framework of raising ambition and to get there. And that the NDC targets as we have it now is serving almost as prior options for a number of activities to be approved by the government. It is a cabinet-approved document, and we took it there, and therefore part of the national framework. I'll end there as we go along, and we'll take any questions as you come back to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Anime. This is music to my ears. So invigorating to listen to you and to hear that there's ownership. The population is involved, citizens are involved, and the best part is that this was already part of our culture. But one important thing I would like to get back to later maybe is that you were ready, you were prepared. And this is something we've seen, because as we talk about sustainable recovery, it is important to know that it doesn't happen in one night. We need the data, we need to be prepared, and we need to have the plans. So very good, Jamaica. Looking forward to see much more work from you. Ahora regresaré en español y hablaré con la
Now back to Spanish. I'll talk to the ambassador. Ambassador Castro. Hello, and thank you very much. Thank you very much. Warm greetings to all of our audience. Good morning in the Americas and good afternoon in Europe. It's a pleasure indeed. Thank you for joining us. I was going to mention that you're in Germany, actually quite close to where everything is going on in terms of climate change negotiations. Unfortunately, all of it virtually right now, like this event. But how have you seen this process from the diplomatic angle? Because as we said at the beginning, multilateralism is alive and well in climate change negotiations. So it would be interesting to hear your views and perhaps any advice or stories as to how the process has unfolded in Honduras. And above all things, what about means of implementation and access to finance? Madam Ambassador, thank you very much, Jennifer. Definitely, we continue to believe in multilateralism, no doubt. And during the COP-21 in Paris, we showed this. We found common ground and points of agreement, and we have advanced along that path. Through multilateralism, we achieved the Paris Agreement as a global effort to tackle a major international challenge. But no doubt the challenge this year, especially for Honduras, is Glasgow. Our country and our people, I dare say, is probably one of the parts of the world that suffers the most. When we watch the Suriname video, we could really relate to that. I think in Latin America, and you as part of the IDB group know this too, there's a major difference When you look at the Latin American countries, and especially in the Caribbean, which are recognized within the convention as vulnerable countries. But it's not the case of Central America, and I don't want to jump ahead because I've seen there will be another specific panel dealing with Central America. But regarding my own country, Honduras, every year we are increasingly afflicted and vulnerable. And I would like to take the opportunity to say that 2020 certainly left a mark on our country's history. In addition to the COVID-19 global crisis, our people suffered again the impact of climate change as a result of Eta and Iota, the tropical storms. About 4 million Hondurans suffered as a result, out of a population of 9 million in total in Honduras. And unfortunately, 95 people lost their lives. The projected material losses so far amount to over $2.17 billion, which is significant. And we somehow see this as an opportunity to engage in green and sustainable recovery, and that's what we're betting on. In Honduras, the climate emergency, like in the rest of the world, but especially in our country, is critical. We've gone from extreme droughts to extreme floods, which means that every year we need to allocate resources, national funds, cooperation funds, grants, year by year, to tackle the emergencies in a due or timely fashion. And of course, cleaning up after the storms and providing relief to our people during the emergencies is important. But these are resources that we somehow need to divert from other important social areas like education and health, which are core issues for the development of any country. We agree with many others that we have come to a point where it's cheaper to invest in minimizing and preventing damage rather than having to spend on cleaning up. This is why we continue to work from a multilateral perspective and nationally as well with all of the related stakeholders. The impact of climate change is there, and this has implications in terms of security as well. If you look at migration in Honduras is also related to water shortages, water insecurity, and food insecurity. And despite the challenges, we have been working so as to provide tools to our population in areas which are particularly afflicted in a country, so as to build adaptation capacity and resiliency. That is crucial the way we see it, and this is what we've been working on, and I think we need to recognize this. The IDB group has supported us tremendously, and in the case of the NDC of Honduras, which we presented recently in May of this year with UNDP support, that is a useful tool for our strategic planning and access to climate finance. This somehow opens up doors for us and lays out a horizon for us to be able to meet the standard. We have actually set a goal regarding emissions reduction. This means a lot to us as Hondurans, being able to build adaptation and resilience capacity for the benefit of our people who suffer the most as a result of the climate events that have increased in intensity and frequency, and science confirms this. This is a trend that continues to increase. This NDC is somehow the first example. We've had our first tool, and we have prepared a proposal for Lanamaca Fed. We hope the coffee sector will be able to benefit, since it's one of the strongest productive sectors in our country, and it also enjoys a very favorable position internationally, not only due to its quality, but also in terms of everything it represents culturally for us. There's a whole historical background. There's a lot going on behind the scenes. When you look at each coffee grower, the families, so each coffee cup represents a lot for us as Hondurans. So we have actually designed things to support the sector and the small coffee growers. The idea is to have a true transformational change guided by sustainability and inclusion criteria with resilient development and low emissions. At the end of the day, we are all betting on the same thing, obviously take into account our own needs, but I think we are all aiming at the same goal. We need to see going forward which way we want to head, what we want for now, for the present, and what we want to leave as a legacy for the benefit of future generations. Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. We fully agree. This is certainly a reality. We have often made the mistake of believing that climate change is a threat that is still impending, when in fact it's already there with us. I think it's worth noting what you mentioned about the budgetary side. Climate change has a fiscal impact, and this is something we need to bear in mind, especially now, considering the fiscal impact of the pandemic is increasingly felt. Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. We'll come back to you. I would now like to give the floor to Professor Luis Miguel Galindo. Luis Miguel, you have the floor. It's a pleasure to have you, pleasure to be with you. Just a general comment first to see how I view NDCs in Latin America. As you mentioned, NDCs are the main guiding instrument for our climate action at the national level, setting specific mitigation and adaptation goals for each country. Now, this is not a static thing, but rather a dynamic policy process, and we have seen it spans a number of sectors, and it's certainly interesting to see where we stand in terms of NDCs in Latin America. I would say there are three major challenges or discussions. The first one has to do with the level of the NDC ambitions, which has to do with when and how much we intend to mitigate. The second point has to do with public policy in order to enforce the NDCs. And the third point has to do with financing. And in this regard, I would like to propose these three pillars vis-a-vis the challenge of climate change for Latin America. I think all of us often think that climate change is something looming ahead in 2050 or the year 2100. But when you look at this in detail, you can see that the problem is a current one. And what we do today fundamentally conditions the scenario in terms of 1.5 or 2 degree temperature changes. So whatever we do now, and the infrastructure we have now will be in use for the next 30 to 40 years and will condition our actions in 2050. The idea is to try and stabilize the climate around 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius in terms of temperature increase. But in order to achieve this, we need to somehow get to what is known as net zero emissions by 2050. There's the carbon capture in the forests, but we should have a carbon low economy by 2050. What does this mean when you come back to today? It essentially means that emissions need to peak before 2030. There is no possible horizon unless we get the emissions to start to diminish before 2030. And depending on the scenario we work with, we propose a reduction by 25 to 45% in emissions by 2030. What does this mean going forward? Essentially, it means that all of our electric energy will be generated by renewable sources by 2050, that most cars sold by 2050 will be electric or hybrid, and between 2030 and 2035, around 50% of cars sold will need to be electric. This involves fundamental structural transformations in our development approach. And the way to achieve this is by means of large-scale infrastructure investments. The figures today show that we invest in infrastructure around 2.7 of our GDP. When we look at the infrastructure investment needs to undertake the transformations I referred to, in Latin America, we need to reach about 5% of GDP. So we need to increase by about 2.5% the current level of infrastructure investment. This is a major challenge. And when we look at it in this way, we grasp the urgency of climate change, but also the extent of the challenge. This amount and this mobilization of resources requires substantial financing, and generating financing essentially requires substantial changes in the financing patterns at the IDB, World Bank, CAF, and so on. Because although it is true that significant progress has been made and about 30% of finance today has some kind of climate component, it is important for investments as a whole to be consistent with climate compliance. Otherwise, we won't be able to reach those levels aimed at. In terms of public policy, I would just like to quote a figure quickly. I think it's important. Nearly all of these scenarios for climate stabilization at 1.5 or 2 require some kind of carbon pricing scheme. When we look at the current NDCs, we see that the carbon pricing or carbon tax between $25 and $30 per ton is a possibility, but achieving net zero emissions by 2050, based on the current simulations, show that we would have to look at $40 to $80, which would require fundamental changes in our production and consumption patterns in the coming years. So basically, it means making activities based on a high carbon content risky and costly. And it also involves a need for a major quick transition to renewable energies by increasingly introducing electricity into our economies. But given the urgency and the magnitude of the challenge, I think it's also important to consider the positive effects of this. In other words, although this requires a large number of resources, we know that changing our economies in this way will have positive effects on 2 or 3 fronts, and I'll quickly refer to 3 items. The first one, it's very likely for the product levels to increase, so or GDP. So an investment up to 5% increases the products, it increases jobs, and our consumption patterns will become much more environmentally friendly and increase our quality of life, because we would have efficient, modern public transport that would address the needs for mobility in our cities and would also have positive impacts in terms of less environmental pollution. It is estimated that through new investments, we could create about 1 million new jobs in Latin America by 2030. And perhaps in concluding, I would mention that although NDCs are a major challenge with regard to climate action in Latin America, given the urgency and the magnitude, there are significant opportunities to meet the goal and develop a resilient, low-carbon economy with positive effects for our countries. And in this vein, I think what Jennifer mentioned is very important. The IDB has been increasingly committing to supporting the transition process for these economies, identifying investments, but also identifying the whole set of positive effects that may underpin a new economy for the 21st century by the middle of this century. Thank you, Luis Miguel. And I would now like to invite the other panelists to have a conversation.
Because Luis Miguel was just mentioning how we need to think, for example, of carbon markets as a scheme for potential financing. Would you be able to share with us some of the insights from Jamaica, or maybe other options that you might be thinking of?
Thank you, Jennifer. When I spoke as well about the detailed planning and the reports, one of the assessment that we did, which is available as well, is a full and comprehensive assessment of the carbon market and the potential for Jamaica as well to inform our long-term strategy. And that report, we have done a research agenda. We are launching it next week actually, to look at what are the sectors that we need more detailed research in. We have done quite a bit of public expenditure tagging as part of the work that we are doing to inform the long-term strategy. So the thing is that we thought it out from the beginning to the end. What are some of the things that we would need to do? And I mentioned the financing was an important part of it, and where we tap into the carbon market is one of such. And we have a very, very detailed report on the market, the potential for Jamaica, the opportunities for us as part of the work and the assessment that was done to enhance the NDC as well.
Excellent, Uname. Because yes, when we talk about carbon markets and maybe how negotiations are still trying to find their way on the rule book.
Exactly.
Yes, but there's still so many things to get done at a national level or even at a regional level, for example, if we're thinking beyond a country. Because if we want a carbon market scheme, we need data. We need to understand and analyze every sector so that it can really work. So thank you very much, Uname.
If I pop back in, Jennifer, I think one of the messages I'm trying to send is that we have to be prepared. So while the market mechanism is still in negotiation and after Paris, I think countries, the encouragement is that countries have to do the interrogation and the examination and be prepared, whether it's a voluntary market, whether it's the negotiated market. But I think from a Jamaica point of view, we have the data and we have the studies, and I think we are prepared to go forward. Okay.
Thank you. And yes, I think I'll steal that from you. We need to be prepared. Necesitamos estar preparados. Y creo que la embajadora...
Yes, we need to be prepared. And I think Ambassador Castro was also sharing with us the way Honduras is preparing by building up resilience in the country in the view of the vulnerabilities. And going back to you, the issue of budget, Madam Ambassador. In the past, you had a natural disaster with an impact on the budget. You had to review certain budgetary allocations to deal with the problem. And now this is happening ever more often. So again, with the pandemic on top of it, Honduras is even more vulnerable. And Luis Miguel, you talked about how the economy may benefit. Even in the context of climate change, we must identify opportunities because resilient investment is quality investment. So perhaps the ambassador could tell us about the Honduran experience in developing the NDCs and implementing them. Yes, certainly. As Aname said, we need to be prepared. And instead of seeing a half empty glass, we should see it as half full. Obviously, the COVID crisis and the impact of the hurricanes most recently should be seen as an opportunity to reinvent ourselves while creating jobs and opportunities for our people, which, by the way, that is a reality. Hondurans need jobs, and some of the projects underway with the IDB prior to the other initiatives that we're working on as well have to do with our belief in nature-based solutions. So as part of the biodiversity, we are fortunate to have that, and we are betting on making sure that communities, as part of joint work with duly organized cooperatives, they may actually take care of our natural areas. And part of our NDC has to do with an improved ambition. Originally, we were looking at 1 million hectares in restoration. Now, our goal is 1.3 million by 2030. We hope to achieve this, and as we do this, not only with a focus on conservation, we want the community itself to learn how you can do both things at the same time. At the end of the day, there should be an ecosystemic benefit for the community, which should be recognized by it. And there's also what we can offer for the benefit of the world, as Anna May said. We actually need to be prepared so that once the playbook is defined, how we're going to work, we should also consider that we still have pending work to do. And in Glasgow, we look forward to the announcement of the Global Climate Fund, which we were actually expecting by 2020. And this is a commitment to the poorest nations. And as Mr. Galindo said as well, we hope to be able to keep that kind of action so as to achieve the goal and not surpassing 1.5 degrees in the temperature increase. So I think we, as a developing country, despite all of the financial and economic shortfalls, we're trying to do our share, but we certainly need a significant increase in the flow of financing for adaptation and resiliency initiatives that will in turn contribute to mitigation, which, as we say in Latin America, would be killing two birds with one stone. And we think that we have room to do this, but we need to save lives. That is essential, and the life of each Honduran counts, and also livelihoods. That's what it's about. Thank you, Madam Ambassador. We fully agree with you. We are seeking a fair and inclusive transition. What we're trying to save is the quality of life of our citizens throughout the region. And one thing I found interesting is the fact that we are talking about figures and studies, both in the case of Suriname and Jamaica. We talked about the state of the climate report, and we are honored to have Luis Miguel with us. He did one of the first studies for the Mexican case. One of the things we must sometimes recall, even though we may sometimes think it's a given, is the fact that science supports our approach. Science is obviously offering solutions that we need to implement, but science is telling us that we need to act and do so now. Perhaps, Luis Miguel, you could share with us how the change unfolded and how you viewed the change while writing the report for Mexico. How did that mainstreaming take place with regard to the hard scientific data that is then appropriated by sectors in order to gradually introduce the changes needed in investments? Thank you. I would highlight two stories that I think go to show when I first started working on climate change with these studies, I would exaggerate and say, look, this has to do with the Ministry of the Environment. This has nothing to do with us. The idea was to try and show that the climate change studies show that climate change concerns us all. It's not just about the environment. It's about energy, agriculture, natural disasters, about living well, quality of life, transport, and so on. So engaging in that transition and showing in different countries the way the UN does across Latin America, showing that this is something of concern to the ministries of finance and of the economy, that is crucial. A small example, science has been advancing. We know that the demand for electricity depends on income and the relative price of electricity, and also it depends on temperature. So as temperature rises, we demand more air conditioning and more electricity. And when you come in and tell the finance ministers, listen, you are subsidizing residential consumption, and this has an effect on your public finance. And an additional figure, we know today about 6% of global GDP goes into fossil fuel subsidies. It's about saying, listen, what are you doing in this regard? This clearly has an impact on emissions trajectory and on compliance with the goals. I think that was one major change. And the second point I wanted to briefly mention is that climate change clearly is a great challenge, but also presents many opportunities. When we look at the transition towards a low-carbon economy, we will see, for instance, if we look at the current consumption patterns in Latin America, when we have a little more money, we start using a private car of our own, individual car, we spend on fossil fuels, on petrol. If we had efficient modern transport, this wouldn't be the case. If renewable source electricity were to be cheaper, we would have much more room for other things. We can generate about 30 million new jobs globally in the renewables sector. And I think there we have a major challenge. And I will conclude on this note. One thing we've learned in these fields, I used to exaggerate and say that we need millions of dollars to deal with this. Now I joke and say we need billions, trillions, because we need to globally revamp the energy sector. There's a great challenge, but there's also great opportunity. In the past, we used to think that an economy first grew and then went green. Now we know that we need to be green in order to live and grow better.
Luis Miguel, thank you very much.
A great wrap-up, Luis Miguel.
We did talk about many topics, and we did have an excellent panel today. So I would like to thank you all, and I would like to thank the audience who was here with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Gracias a todos por acompañarnos.
Thank you to everyone for joining us. That was an excellent session. While we prepare the next discussion, please let us know if you're enjoying the discussions. Please take part in the conversation for this event, One Region, One Commitment. We want to hear from you, and thank you for all the comments that we've been getting on YouTube, in the chat room, and on LinkedIn. And thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be able to share this experience with all of you and take part in this conversation. We'll be back in a few minutes. Please stay tuned. In the next session, we're going to talk about how the IDB has been working to align its portfolio in accordance with the Paris Accord. It's a very important financing topic for the region. Thank you for staying with us.
México tiene ambición climática y espera alcanzar una tasa de deforestación cero para el año 2030. Lamentablemente, sus bosques se ven afectados por los impactos del cambio climático y perjudica directamente a las personas que habitan cerca de las zonas forestales, incluyendo a las mujeres. Los bosques mexicanos proporcionan los medios de subsistencia a más de 12 millones que utilizan los recursos forestales como fuente de ingresos y subsistencia. A menudo, dichas personas tienen acceso limitado a los mercados y, en el caso de las mujeres, sus ingresos dependen en un 50% de los bosques. Un proyecto del Grupo Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo está apoyando a comunidades mexicanas a realizar una gestión forestal sostenible con una perspectiva de género. Porque sabemos que ignorar la función de las mujeres en la toma de decisiones en el ámbito forestal puede poner en peligro los resultados de los proyectos. Esta es la historia sobre dos grupos de mujeres que están rompiendo con las normas socioculturales. Mujeres que buscan algo más que dedicarse a las tareas del hogar y que decidieron sacarle provecho al sector forestal. En el ejido de Caoba, México, el cuerpo comisariado está compuesto por el comisario, el tesorero y la secretaria forestal. Dicho grupo de personas tiene la responsabilidad del aserradero del ejido. Hace 9 años que el puesto de secretaria es ocupado por una mujer y desde entonces el aserradero ha tenido importantes mejoras. Actualmente se comercializa madera certificada en mercados nacionales e internacionales. La participación femenina produce efectos positivos en muchos aspectos de la gestión forestal, incluyendo la sostenibilidad de los recursos. Tal es el caso de la comunidad en el ejido Caoba. Un grupo de mujeres tuvo visión de negocio y aprovechan la merma de la madera para crear cajones para apicultura. Así, nace la idea de realizar una carpintería creada y liderada por mujeres con maderas certificadas por el Forest Council Forest. En el ejido Tres Garantías, un grupo de mujeres emprendedoras utilizan el árbol del ramón para hacer harina, té de semilla y té de hojas. El árbol es una de las especies dominantes en las selvas de México y Centroamérica y se caracteriza por proteger el suelo, los cuerpos de agua y la biodiversidad. El cambio climático amenaza a las comunidades emprendedoras porque interrumpe los usos de los bosques en las regiones rurales. La conservación, la gestión sostenible de los recursos naturales y la mitigación del cambio climático son importantes para la prestación sostenible de servicios ecosistémicos. Asimismo, para la biodiversidad y la protección ecológica, para el empoderamiento de la mujer y el cumplimiento del Acuerdo de París.
Continuamos con cuello y ahora vamos a mirar hacia un lado y luego hacia el otro. Siente tensión en el cuello cada vez que cambiamos de lado y contamos. Inhala, exhala. Esto es una repetición. Vamos. Continuamos. Contamos 10. 2. Movimientos controlados. Coordina con tu respiración. 3. 4, 5, 6, relaja los hombros, 7, 8, vamos, quedan 2, 9 y última, vamos, de lado a lado, 10.
Esta es la felicidad de nosotros, ¿va? Es una emoción ver este corralito lleno de aves para poder ayudar a nuestras familias, ¿va? Porque yo sé, ¿va? Que somos una comunidad donde no tenemos muchos recursos, pero con esto, bendito sea Dios, ha sido de gran beneficio, de gran ayuda. Hemos aprendido a poder darle una buena alimentación a los animalitos, a que se mantengan bien. Y ya vacunamos, ya tenemos las promotoras, vienen a vacunarlas, van creciendo las aves. Vamos sacando unas para alimentar y comprarle, ya aquí tenemos a los niños, ¿va? Que ellos necesitan sus calzados, tener sus útiles también, ya cuando, póngale ahorita en época de que entran ellos a la escuela, pues de ahí nos ayudamos porque les compramos sus cuadernos. En esta comunidad se han beneficiado otras comunidades comprando los huevitos para poder producir más animalitos, ¿va? Y eso es lo que hemos aprendido aquí en la familia, ¿va? Porque al igual como nosotros también estamos acá, hemos capacitado a las demás compañeras para que ellas también, ¿va? Vayamos aprendiendo a cómo poder tener esta producción de las aves. Y eso ha sido una experiencia muy bonita porque ya ellas pues vendemos las pequeñas, tenemos para comer y en todo es una gran ayuda que hemos recibido. Es una bonita experiencia.
Brasil, el tercer más grande exportador de productos agrícolas en el mundo, es uno de los principales actores en el ámbito de la agroindustria. En 2019, el sector produjo 96.8 mil millones de dólares en exportaciones. En Brasil, el 65% del territorio está cubierto por bosques y vegetación nativa. Sin embargo, con la expansión de la agricultura en el país, más de 30 millones de hectáreas de tierras cultivables han sido degradadas como resultado de prácticas no sostenibles. En 2018, la agricultura y el cambio de uso de suelo generaron el 69% del total de emisiones de CO2 de Brasil. Este sector será uno de los más afectados por los impactos negativos del cambio climático que podrían causar migraciones de cultivos y afectar a la seguridad alimentaria. El proyecto de agricultura baja en carbono, rural sustentable, ayuda a los agricultores brasileños a mejorar el manejo de sus tierras y bosques. Este proyecto del Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, en alianza con el Ministerio de Agricultura, Ganadería y Abastecimiento, es implementado por el Instituto Brasileño de Desarrollo y Sostenibilidad con fondos del Departamento de Medio Ambiente, Alimentación y Asuntos Rurales del Reino Unido y el apoyo del Banco do Brasil y Embrapa. Con un valor de $30 millones, el proyecto finalizó en agosto de 2019, y empleó $20 millones en beneficios financieros no reembolsables para los productores rurales. Es el mayor proyecto de este tipo en América Latina. El proyecto ha beneficiado directamente a 18.570 personas y ha evitado la degradación de 36.038 hectáreas y la deforestación de 8.550 hectáreas. Esto ha supuesto la reducción de 8.9 millones de toneladas métricas de dióxido de carbono equivalente y se han evitado 57. Rural Sustentable se implementó en 7 estados a través de 70 municipalidades en la Amazonía y el Bosque Atlántico, donde se han incrementado la producción y los ingresos de los pequeños y medianos agricultores. Al aumentar la eficiencia de la producción con prácticas bajas en carbono, se promueve el desarrollo rural sostenible, la reducción de la pobreza, la conservação da biodiversidade e a proteção do clima.
Esse recurso que veio através do projeto, do Rural Sustentável, nos ajudou bastante aqui. Com as melhorias que fizemos de pastagem, de contenção aí, de manutenção das nascentes, para a gente manter o lençol freático aí no nível melhor, aumentou mesmo com a crise hídrica, aumentou na faixa de uns 20% a nossa produção.
Las prácticas bajas en carbono implementadas por el proyecto son la integración cultivo-ganadera forestal, la plantación forestal comercial, la recuperación de áreas degradadas y el manejo forestal sostenible.
É muito importante o rural sustentável para nós, foi importante e vai ser na nossa região, porque muita gente se espelhou na gente aqui, não sabia o que nós fazia. Aí com os dias de campo, aí muita gente ficou até hoje tem muita gente pedindo muda, semente, e nós estamos arrumando, porque nós não queremos só para nós.
La segunda fase de Rural Sustentable se inició en septiembre de 2019, en los biomas Cerrado y Caatinga, con el objetivo de promover la adopción de tecnologías bajas en carbono. El proyecto contribuirá a generar una transformación en el sector de agricultura y cambio de uso de suelo, a fin de aumentar los ingresos de más de 13.600 pequeños y medianos agricultores y así mitigar los efectos del cambio climático.
Então, começando aqui pelas pessoas do campo, pessoas simples, mas têm o amor à natureza. E então pode melhorar muito, muito, muito. Então, enquanto a gente está plantando aqui árvores frutíferas e tudo, eu creio o planeta vai ficar, podemos melhorar, começando por nós mesmos, pequenos homens do campo, a começar a melhorar o sistema.
Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador face strong development challenges such as poverty, unemployment, food insecurity, and malnutrition, which are exacerbated by climate change and increasing deforestation. Our commitment to Central America is to improve lives by promoting the protection and sustainability management of forests as a nature-based solution to improve climate resilience in strategic territories for the provision of water and food security, as well as for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. To achieve this, we support countries to build or implement their REDD+ strategies by developing the necessary platform to comply with social and environmental safeguards. With IDB technical assistance, we have facilitated the mobilization of approximately $200 million in climate finance that is aligned with public and private resources destined to expand actions prioritized by the countries in the forestry sector and climate change. Some of our actions are the climate adaptation model in Guatemala that, through agroforestry and sustainable livestock activities, allowed more than 6,000 Chortillas indigenous families to improve their livelihoods and local income and receive $1.5 million only from forestry incentives. Projects for sustainable forest management in Honduras seek to restore the forest cover of approximately 270,000 hectares to maintain the ecosystem services of forests in priority watersheds affected by the pine weevil infestation. The project on climate resilience in coffee forests of El Salvador which seeks to maintain the ecosystem services provided by coffee forest and improve food security of 5,600 small producers through the increase of climate resilience. Through NDC Investment Platform by IDB Group, we will continue to support countries to implement their NDCs and achieve sustainable and inclusive development, aligned with the objectives of climate resilience and a just transition towards economies of net zero emissions. NDC Invest, regional action that inspires the world.
En NDC Invest, admiramos la unión y tenacidad que América Latina y el Caribe ha mostrado ante las adversidades. Sabemos que alcanzar una recuperación económica sostenible tras la pandemia es un reto enorme, pero también es una gran oportunidad para lograr avances hacia economías de cero emisiones netas y resilientes al clima. Afortunadamente conocemos los métodos y las herramientas que impulsarán a los países hacia una transición justa que beneficiará a todos. Confiamos en el potencial que tienen los líderes de nuestra región y los apoyamos para que tomen acción y alcancen objetivos más ambiciosos que superen las expectativas proyectadas en sus NDCs. Para ayudar en el proceso, NDC Invest combina asistencia técnica y recursos e instrumentos financieros que garantizan una implementación exitosa del Acuerdo de París. Por ejemplo, en Centroamérica, apoyamos en la construcción e implementación de estrategias Red+ para la protección y manejo sostenible de bosques, buscando generar empleo en grupos vulnerables. Impulsamos la electrificación del sector transporte con más de 51 iniciativas en 19 países de la región. La cartera del fondo ACL creció a 19 proyectos en 2019 por $15 millones y apalancó más de $600 millones en préstamos de inversión. Y recientemente ayudamos a Costa Rica a identificar que alcanzar cero emisiones netas generará beneficios netos por $41 mil millones a la economía del país entre 2020 y 2050. Gracias al impulso que hemos dado en nuestra región, nos consolidamos en solo 2 años como la plataforma relacionada con NDCs más grande entre los bancos multilaterales de desarrollo. Vemos a nuestra región con gran oportunidad y ejemplos comprobados y con el potencial para liderar al mundo hacia economías prósperas de cero emisiones netas y resilientes al clima en las próximas décadas. NDC Invest, acción regional que inspira al mundo.
Para llegar a cero emisiones en 2050, necesitamos planes de descarbonización a largo plazo. Estos planes nos pueden apoyar en identificar, analizar y gestionar los riesgos y oportunidades del proceso de descarbonización. Pueden permitir al gobierno secuenciar los cambios institucionales que se necesita hacer para llegar a descarbonización. Además, lo que podemos hacer es identificar proyectos de inversión que son críticos para alcanzar descarbonización a largo plazo. Este proceso puede traer muchos beneficios. Por ejemplo, puede llegar a aire más limpio y también transporte más eficiente dentro de las ciudades. Nuestra nueva publicación, Alcanzando Cero Emisiones Netas para el 2050, explica exactamente cómo estamos avanzando el proceso de descarbonización dentro de América Latina y el Caribe. La publicación está auspiciado directamente por un proyecto que tenemos dentro del banco que se llama Rutas de Descarbonización Profundo en América Latina y el Caribe. Este trabajo estamos haciendo directamente con un grupo que se llama Plataforma Rutas 2050 y también con la Agencia Francesa de Desarrollo. Está coordinado directamente por el Instituto para el Desarrollo Sostenible y las Relaciones Internacionales. Más importante es que el proyecto realmente sale de los países. Estamos trabajando directamente con 6 países: Argentina, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Perú y México. Lo que estamos tratando de hacer es construir o apoyar para construir la capacidad dentro de estos países para que puedan avanzar con la agenda de descarbonización, incluyendo todo el análisis que es necesario para hacer los planes de descarbonización a largo plazo. Les invitamos a leer la publicación y aprender más.
tenemos a toda nuestra gente que trabaja, que es Reinaldo, y hay muchos, ellos también se encargan de los incendios, apagar el fuego, y son los que hacen la chamba dura.
Estos árboles, lo más valioso y interesante de todo esto es darle seguimiento, porque no nada más es plantarlo, sino que hay que cuidarlo.
Piensa global, actúa local.
Quiero aprovechar que están ellos aquí con nosotros, que estos señores arriesgan su vida por proteger la zona de la primavera, toda esta área también que estamos reforestando. Así que somos muy afortunados de tener gente trabajando con Selva Negra.
Gracias por seguir con nosotros. Estamos en vivo y les invitamos
Thank you for staying with us.
a nuestra conversación.
We're going live.
También en las
We
redes
invite you to join the conversation
One Region.
on our social media, #OneRegion. Thank you very much for being here.
Para los gobiernos,
So,
transversalizar
just as for the governments mainstreaming climate change efforts
que les toca a organismos multilaterales como el
is a task, it is also for multilateral agencies like the IDB. In recent months, the IDB has been working on aligning its portfolio with the Paris Accord. So we're going to now learn more about the situation and also in other multilaterals. Thank you very much for being with us.
Muy buenos días a todos y todas quienes
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for this session, during which we'll be talking about the Paris alignment of financial flows and in terms of the decarbonization goals and climate resilience. All of this is very important, especially considering the role of multilateral development banks and the work such banks have been doing to advance in the field of meeting these commitments. Aligning the financing flows is one of the key goals of the Paris Accord, and financing goals should be consistent with action in view of the climate crisis. And the word consistent is especially important, as it means that financing should always be consistent with the goals in the face of the climate crisis. That is, how do we tackle this so that we have resources to support the transition to sustainable technologies and practices that are clean and net zero, while at the same time having resources for activities that go against some of the objectives, such as those related to fossil fuels. So the question is, how can we look beyond the approach we have pursued so far in order to maximize a share of climate finance to support certain efforts? This is still an incremental response, and the challenge requires transformative action. And often we see a great focus on accounting rather than on the real impact. We should see if resources are actually supporting decarbonization with a view to 2050 and to building resilience for all. The answer is that we are not yet there, but it is still possible. This is why it is so important to talk about the effort being made by banks and countries to align flows and so that we can all go in the same direction. Another bit of good news is that the Paris Accord also provides tools to facilitate the task, which is no minor one. And this includes long-term strategies, which increasingly figure as a central element to deal with this challenge of having consistent funding flows. Many countries in the region have been advancing through strategies, and also around the world, we see this with the support of multilateral banks, including the IDB, which has worked with several countries, and we can see that these strategies can really become the tool to inform all of the portfolio of operations banks pursue around the region and world to deal with the climate crisis and achieve sustainable growth. And we have a panel with people who are really at the forefront of this work. We have Ahmed El-Kabani, head of the climate change practice at the Islamic Development Bank. We have the head of the climate change division at the IDB, Graham Watkins, and Pilar Garrido, Minister of National Planning and Economic Policy for Costa Rica. We'll be discussing the paradigm shift with them. Now I'll shift to English.
Ahmed, we know that the MDBs have been working on
this idea together on how to advance to align operations to the Paris Agreement. And it would be great to hear from you a little bit more about what is this approach that the MDBs are taking to advance in this direction. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Marcela, and thank you for having me here. Happy to be here on this panel. Thank you to IDB for the invitation. So the MDB Paris Alignment Framework, the 6 building blocks, as we call them, is something that we came out with at COP-24. First, we started by identifying the 6 main areas where we see Paris alignment should be, or how we identify Paris alignment. We came up with 6 building blocks, each identifying a unique feature. And then over the past 2 years, we've been working on developing these 6 building blocks further. This Paris Alignment Framework starts with the first block, BB1 we call it, building block 1, is alignment with mitigation goals. Now, this building block basically has to incorporate 2 things. First is the country circumstances, so how our operations can be consistent with the country's low emission development pathways, and that's the key thing here. And at the same time, compatible with the below 2 degrees temperature goal. So both from the global perspective and, more importantly for us, the actual country context. So BB1 has to do with the mitigation goal. BB1 has to do with mitigation goal. Building block 2 of the Paris Alignment Framework is the adaptation goal. It has to do with adaptation and climate resilient operations. Again, we're committed towards adaptation and building resilience. And here we need to make sure that our operations are climate proof. They're consistent with the climate resilient development pathways of that country. So building block 1 is mitigation, building block 2 is adaptation. Now, for us to consider something aligned, it has to be both consistent with building block 1 and building block 2. The third building block, as we've identified, has to do with finance, accelerated contribution to transition through climate finance. And this is where we're expected as multilateral development banks to contribute. This has to do with our financing, supporting resource mobilization, mobilization of private sector, mobilization of long-term strategy, the NDCs, all of our finance, which we've been reporting on for a few years now. Building block 4 is relatively new. It is the strategy, engagement, and policy development building block. And this one has to do with new services, developing new services. We've already been quite active in this area, but we want to do it more consistently to support our countries in placing long-term strategies and NDCs. And this has to do with what you mentioned in your opening about us being able to work with our countries at the upstream, as we call it, to develop their long-term strategies and long-term low-carbon resilient development plans. Building block 5 is the reporting. Our reporting framework, developing new tools and reporting frameworks to report on the 6 building blocks, or the previous 4 building blocks. And the 6th has to do with in-house, aligning our internal activities. So basically looking at what we do inside our MDBs, our practices, where we make our investments, our pension, treasury, so that we're basically walking the talk within the MDBs. So in summary, we have 2 key ones, building block 1 and 2, mitigation, adaptation. Building block 3 is the finance, which is expected from us as financiers, and building block 4, which is the long-term strategy development and the engagement with our client countries, with the private sector, and even at the subnational level at our recipient countries or member countries or client countries, depending on the MDB. So in essence, these are the 6 building blocks of our Paris framework, Marcel.
Thank you, Ahmed. And it's very interesting to see really how there are multiple entry points and things that we need to consider when we're talking about Paris alignment, and how the MDBs are having this a very straightforward way of collecting this in 6 building blocks. And to understand a little bit more better how this plays in action in an MDB, and to understand precise the view of an MDBs and the action that they are doing to get this forward, I would like to now address Graham, and to hear from you an example of how is the IDB doing to advance work to comply with this mandate of the Paris Agreement to align financial flows with the objectives of this climate crisis. And please go ahead.
Thank you, Marcela, and thanks for this opportunity. I'm going to focus more on BB1 and BB2 and BB4. But de facto, what we're talking about is actually how do we align our financial flows? How do we push all the financing towards the objectives of Paris? And I wanted to start by reiterating some of the words that our new president, Mauricio Clavacarone, said at the beginning of this event. Basically that, the IDB group is really committed to supporting countries in sustainable recovery from COVID. So that's where our efforts are really going to go. And we want to align that sustainable recovery with the commitments of the Paris Agreement. And to choose some of his words, we really need to dispel the myth that climate action is incompatible with the economic growth. It's part of economic growth, and we're bringing those together. And so what I'll do is talk quickly about what we're doing at a strategic level, what we're doing within our operations, and what we're thinking about moving ahead in our operations, and then finally, how we're thinking about enabling the teams to be able to do the changes that are needed. So strategically, the IDB group presented at our last meeting of the governors a Vision 2025. And in that Vision 2025, which builds on our past institutional strategy, or our existing institutional strategy to 2020 to 2023, we're really trying to drive it towards supporting countries towards sustainable recovery. Climate change is a pillar of that vision. So it's set right in front and frontally in terms of what we're trying to do as a bank, as a whole bank, as the IDB group. And so we're trying to also position IDB group as a key partner for delivering net zero emissions and also for managing climate change risks. To do that, we're also trying very hard to continue the work we've been doing on connecting our country strategies, which are basically the documents to describe how we work with countries, to the national actions of the government, and in some cases to subnational actions as well. So our support includes a track record, as you mentioned, of actually working with some countries to basically move forward these concepts of long-term strategy, and I'll talk more about that later on. But also all the details around that, really trying to understand the costs and benefits and what needs to happen when you're actually decarbonizing a country or when you're thinking long-term about adaptation and resilience. We're also decentralizing a lot of our staff to countries so that they can work more closely with those countries. This is one of the tenets of the Paris Agreement, and thinking about the objectives of the Paris Agreement is really being able to work very closely with countries in helping them try to achieve their objectives. And obviously, we're also trying to align our concessional finance so it's really there to help with these policy issues, but then also to try and drive transformation in countries. Operationally, we're going to be focusing on really BB1 and BB2 within the operations, but we have to understand first what that means for operations. We are building on a solid framework that you mentioned already of climate finance tracking that we've been able to move forward quite substantially. But now we're sort of moving into, I think you could view it as sort of moving into a new phase, a new way of doing things, which is really rethinking, moving from reducing emissions to actually trying to achieve targets by 2050 in terms of decarbonization and also in terms of adaptation. We've evaluated existing operations, and we found that about 70% of them are probably aligned with Paris already. We really need to work in the 30% that we've identified that we need to improve either the adaptation resilience side, or the decarbonization side, the net zero side. We really need to, and I want to emphasize this, that there's really a phase shift going on here that goes from thinking about just reducing emissions as being positive and a thing to do, to actually setting a target by 2050 to actually to achieve net zero. And I think that is a completely different way of thinking. And we need to emphasize that in most of the work we're doing. As an example of that, you could reduce emissions by shifting from oil to natural gas. But at the end of the day, if you do that today in many countries, your gas generation system will still be in place by 2050. So you're actually locking in emissions up until 2050. So the circumstances under which you can do that are few and far between. So we're going to have to look at a lot of the areas that we have been supporting in the past and really work out how we can continue the support, or in some cases not be able to continue that support. The last area I want to mention is that we're really working on the enabling context and trying to build capacity. And this was very effective with climate finance tracking. It's a lot of work, and we're just beginning to set that up. So in sum, I'd say that firstly, we've really established the strategic basis, the vision for what we really want to do and how we want to move forward, the commitment to actually doing this. We're really working on the implications of this for operations and the methodologies and how we're going to apply that. And what's coming is, okay, how do we build this out? How do we build the capacity and make this move forward in time?
Thank you, Graham. And I think it's very interesting to see how you have all been learning from all the process that you have been advancing for really long on mitigation and adaptation, and really seeing this change, this very important change of moving from emission reductions to really looking at that long-term transformation, that transition to net zero emissions and to resilience by 2050. I think this is a very important message, and is one that underlines why these long-term strategies may be a very useful tool for that, right? And other thing that you both, Ahmed and Graham, mentioned is the importance to work very closely with the countries, right? To have the context and working hand with them. And that is what is so important to hear as well from the countries themselves. And now I would like to switch to Spanish. Ministra Pilar,
Minister Pilar, it is a pleasure to have you on this panel with us. As we were saying, it is very important for the work that is being done to be done hand in hand with the countries. We know Costa Rica has considerable experience and a long-term strategy that is making progress in its implementation. And the idea is to reach the zero net emissions by 2050. You have already implemented a number of actions. So it would be very valuable to hear your perspectives from Costa Rica to learn about what led you to implement this long-term strategy in Costa Rica. Thank you. Indeed, we have two long-term experiments to meet the goal and target of the Paris Accord. First, we have a decarbonization plan. We have an electricity network that is 95% emissions-free, in addition to very low deforestation rates, with 52% forest cover in our land. But we also had some deficiencies in important sectors, which obviously released carbon into the atmosphere, such as energy, transport. So we are seeking now nature-based solutions as a pillar in our decarbonization program. We have worked and identified opportunities to undertake public policy projects in a new way, recognizing the opportunities with regard to fossil fuels, such as in the transport sector. With the IDB, we've been working to switch to electricity, having public transport for passengers with electricity-powered trains, the idea being to add value and make our network more resilient, enhancing our logistics, and also boosting exports. We also have a second component to support our decarbonization plan, which is the territorial strategy for an inclusive and decarbonized economy by 2050. This supplements the efforts of the decarbonization program with a clear focus on production. We seek to actually enhance our grid and also unlock the potential of a development approach based on decarbonizing, on digitalizing to harness the opportunities of the fourth industrial revolution, and also in order to decentralize. So it's 3 Ds. In order to really activate in a more comprehensive way the harnessing of our resources, the idea being to also be able to add value in terms of creating green, blue, and orange jobs. And we have, for example, analysis in relation to economic complexity, products, geostatistics, among many variables. The idea is to also have geo-referenced information to see the potential of individual territories. And one key goal is to advance in terms of decarbonization as a way to enhance resilient COVID recovery, but also to unlock a whole new generation of jobs, including activities that are more sophisticated with more innovation, also to address social gaps that lead to vulnerabilities that delay the economic refinement, sophistication processes. And we try to identify the opportunities in each territory. We have created 11 so-called poles and identified a portfolio of projects and public policies. All of this involves 6 corridors to reactivate economic corridors or areas, including public-private partnerships. We have also estimated the cost of the investment projects and of public policies, what funds should be additionally mobilized, what kind of multilateral cooperation would be needed in support of our government efforts, in addition to the local level support with a territorial focus on decarbonizing and seeking alternatives that are better aligned to transform our production structure. And why, you asked, why did Costa Rica undertake this? We believe that we have duly mapped the needs in terms of supporting the sectors to speed up recovery also in the post-pandemic era, while supporting green, inclusive recovery and development, and also addressing some of the issues that lead to the greatest vulnerabilities to inequality and poverty. So it's about finding ways to grow in a sustained fashion, looking at the whole territory and looking at innovative alternatives that will help us advance decarbonization and climate adaptation, including a lot of technology and knowledge. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Minister, for sharing the comprehensive work that the government of Costa Rica is doing. It's interesting to see how you have this central pillar that includes planning and a nationwide policy for green and sustainable development, as you said. And the message that comes through is that pursuing this long-term strategy has helped you boost several areas and have a wide-ranging agenda that also includes post-COVID recovery goals, while seeking to reduce inequality as one of the challenges. I will switch back to English now.
A little bit more about building block 4 you mentioned in the first intervention, because that building block 4 you say is focused on how the MDBs can support countries in the development of the long-term strategies and all the work as well on the national strategies that MDBs develop with the client countries. And we just heard from Minister Pilar how useful has been the long-term strategy they have had in the country to articulate multiple efforts. And it will be great to know how you, as a collective group of NDBs, see the added value of development finance institutions providing support to countries to develop these long-term strategies.
Thank you, Marcela. And you're right, I actually will compliment what Excellency the Minister mentioned, because it's a great example. I just want to add on or clarify what I mentioned. So about the 6 building blocks, I personally, building block 4 is the heart of the 6 building blocks and the link that brings them all together. Now, we've heard from Graham how IDB, similar to other MDBs, we're trying to operationalize these building blocks, align our financial flows with the mitigation goal, adaptation goal, And the key word that he kept saying, I think from all three of us, is low carbon and resilient development pathways. And as we figure out, as we were developing the methodology under each building block, that this is key to identify, according to the country circumstances and the global climate goal, what is okay for mitigation, what is resilient and okay with adaptation in the context of that country. Now, quite often, as we find out, that countries are not as developed or forward-thinking as the case of Costa Rica. And one of the things that we found to inform any of our operations in multiple sectors is that we need those long-term strategies. Now, as MDBs, naturally, we have a convening power because we engage with multiple stakeholders. So when we talk to a given country, we don't just talk to the Ministry of Environment or the Ministry of Climate Change. We actually talk to the Ministry of Transport, Planning, Finance, the main stakeholder, Energy, Agriculture, and so on and so forth. And this way, by working with the country, with these different stakeholders, we believe that we can actually embed those long-term strategies in their national development plans or sector development plans. And this is the key here. It's not just having a standalone document produced by a single ministry in a country that will be very difficult to finance or be very difficult to operationalize. By the MDBs, by identifying the significance of our presence in LTS development or supporting LTS development, or at least being part of that dialogue, is that we can bring it and translate it into the different sector national development plans. So, which takes us to the next added value, which is when we're actually planning our engagements, our long-term engagements, may it be long-term finance, our partnership strategies, country partnership frameworks, or country partnership strategies. Hopefully, they may be aligned with this with those long-term strategies, which means that this way we could ensure that our interventions in different sectors are actually aligned with the mitigation and adaptation goals. Moreover, this will also help us mobilize more finance, because one of the key points is when we're going to different sectors that are not clear, okay, is this aligned with the mitigation goal or not, or is this aligned with the adaptation goal or not? When we know that the development plans, the sector plans, the financing plans developed by a given country has taken into account the long-term strategy and has taken into account the considerations for low carbon and resilient development, this way we are more comfortable, we're more ensured that the financing that goes into the country, whether it's private sector from other development financiers, is actually aligned with the overall goals of the Paris Agreement, as we identified it in BB1, Building Block 1 and Building Block 2. And then it also helps us, as we said, with the mobilization, increase our financing in Building Block 3, because this will also help us identify projects that either are transformational or simply in line with those objectives. And it will help us, one of the things that we think, by supporting this, it will also help us identify more projects, not just for us to finance, but for the country itself and for other development financiers. So we see really this intervention, our engagement here, help fast forward the Paris alignment and boost all the other goals. And this is why, and here you see the linkages between Building Block 4 and the upstream country support, and enabling the mitigation goal and enabling the adaptation goal, and then hopefully alignment of finance. So this is how it brings the picture. And I want to also flag something, that as MDBs, our upstream strategy engagement is meant to be, it's not meant to be alone. We're meant to basically bring the different actors together with the country. So different development partners, technical partners, of course, with the different stakeholders within a country. And as you know, Marcella, from your work, it's not an easy task. So bringing these different stakeholders together is one of the things that we aspire to do as MDBs while working at upstream in a given country. Over to you.
Thank you, Ahmed. Really clear, and it really shows how well positioned are MDBs to support these working countries, particularly as you were mentioning, because you work and you know many of the sectors that are part of the economies in the country and that will need to be part of this transition. So it is definitely very relevant to bring in this process all the different sectors to align the financial resources, but as well as you were mentioning, the knowledge, the capacity of the MDBs to do this in hand with countries, and also to bring in the planning tools that the MDBs had that you mentioned. Graham also mentioned the country strategies and all this work that inform what the MDBs are doing in hand with the governments. And going back to the central question that we can start discussing today, I would like Graham to explore with you really to understand a little bit better, how do you see why long-term strategies are an important tool to ensure alignment of financial flows, particularly in the context of MDBs?
Okay, I think you have to start off with what a long-term strategy is, and part one of it is that it's in essence translating the Paris commitments into a sequence of actions that can take place over the next 30 years. So one level of it is it's long-term. The other part of it is it's really whole of government. It needs to be whole of government. It needs to look at the issue transversely across multiple sectors. So what I'm going to do is try and talk about how long-term strategies can help guide investments towards net zero and resilience, how it can reduce these long-term strategies can reduce a lot of the guesswork about risks and provide the ground for transformational cross-sectoral action. And finally, and I think this is equally important and critically important, is to think about the just transition, about how these long-term strategies can start the thinking about just transition, which includes the involvement of other stakeholders, but also how do we make sure that we help losers in the process of change. So in terms of guiding actions, and all countries have joined the Paris Agreement, and they de facto, therefore, committed to ambitious targets. The official way in which that's done is through the NDCs, but we also know the NDCs are insufficient, and the long-term strategy can help guide increasing ambition in those NDCs over time. They're also the long-term strategies are cross-sectoral. They're also cross-stakeholder, so they're aware of trying to get the whole of government, the whole of the country in one direction and moving in one direction so that we can achieve the Paris objectives. And they also provide a sort of an overview within the country of what are the key transformations that need to happen to deliver Paris. And in essence, that's really what are the key investments that need to happen over time. And that's critical because, for example, if you invest in infrastructure today, it's likely to be around by 2060. So if you're aiming for net zero by 2050, you need to be very careful in your choice of infrastructure investments. The cross-sectoral elements of the Paris Agreement, of the long-term strategies are key. If you think about all of the sectors that you have to cover, if you're looking at mitigation, it's got to be energy, transport, logistics, agriculture, land use, and industry. If you're looking at adaptation and resilience, you need to cover water, sanitation, health. But you also, to make these changes stick over time, you need to look at governance, labor, education, policy, and financial systems as well. They all need to change to make this whole process a success. So it really is everything needs to be coming under this framework. And if you look at it from a long-term perspective and a transversal perspective, you can look at synergies and interactions amongst these different sectors in terms of moving forward and begin identifying risks in those terms. So at the end of the process, you can actually come up with a framework which is whole of government, and in some senses a national development plan, as Ahmed mentioned. But I also want to emphasize that a lot of the changes are going to happen anyway. They're going to be driven by economics and for financial and economic reasons, not so much for political reasons. So it's better to be aligned with these changes as they come forward. An example of that is renewable energy is already cheaper and more accessible. So in the future, we need to be ready for that as we move forward. And that comes back to this question of the just transition. How do we know there's going to be winners and losers. There are going to be people that gain and there are going to be people that lose out of this. But we need to understand that. So we need some sort of planning process to be able to identify those things. There's going to be shifts in jobs, reductions in the fossil fuel industry jobs, and gains in renewable energy jobs, which is a simple one to look at. But we need to start looking at that, and how do we train? How do we create education systems to be able to fit with that? We also need to be able to identify now what are the future benefits. The analyses we've done in Costa Rica, Peru, which look at long-term strategies and the net costs and benefits from that, actually begin to identify what are the potential opportunities for private sector investment in the future. And finally, one of the things is going to be what are the regulatory and fiscal barriers to change that need to be addressed. And this process of planning can help you with that. So in summary, I would basically say, for those three reasons, these are crucial to moving forward development in a country, sustainable development in a country. We've already supported Costa Rica, Colombia, Chile, and Peru through our Deep Decarbonization Pathways program for LAC, but we now need to move beyond that. We need to expand that. Those were sort of work that we did, which was very important, but we need to be able to make those tools and approaches available to everyone. And I'll just stop there.
Graham, well, Thank you so much. I think you just painted a very excellent picture of the broad scope that this transition means and all the different angles that need to be addressed and move forward. So really thank you for that. And I think also it was very helpful to hear from you what are these long-term strategies, which really seem as a very helpful tool to translate what it seems a very complex and sometimes even abstract goal of decarbonizing by 2050 into something that's quite actionable, something that gives a plan, a clarity of who can do what by when, and how that is going to help the country to also achieve development aspirations and sustainable development goals. So I think this was very clear on how the long-term strategy can help clarify that roadmap of actions and therefore as well how the MDBs can support that implementation, which is the next phase, which is very important. How do we realize these long-term strategies and start going in that pathway of implementation? And here is where I think Costa Rica also has a very interesting role, because they have been already working on implementing that long-term strategy. Very few countries have been doing that. And so it will be great now to switch to Spanish. Escuchar de la ministra Pilar en esta
Now we'd like to hear from Minister Pilar about the experience that they've had in the implementation of their strategies related to decarbonization. What have your principal challenges been that you've had to overcome to make any progress in this regard? And I think it's important for banks to keep this in mind as part of this effort that they're engaged in trying to conduct better strategic planning. Yes, among the main challenges that we've had, we include how to take each one of these strategic planning instruments and then develop the policies or adapt the existing policies within certain planning frameworks that existed in prior times with the various stakeholders and align all of these within the same space. And this would be a long-term planning process as part of our decarbonization efforts over the next 20 to 30 years. So the investments that we're trying to execute have this same objective, but the strategy allows us to add some of the more salient points related to this topic, as well as other policies, as we were mentioning previously. I think that would be the first thing. The proper alignment of all the instruments at present. We're working with the National Tourism Plan, and we're also working with the National University Plan, which is a higher education development plan. And they are trying to adhere more closely to the 2050 Agenda guidelines, and they're trying to beef up their offerings in terms of curricula that will be available to that sector. And when we talk about economic issues, we also need to develop this decarbonized and digitalized model to create sufficient economic space in different parts of the country. Another important challenge that we have relates to exploring and opening other financial instruments. And for that purpose, we would need to understand the complexity and the barriers that exist in the economic and investment arenas. For example, we have financial instruments that are closely aligned with blue bonds or other instruments that relate to social impact. Impact investment products are another topic that we've been working on, or green bonds to develop certain instruments and other public-private partnerships that we could work with for in public investment purposes. So we need to incorporate risk management, different types of climate analysis, and we need to undertake this from the preliminary financing stage in order to be able to move forward with this. Another important factor relates to what Graham was mentioning. And this relates to both decarbonization as well as the territorial strategy and showing the world that this is good business. And this will allow us to leverage additional resources from the private sector and help us help them understand that green, decarbonized, digitalized development, as well as all of these other elements that we need, both green, orange, and blue, are a huge advantage for the private sector. We're working on creating the most adequate and appropriate conditions for them to be able to invest their resources with the certainty that these have long-term gains in the future. Now, we also need to work extensively with the Ministry of the Environment. This will not just involve that ministry, but all government agencies. And we need to engage in the necessary coordination to be able to incorporate all of their efforts in the longer term view as part of the National Strategic Plan. Costa Rica will launch some projects with the private sector to demonstrate what we can achieve with these public-private partnerships in terms of development and through different agreements. And we believe that multilateral development banks play a key role that help drive this type of development based on the instruments that we've been working on. Another key component for us has to do with understanding each other within a much broader context. We are always talking about the economic activities, these public investment projects, and we can use the NDCs as a trigger to generate more long-term projects. And this would include the proper alignment of all of the instruments, and depending on the framework, be it national, territorial, or regional, it's important for us to begin this process with public assets and use a logic in which we all contribute to the Paris Accord objectives and the compliance thereof. And then we could use grants to be able to support this funding and also to be able to demonstrate how some projects that are geared towards the environment can also be used to advance other national efforts in different sectors, much as the ones that we are currently working on in our country. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. I'd love to report some of this information that you have provided, as well as that of other panelists. And you're talking about a complete state-oriented focus whereby we bring in all of the key government stakeholders to contribute to these objectives that will allow us to fight this climate crisis and at the same time promote and foster sustainable and social growth, and additionally respond to the COVID pandemic. And you also disclosed what you've been doing in your country, and there's been a very strong focus on public policies related to planning and placing financial instruments that could help you to connect with those funding and resources that could be available for some of these projects. There are a number of questions that we've received by participants today, and I'd like to share some of the questions with our panel to discuss them in the few minutes that we have left. One of the questions is from Alexandres Velázquez Piedrahita, and the question is posed in Spanish, and it reads, many countries will adopt fracking to increase their reserves and finance social projects. What is your opinion of this incompatibility with the principles of decarbonization, as well as with the fulfillment of the NDCs? Graham?
Voy a responder en español, entonces.
Yes, I'd like to respond in Spanish as well. I think this is precisely the type of issue that you need to address as part of a long-term strategy context. The idea for a long-term strategy is to analyze the potential risks that certain infrastructure investments made today can have, knowing that changes will come in the future. And if we're talking about changes, these could include movements in global markets, internal changes in the country in terms of policies and regulations. And there's a concept that we've been using extensively,
stranded assets.
And this is the concept of stranded assets
De riesgos de transición.
and transition risks. So these are the types of risks that we need to begin to analyze when we talk about these types of investments. I would like to highlight something because when we do a long-term strategy, we don't expect that from one day to the next, we're going to make fossil fuels disappear. Those will continue to be a part of the system for the next, say, 30 years. The question isn't whether or not they're going to appear over the course of the next 10 years. The real question is how we're going to manage this transition. And this requires that all the stakeholders and government agencies in the country create a cross-cutting plan that will consider all of these elements.
Gracias, Graham. Y realmente es bastante importante eso, ¿no? Como
Thank you, Graham. And it really is important to address the issue of stranded assets, and we need to see how well we are prepared to capitalize on what you mentioned previously, these new technologies that are cheaper and that can provide many benefits, such as cleaner cities and less harm to the environment. There's another question that I think goes to the core of much of what we've been talking about, and that relates to the fair and equitable transition. Maria Costales says, I think that this is where the problem lies. Only a few get the best benefits, and what's interesting is that we need to achieve some semblance of balance that favors all. And this is an interesting observation that relates to the equity involved in this entire transition.
Thank you, Marcelo. I hope I got the translation of the question right. So this is actually why we're really supportive, and this is why building block 4 is very important, right? Because what we want to develop with the countries is low carbon and resilient development strategies, meaning that in line with the different sectors, we want the development to be as inclusive as possible, as sustainable as possible, as green as possible. And Graham referred to the just transition, but it's not just about the just transition, it's about the overall growth that we want. We are development banks after all. And part of this essence of these low carbon and resilient pathways is that we identify the sectors and the areas that are suitable to the circumstances of this country. You know, different economic sectors, different industrial sectors, maybe agriculture, mining, land use, so that we don't leave anyone behind. And this has to do with the inclusiveness of this approach. And this is why it is customized and has to be built bottom up, sector by sector, and then it all translates into a national development strategy. And again, it emphasizes this collaboration or this inclusiveness that we're talking about, and where multilateral development banks stand in a good place because they have multiple stakeholders, dealing from sector ministries, subnational, even NGOs in some cases, and CSOs in some cases. And this is how we want to develop those low-carbon development plans so that they're reflected in the overall sectoral plans of the country so that they leave no one behind and they're as inclusive as possible.
Thank you, Ahmed. And I think you touched there a very, very important element that we haven't discussed a lot today, but I know it's part of the work that you've been doing, and it is work with the stakeholders in all the countries. And I know, and seeing of some of the work that the IDB has been doing is something that goes beyond the engagement, and it really talks about co-building, co-designing these pathways for development with the multiple sectors that are the ones that are going to be part of this transition and enable that one. So there is one more question that I think it goes in a similar direction, and it's a little bit more granular, and I would like to switch to Spanish here. Y hay una pregunta que yo
There is a question that I think it would be interesting to hear from Pilar, given the experience they have in Costa Rica. There's a great deal of focus on vulnerable communities. Jose Torres has stated that UNDP in Peru are seamen and farmers. These are the ones that suffer these losses of marine life and other impacts related to climate change. And so I guess the question is, how did we get this far? How did we go from these broad, grandiose goals and started to break them down to the level of the most vulnerable people and the people that needs the support the most in order to be able to capitalize on all of these benefits that presumably come about as a result of this transition? Pilar, can you tell us a little bit about your experience in Costa Rica? Yes, of course. First and foremost, we need to recognize all of the vulnerabilities and inequalities that exist across communities as well as across territories. And that was the first step that we undertook as part of our territorial strategy and direct our attention to these decarbonated communities. We conducted an analysis of 600 different data points, and this covered the entire national territory. And based on that, we were able to have a better understanding of the various vulnerabilities that are in place. And we also came up with the various pathways that would allow us to address all of these vulnerabilities through proper policy making. So this was a conscientious, directed effort to analyze and plan programs that can allow us to decentralize economic development and instead create economic spaces. So many economic activities generate much in the way of resources, but we also wanted to be in closer alignment with those paradigms that would lead us to resilient, decarbonized development and would include digitalization. So as part of this effort, we identified the logistical potential and the characteristics that the various regions could have. In our case, we established 11 hubs. And as our colleague who is listening to us mentioned, for these activities, we also identified the economic trends that occur over time. And so we wanted to study the intervention of public policies and what's happening on the ground to see what types of benefits we can engender and then begin this transformation process on the road to 2050. And in this particular case, we focused this effort in the southern part of our region, but we linked up different areas. And all of this was based under the framework of a blue economy. And so we also developed a number of productive development platforms. We looked at natural pharmaceuticals, for example, and other sustainable products. And in this way, we could empower the potential. And so that was what we did with this mapping process for the entire territory. And now the secret lies in being able to materialize all of these into financially viable projects that will allow us to provide a proper follow-up. Another thing that I wanted to mention was that this wasn't just a rigid planning process. We came up with the decarbonization and long-term plans. We covered the territorial and the cross-sectoral aspects, but that wasn't where we stopped. We understood that this needed to be a dynamic living document, and the pandemic has posed some challenges, but this is what we've done with other types of work and making adjustments to ensure that our partners can benefit from the work. So we need to understand that the territory is not just insular, but we have border regions that also require a great deal of attention. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. And I think it's important what you're referring to. We're not talking about a rigid, set in stone plan. It's actually a flexible instrument that can adjust to different realities, different circumstances on the ground. And this allows you to identify these realities in a timely way. And this can lead to multiple benefits that go hand in hand, not just with the goals, but with this vision of decentralizing the economy and readdressing the issue of Costa Rica as a country. I want to thank all our panelists for this wonderful conversation. I found it to be very fascinating. I think everybody will be able to take this information and make real progress in their own initiatives and with the help of the IDB, given that this is a serious proposition. And it allows us to look at this climate crisis and this growing temperature crisis and face it head on with all of these projects and planning, and it's
Quisiera nada más aprovechar estos
easier for us now to address that question.
mensajes que me gustaría resaltar que
Now, I think I'd like to share some of the more salient points that you all made. First, we need to remember that aligning these flows
que no estamos hablando de un poquito aquí o un poquito
really involves a conscientious approach, not just a little bit over here, a little bit over there. We need to see the situation not so much as how can we take all of these financial resources and direct it along a certain channel, but rather we need to break that down and distribute it more fairly. And we also need to look at the evidence and the trends that will allow us to achieve this. We need to properly define what resilience is, what these objectives really are, and understand that all of this can bring about real economic and social impact, but it can only happen when we work hand in hand with other stakeholders and in a fair way. Another topic that was mentioned is that we're talking about a comprehensive state approach here. We need all the actors involved in this so that we can all embark on the same path. This translates in a very similar way to the work of a multilateral development bank. Those agencies need to adopt their approaches to more comprehensive approaches, and they need to include financial instruments, different knowledge and planning elements in conjunction with the countries in which they work. And all of this leads us to believe that although this sounds like a grandiose, overly ambitious goal, the strategies are really a very useful tool that allow us to provide some order for this entire framework, and it helps us identify where we can make some progress in accordance with the priorities, and it also avoids any stranded costs, and it allows us to better capitalize on opportunities that are accessible to all of us. So these long-term goals really are a very important tool to be able to support this comprehensive state approach as well as this comprehensive approach by development banks. Lastly, I wanted to highlight the importance of multilateral development banks working with all the stakeholders and task forces and really delve into how to work with the different countries so that they could support this implementation process for decarbonization and mitigation of climate change impacts, all for the benefit of sustainable development. And as Pilar was saying, this is not a static topic. This is something that we're going to be discussing for a long time. We need to learn more from it. We need to improve it so that multilateral development banks can be the key axis to support all of these climate change and sustainable development efforts. I want to thank all our panelists for your participation. And with that, I also want to thank all of our participants for joining us today. Thank you.
Gracias a todos por acompañarnos. Bueno,
thank you to everyone for joining us. As you just heard, the proper alignment of financial flows is extremely important for financing initiatives and projects that will help us fight against climate change. Many thanks to all of you who joined us today, and we will see you shortly.
Bienvenidos todos de nuevo.
Welcome back again.
La innovación tiene un rol clave para el desafío climático
The
y el uso
ecosystem
de la biodiversidad.
is a very important factor.
Soluciones de
We
vanguardia
can know a few solutions that are being developed by startups and other companies involved in promoting a sustained recovery in our region.
a través del chat. Muchísimas
So great that you're still here with us, and please get involved in the chat. Welcome.
Welcome everyone to our virtual panel, How Can Startups and Entrepreneurs Address Climate Change and Biodiversity, in the second day of our virtual summit, One Region, One Committed. I'm Carolina Lustosa, Investment Officer at IDB Lab, the innovation laboratory of the IDB Group, and it is my pleasure to be here and have the opportunity to discuss with our amazing panelists about real-world experiences of how the innovation ecosystem is promoting a sustainable and green recovery in the region. As you know, Latin America and the Caribbean seeks to achieve a sustainable, resilient, low-carbon growth that meets the targets set by the Sustainable Development Goals. And this requires a fundamental and structural transformation in the type of growth we follow in the next years. We will need all hands in order to achieve the targets that have been set. And we can only rise to the challenge if we are aligned and working together. And in this sense, the role of innovation and the private sector will be key if we are to achieve a sustainable and green recovery. From IDB Lab, we promote development through the private sector by identifying, supporting, testing, and piloting new solutions to development challenges. We have been pioneers in climate finance and early-stage financing for green business in areas such as climate-smart agriculture, sustainable tourism, clean energy, innovative water management systems, bioeconomy, nature-based solutions, circular economy, among many other areas. We have been supporting the innovation ecosystem and entrepreneurship in the region for over 2 decades now. And along these years, we have seen how, by leveraging the power of technology and new business models, the early stage ecosystem can be a potent force in transforming the region's productive landscape in a way that not only increases productivity, creates jobs, and improves lives, but also builds natural capital, enhances sustainability, and helps to regenerate our region. We support the ecosystem by connecting players that are using or want to promote the use of technology to solve these challenges, by disseminating practical knowledge, and by offering a wide array of financing products that can be mixed and matched to better support these innovations, bridging key financing gaps for innovative startups and companies that drive inclusion and systemic change in the region. Now, more than ever, we will continue to support innovators and entrepreneurs in this space in alignment with IDB's Group 2025 vision, of which climate change is one of the fundamental pillars. In this regard, a recent report, IDB Lab and Surfing Tsunami, shows that sustained double-digit growth of venture capital in the region, reflecting the increasing and important role that entrepreneurs and startups are having in shaping the productive landscape for years to come. The report shows that while established and more traditional companies have lost billions of dollars in value over the past decade, young companies fluent in today's digital technologies have built over $500 million in value. And in many cases, these companies are led by founders motivated by the desire to preserve and regenerate our planet. Without further ado, I'm thrilled and honored to introduce our panel, where we will listen to amazing innovators that IDB Lab have supported and that in different ways are transforming this landscape, and who will tell us about their real-world experiences to promote a sustainable and green recovery in the region. We have the pleasure to have here with us Douglas Eager, CEO and founder of Intrinsic Value Exchange, Francisco Jardins, co-founder and managing partner of SP Ventures, Julia Santander, Managing Director of Investments at Echo Enterprises Fund, and Emiliano Cargueman, CEO and founder of Satellogic. Thank you so much for being here with us. Now, I'd like to start by yielding the floor to Emiliano, who, as I said, is the founder and CEO of Satellogic, a startup that is leading a global revolution in the field of satellite imagery data and solutions. We are going to start with Emiliano because he has a very important satellite launch to lead very shortly, and we definitely don't want to get in the way of that. So Emiliano, could you please share with us, how does a company like Satellogic helps address climate change challenges?
Yes, thank you, Carolina. Thank you for the invitation, and it's a great pleasure to be here and to come with the support of IDB throughout these years. Working together with the IDB has been an amazing experience, the IDB Lab in particular. So in Satellogic, what we're doing, as Carolina said, is we're putting satellites to capture high-resolution imagery of the planet. And this imagery can have different uses. We've launched 21 satellites so far, and in a few minutes, we will launch 4 more satellites. And we're building the capacity to monitor the world essentially in real time. When I started the company with the insight that humanity doesn't have a resource availability problem in the short term. We seem to have enough arable land and enough sunlight to give everyone a good standard of living. But we clearly have a resource allocation problem, a resource distribution problem, how we're making decisions about trade-offs between food, energy, and water supplies, or how we deal with the consequences of climate change. These things require a steady global source of detailed data that we can distribute to practitioners in the field at the right price point for them to make better decisions. And that source of data didn't exist, so we went out to build it. And the way we're doing it is by putting a bunch of satellites around the Earth to really capture data and be able to deliver daily information on basic variables like, ocean level temperatures and acidity, fractures in polar ice caps, global temperature, natural disasters, and water distribution, amongst others. Now, we have many different customers for this technology in the commercial and government markets. With governments in particular, we're working very closely to use these capacities to help navigate the trade-offs between these big problem areas. Some of the examples of the things that we can do today and will be in a position to do even at a better or a faster pace in the future are things like early detection of oil spills that we're currently doing, early detection of illegal mining and illegal deforestation, monitoring of water salinity levels, monitoring carbon capture in forests, direct monitoring of carbon capture using hyperspectral sensors, monitoring soil erosion, pest detection. So these are some of the few applications that we already have. And we are, our primary customers today are governments around the world, in Latin America and around the world, that are interested in monitoring the situation and finding ways to negotiate this trade-off satisfactorily.
That's amazing, Emiliano. I know you're on a tight schedule and that you have to leave for the launch, but I don't want to, and we don't want to get in the way of that. I just wanted to thank you for making time to participate in this panel. It is really inspiring to see a company like Sectologic coming from the region and having really this impact on so many areas of development for the region. And again, thank you so much for joining us, and I wish you all the best for the launch.
Thank you, appreciate it, and sorry I have to leave early. Have a great time.
Thank you. I would like now to pivot to you, Douglas. Douglas, you are a true pioneer, and you are also revolutionizing now the market of the value of nature. Intrinsic Value Exchange, or IVE, mission is to convert natural capital into financial capital to fund conservation, compensate natural asset owners, and power a transition to sustainable economy. Can you please tell us a little bit more about your work at IVE?
Sure, and thank the IDB, for generous support of a, somewhat complex and difficult concept, and we really couldn't have made the progress that we made without the support of the IDB. What we're doing is fundamentally looking at the market failure that brought us externalities, positive and negative, and that what we kind of look at as the original sin of leaving nature largely out of the economic system. So we think about it in terms of what we can extract traditionally in the economic terms, forestry, mining, development, agriculture. And we didn't think we needed to include all of the values that nature produces on an ongoing basis. And this has led us to, two really critical shortfalls. One, on the negative side, we are not pricing properly land use or the way we produce goods and services. And then secondarily, those owners of natural capital, those owners of tropical rainforests or wetlands or other marine systems are not properly compensated. So what we've had to rely on for a long period of time was policy solutions. And that is really taxes, regulation, and most recently kind of artificial markets like carbon. And these are attempts to kind of fix the fundamental problem and to put some value of nature and to an extent human and social capital back into the system where we've really factored only for financial performance. And so our approach has been to look at a financial instrument and a market trading system so that we could pioneer a new form of corporation whose primary mission is to manage and grow natural assets, convert that natural assets value, whether it's monetized today or in the future, into financial capital through an IPO so that we can provide capital and, very importantly, the price signaling necessary for us to rebalance the economy. And to give you an idea of the magnitude of this, the natural GDP is maybe 1.5 to 2 times our industrial GDP. And that's left completely off the table. And the assets that produce those goods and services that make life on Earth possible and enjoyable are worth an estimated $3 to maybe $4,000 trillion. So if we can even take a small fraction of that and move it into the mainstream of the economy, then the entrepreneurs and companies and governments that want to do the right things will have the economic incentive and the capital to do so at scale in the capital markets.
Thank you so much, Douglas. It's so interesting. Maybe a follow-up question to that is, I do imagine this is also very complex and new to many in the audience, including myself. Can you tell us how exactly you are able to do this? So how you are able to monetize the value of nature?
Sure. So, I'll start off with one comment. And, we often think of finance as like a natural law, like physics and biology and chemistry, when in fact it's an agreement to agree. And that can be easy to change and very powerful, but it also can be very hard to change. So what we did was we said, if you think about nature as a productive element, like the plant and equipment is the geomorphology, and all life is the workforce, works 24/7 to produce a good and service that we know has value. So we said, if that can be captured within an equity-like structure, so a company can obtain the rights to this production of ecosystem services, then that's its primary asset value, then it can be actively managed. And an important thing is we said we need to expand the definition of economic performance. And we created an accounting framework that said, if you monetize your revenue stream, carbon credits, ecotourism, production of agricultural products, great. That's reported under traditional accounting. But we created a system of what we call the statements of ecological performance to capture what nature produces for us. So think of the income statement being the equivalent of the flows of ecosystem services. The balance sheet is the asset value of the underlying nature. And then we have qualitative statements like, the biodiversity and the health of an ecosystem. And those together would inform. And importantly, we want investors to rely on both of those pieces of information to drive the value of the equity and make that investment. So rather than just rely on current and future cash flows, which is a model that we use for several hundred years, we're saying to fit what we need today, we need to be able to include all the values of nature and everything that it produces. And that's what investors should rely on.
Thank you. So interesting, Douglas. We can definitely say that you're leading one of the most pioneering initiatives in this area for sure. And I hope to hear more about this new asset class in the near future. Thank you so much. I would like now to yield the floor to Julia. Julia, Eco Enterprises Fund has a vast experience and track record in investing in innovative, sustainable businesses. You have launched 3 funds already, and you're about to launch a 4th one very soon, right? Given this extensive experience, can you tell us what are the financial instruments that you've seen have had more traction with bioeconomy businesses?
Yes. Well, thank you for having me on the panel. It's always great to see sort of looking at our track record and what we've tested over the year, and then sort of sharing the space with so many groups that are continuing to innovate sort of the same way we do every time we go back out there to launch a new fund, a new product. Because really that has been the track record, and it also relates to the instruments that we've seen evolve over the course of time in the market. When we started out, we really came from an NGO background at a time when impact investing as a concept didn't really exist. And when our Fund 1 was really an experiment driven by the desire to bring conservation activities and environmental impact closer to the private sector and bring people together to really support each other in achieving a common goal. So at the beginning, we invested in really pioneering, very early stage startup businesses. And over time, as our funds grew, obviously they grew with a growing market, in a market where there are more sustainable products, more demand for sustainable product, but also more entrepreneurs with a sustainability vision and really with a desire to build all around sustainable business, both socially, economically, and environmentally. And what we've tried over the course of time really has been to evolve with these entrepreneurs and to provide them the finance instruments that they needed at any given time to really make that work. And we've always tried to sort of identify the gaps in their local market environments that we could help to close to a certain extent. So what instruments have worked? I would say there really isn't the one financing instrument that is sort of the one-size-fits-all solution, given that we have so many diverse business models out there from different sectors. Eco Enterprises Fund invests in sustainable agriculture and agroforestry systems and ecotourism and aquaculture, in emerging sectors like renewable energies that focus on small-scale rural communities. So obviously all these have very different necessities. So what I would say what has worked and what continues to work is really to try to partner with companies to really identify one by one and really on a case-by-case basis what is the specific situation a company is in, what is the specific gap in their local environment, in their financial and capital market, and then really try to structure around that. So for example, as a fund, we invest a lot of very flexible tailored debt instruments. We do quasi-equity instruments. We've had traditional equity instruments. But where we really always part from is that in-depth analysis and conversation with the entrepreneurs to really understand like that specific model, what does it need to succeed? And then we try to partner with the companies as if we were shareholders, even though we might just provide a small debt amount to make the next expansion step or investment. And that is also what we've seen, what has brought sort of the biggest value to our companies is that they feel we really have a hands-on relationship, that they can really sparring with us and sort of have our sort of external capacities that they can lean on a little bit as they grow, which goes far beyond just providing a certain financial instrument to close a financing gap. And I think that continues to hold very true. I think we've seen positive signs that local financial markets are also catching up and offering more attractive terms to local businesses. But we still have a lot of amazing projects and entrepreneurs that sort of fall through the system because they're not traditional enough or commercial enough at a certain stage, or maybe it's the approach is too innovative for a local bank to really want to take the plunge. And that is where we try to come in or we try to sort of join them for a couple of years and then leave them in a place where then other more commercial investors come in and gladly take over.
Wonderful, wonderful, Julia. Thank you. And maybe to help us illustrate a little bit about Eco Enterprises Fund, could you give us a concrete example of your portfolio so that we can have a sense of the type of companies you're supporting?
I was going forth and back because we have so many beautiful stories that we've companies that we've worked with over the years. But maybe, as I already mentioned, that we as a fund have had a trajectory of growth over 20 years now. Maybe one of the greatest examples that I could share maybe is also a company that we started to work with in Fund 1 and that we actually met when the founder was starting out with a small startup business, which is Sambason. So Sambason is a Brazilian-based operation, US founders, but the whole operation and the whole supply chain is in Brazil, in the Amazon. And Sambason set out sort of like one of many startup ideas, with a crazy idea during a trip that the founders took, and saying we need to bring this amazing product, which is acai, which was well known in Brazil at the time, but completely unheard of in the United States. And they said, well, we need to bring this home with us and make something exciting with it, that actually helps people locally to generate an income and to really grow and really sort of help to develop a sustainable economy deep in the Amazon, where a lot of the acai is harvested and continues to be harvested to date. So Fund One invested in Sambason when it was a startup. It was debt financing, not even that long term, relatively small amount that helped them to build the first processing plant locally. And then we continued sort of to do follow-on investment as the company grow, to support the expansion, and to really help them to set up a global supply chain to what it is today. And Sambason has grown into a multi-million-dollar company. It continues to be one of the pioneering companies in acai in the United States and in many other countries around the world to date. And the beautiful part about it is that they continue to be as invested in the sustainability of the supply chain as on day one. So they continue to work with local communities in the Amazon. They continue to work with wild harvested acai that they certify organic and fair trade. So they have a very strong relationship with communities on the ground, with NGOs on the ground. And even though the company reached a certain level where commercial investors started curious, they received a lot of private equity funding from the United States. They continued sort of to come back to us to seek additional financing. And at some point when we said, well, we're actually getting close to the point where you have outgrown the necessity to work with us, because, you are on the radar of other investors. And what they said really resonated with us, because they said, well, we want to make sure to continue to have an investor on board that doesn't support us only for the commercial success we have, but really for the mission that we started out with. And Sambason is also a great example in terms of the instruments that we've invested, because we've literally tried, I would say, the full breadth of financial instruments that we can offer with a company, from a more traditional debt to long-term debt financing, to a straightforward equity financing, to a quasi-equity financing with a pre-negotiated sort of exit path, depending on the certain sort of expansion stage of the company, the current dynamics of the other investors around the table, the other funds participating. And we continue to be extremely proud to be part of that growth story, and to still be able to go back and find new projects to work on with the company in Brazil along the supply chain, and to find sort of additional possibilities, not only to support the company financially, but really to ensure that we continue to boost the impact on the ground.
Thank you so much, Julia. And I know it must have been really difficult to choose only one to talk about, but it's definitely a really beautiful example, and also an example of how you are able as a fund to be flexible and support the entrepreneur's journey with whatever needs they have at a certain period of time, right? So I think that's very, very valuable as well. Thank you so much. I would like now to pivot to Francisco Jardins, who also finances innovative business models and innovation, especially in the area of agriculture and food production. He's the co-founder and managing partner of SP Ventures, a VC that's focused on ag and food tech investments in the region. Francisco, welcome. And can you please tell us how important is the agricultural sector to promote a sustainable and green recovery in the region?
Hi, Carol. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. Such renowned guests and fellow panelists. So we don't really see a way to discuss climate change and a sustainable return and revival without tackling agriculture. In rough estimates, approximately 17%, and this varies from region to region and from agriculture to agriculture, but 17% of global greenhouse gas emissions come from agriculture directly, right? Food production and food processing emits greenhouse gases in every step of the way, in every single process. And if you look at land use and land degradation, you have another 7% approximately indirectly. So we're talking about almost a quarter of greenhouse gas emissions can be worked and can be tackled from the agriculture side. Now, besides direct greenhouse gas emissions, there are a few other things we have to take into consideration when we talk about agriculture and sustainability. First, the smashing majority of the chemicals of global concern are used in agriculture. So when you talk about ag tech and efficiency and using less chemical fertilizers or chemicals for crop protection, you also have a pretty direct impact. Another point is the efficient use of water resources. More than 70% of fresh water use in the world is used in agriculture. So it's very difficult to talk about water efficiency and water preservation without talking about agriculture. I mean, the rest is fairly marginal. And last but not least, when we talk about the importance of forests and natural ecosystems to combating climate change and reestablishing temperatures, we have to remember when we increase productivity in agriculture, we are indirectly reducing the pressure for the expansion of the agriculture frontier and consequently taking down one of the primary drivers of deforestation. So, I mean, agriculture as a context is very, very important. And then on the post-mitigation and already on the adaptation side of climate change, we have to remember, I mean, we need to produce food. We need to guarantee food security for the planet. And the primary risk variable for farming is climate. So when we talk about climate change, we're also talking about food security risk, which is a very important component. So technology and many of these other drivers of ag tech or a climate resilient agriculture that they after. So these are some of the reasons, some of the aspects.
I think we might be having a little technical issue with Francisco. Just bear with us. A little moment.
So with that in mind, I think those are some of the key reasons why agriculture is fundamental when discussing a sustainable return and combating climate change.
Thank you so much, Francisco. And definitely, without a doubt, the role of agriculture is key to this whole conversation, right? We cannot talk about tackling climate change without rethinking about our agricultural sector and our productive model. Having that in mind, can you tell us, Francisco, just a little bit more about SP Ventures, what you guys do, about the fund, and also could you share us a concrete example of a portfolio company that are tackling these issues we've been discussing?
For sure, Carolina. So SP Ventures is a venture capital firm based out of São Paulo, Brazil. We invest throughout Latin America, and we are one of the few sector-specific venture firms. And our sector is the sector that represents a quarter of Brazilian GDP and is also very relevant in most of the other economies in the region, which is agribusiness, which includes not only agriculture, but livestock inside the farm gates and all the way downstream. And we work very similar to other venture firms, very focused on fantastic, brilliant entrepreneurs, purpose-driven, attacking some of the biggest challenges of humanity. And it's in agriculture and climate change where we see perhaps the most pressing challenges currently going on. Now, to discuss some portfolio cases in the sustainability and climate changes is always a tough choice to make. We see some of the ag tech companies that are being invested as fundamental to be able to metrify and measure carbon and soil. And if you can't measure, you can't improve. So that's definitely one of the segments. Digital farming as a whole makes farming more efficient in the use of inputs. So chemical fertilizers, chemicals for crop protection. So these are also some of the core investment pieces that we've been doing. And biotechnology, of course, be it biological substituting chemicals or be it improved CRISPR advanced gene editing seeds that allow you to produce more with less inputs in more difficult land and also preparing for the certification. Now, that said, the company that I would like to point out in the case, it's Thrive Finance. It's an ag fintech company, and it's really been leading the pack in Latin America in the green bond for farming issuing. They've been able to use technology to not only optimize, but also price and bring more security to investors that they are backing truly green, good practices farmers. And we believe that financing that comes with strings attached, and specifically strings attached of guaranteeing that produce comes from a non-deforested sector, that it was produced in the best soil practicing of farmers, and that it was in a way that conduces good carbon practices, we feel is one of the best incentive-based measures to be able to leverage climate-friendly agriculture. So ag fintech is the sector that I'd like to point out. The specific company, which was the company that did the first green ag bonds backed by the Climate Bonds Initiative, was Thrive. It's definitely one of the companies that we're seeing cause the most direct impact in this sustainable change for farming.
Thank you so much, Francisco. Really, really interesting. Before I come back to Julia and Francisco, I'm just gonna ask you to think about one more. I know it was hard to think about one, so since we have a little bit more time, I'm gonna ask you to feel free to think about another example. I know you guys have many examples, so I'll ask you to bring about another one. But before we do that, I'd like to yield the floor to Douglas to ask him if he can tell us what are your thoughts about how do you see these examples and the innovation ecosystem and the startup ecosystem. How can entrepreneurs help support your mission of, as you said in the beginning, converting natural capital into financial capital to fund this green growth?
Yeah, I almost think it's the opposite way, that we're trying to make a platform to accelerate the ideas that you're heard today and hundreds of others that we've seen. We have found investors are absolutely thirsty for sustainable, true green projects at scale, and they have difficulty finding. We see entrepreneurs with fantastic ideas. Some of them, as was mentioned earlier, they may not be ready for commercialization, or the value. If we think about it, in a farm sector, we should be compensating farmers not only for production of commodity products, but also for the production of ecosystem services. So if we look at it from that perspective, we see technology being important. We have to measure things. We have to be able to say, are we getting better? Are we actually performing on these in a real level? We have to be able to find projects that are actually doing the right things. And so if we can direct capital flows to these things that are not just nibbling around the edges, but are getting at the core problems directly, and they're financeable and they give a return to investors, then the desirability of companies, we're working with a major food company right now. They set their agenda for regenerative practices, and they just don't have the financial capability in order to invest at scale to convert their supply chain. So in this scenario, what we're looking at is all these parties are going to come together. So finance just makes things move faster when it works, for good and bad. And so in this case, we're trying to drive it towards the building of a natural capital, human capital, and social capital.
Great. That's amazing, Douglas. And actually, to help you complement this statement, I would now like to pass the word and the floor to Julia and Francisco to tell us what other concrete examples, as Douglas said, of companies that are tackling these problems on the ground do you want to share with us?
who should go first? Should I jump in? Well, maybe instead of just giving one example, I would like to maybe share two sort of to contrast and show a little bit the spectrum that sort of we love to have in our portfolio, to really sort of have a mix of like all these different approaches that you can find on the ground. And also because I think it's important to see like how many different angles there are that you could sort of support to tackle some of the problems that we witness in the region and globally. And I think it's an important sort of to keep an open mind to try to accommodate as many of these as possible and sort of create that chain the Douglas man, from financing to the big ones to the small ones, but really sort of generate like an incentive for all of these entrepreneurs out there to continue to push for what they're doing. So, for example, in our portfolio right now, we have two companies which I find are beautiful contrasts. For example, here in Colombia, we work with a company that's called Ecoflora Cares, which is a relatively early stage company. We worked with Ecoflora Agro in our prior fund that developed biopesticides, all based on natural ingredients, sort of solutions for the agricultural sector. And then they started Ecoflora Cares, which is a natural colorant company, which is unique and interesting because actually in the global market to date, there has been sort of one ingredient for natural blue colorant. And when we talk about natural blue, that is important for our clothing, for food, for sweets, for cosmetics, for like all blue that you find out in the market. Either you have chemical components or you have to date one natural based solution. So ingredients companies across the world got really excited when Ecoflora Cares, like a startup out of Colombia, sort of showed up on the global panels and told about their development, which is based on a unique Amazonian ingredient that develops not only a beautiful blue, but actually a stable blue, something that fit for all different kinds of applications. And obviously for us, it was important that we already had a standing relationship with the management team behind it, because it's pretty early stage in comparison to what we usually invest in. But as we had the confidence sort of to work with that company, we were really, really happy to be able to support them in that new venture. And I think it's an amazing example, especially nowadays when you say, like really the economic value, like the commercial potential that we have in the Amazon that we are still discovering today. But that could really, really become a big global operation at some point. Is so important to support. Because if you look at the numbers, today Ecoflora Cares works with between 40 and 50 suppliers. But if this goes to a global scale, they will be able to build such a powerful local supply chain involving so many rural communities in this, that this has really transformative character. And then sort of to go to the other spectrum, we work with a company out of Colombia that's also present in Peru and in Ecuador, which started 30 years ago, which is a family business grown for decades in a very traditional fruit exports. But their model from the get-go was not, to build big plantations and control everything, but they started out buying from small producers. And they have really grown into a multi-million-dollar business by expanding their smallholder supply chain. Today, work with over 500 small producers in Colombia, in Peru, and in Ecuador, really creating a market access that none of these producers would have on their own. And the heavy lifting that this company does is that they go into the field, that they provide the technical support, they come with their agronomists to ensure that not only best practices are implemented on the ground, but also that the producers really receive the support they need to be as profitable as they can, as productive as they can, to really make this a win-win situation. And this is a very traditional market compared to what Ecoflora does, but it really has a tremendous sort of impact on the ground, given that in Latin America, we do work with thousands and thousands of smallest producers that on their own wouldn't have the incentive to seek certification, to change practices, but sort of with that connection to a global market. And then again, hopefully in some future global market where Douglas will come in with his exchange, there's an even stronger pull. And like bringing all these elements closer together, really, I think is what really unleashes the potential of these agricultural supply chains that by definition today are global and not local anymore.
No, definitely no. And amazing examples and different types of businesses. So thank you for that, Julia. Francisco, what about you? What other example from the portfolio of SP of interest you want to mention?
Yeah, I wanted to get a hook from Julia here and talk about one of our portfolio companies as well that's been doing similar impact and also focused on the supply chain. We are investors, the first early investors in a company called AgroSmart here in Brazil. And it's a company that started out with a very specific purpose of attacking efficient water use in agriculture, irrigation technology, smart irrigation, using that data and connectivity to be able to forecast and intersect with weather forecasting and to optimize irrigation. And after basing their core fundamentals on irrigation and water, preservation of water, they started to move up the ladder. And what happened was companies that have a long supply chain of small farmers, Nestle with coffee growers, Ambev with barley growers, etc., they started to notice that if they want a sustainable supply chain, that they can metrify, that they can prove and demonstrate that they're taking measures, and that supply chain is going to give them not only a stable and reliable supply, but also something that they can be assertive in saying that it's not causing damage to their total stakeholders. So AgroSmart understood this, and they used their technology to be able to close clients such as Ambev, which then give them access to their supply chain. And what they started to do is they started to measure more and more aspects of the farming operation, such as soil humidity, such as precipitation, and several other characteristics of the farming operation, and give that data in real time to farmers to make their decisions. But they also use that data to classify the farmers as being good or unsustainable farmers, right? So you have finally a tool and an instrument that not only tells you how to be a sustainable farmer, but also validates that you're a sustainable farmer and allows you to go to the leader of a supply chain such as Ambev, such as Nestle or others, and be rewarded for it. Be rewarded for good behavior, not only being classified as a special supplier, but also getting paid additional premium for your product. So it's a win-win, and you can only do that with digital technologies that allow you to scale and democratize access to these kinds of farming practices. So it's another company that we've been very proud of. And also on the front, also mentioned by Julia, we invested in a company called Genica, which is a company that scales microbiologicals, microbes, for example, and uses those as substitutes for agrochemicals. So when we produced a large monocrop operation here in Brazil, and it became one of the largest soybean and grain producers in the world based on this, what happened is we had to take down the forest and we had to create several imbalances. And these imbalances are what allowed for pest populations to become major infestations. And what Genica does is it identifies which microbiological agents were abundant in the forest before we took it down, which kept the population of pests in control. And we reestablished that equilibrium of mass producing and mass delivering these microbiologics, right? So it's biotechnology using the lessons of nature, but with scale-up technology and scale-up business models to be able to reestablish a national equilibrium. So whether it's biotech or whether it's digital, there's a flood of new solutions and new technologies increasing not only productivity, but also productivity of sustainability. And in farming, I don't know if my fellow panelists agree, but in farming, it's pretty impossible for you to say an increase in productivity without that being a pretty correlated increase in sustainability as well, as it becomes a more efficient operation, not only minimizing food waste, but also using less inputs, water, chemical fertilizers, and other greenhouse gas and environmental damage causing substances.
Well, and I'm glad we asked these follow-up questions to you both, because so many examples, really, so many great examples of startups and entrepreneurs and businesses from the region that are really helping us to enable this green growth, right? To enable a different kind of growth and development in the region. So it's really glad to hear these examples. Before we close the panel, I would really like to ask you three just the last questions of how do you see that this market and that the innovation ecosystem of climate green tech companies is going to develop in the next 5 years? And I say next 5 years because 10 years is too much time, right? Technology advances so fast that in 2 years, 3 years, we have something that we couldn't imagine. So please give us your thoughts on what are the developments in this market that you expect to see in the following years. Who wants to start? I can point fingers.
I'll jump in. Go ahead, Francisco.
Okay. No, go ahead, Douglas. Go ahead.
Sorry. So we've been out speaking to investors around the world, and the change, even in the last 6 months, of the intensity of interest around climate, regenerative agriculture, and really solving problems, and the role of finance to find these ideas is exploding. And by necessity, we are reminded daily of the problems, whether it be what we just went through and still are in, a pandemic, the pressures on climate. Here in the United States, we're having record temperatures months earlier, one of the worst fire seasons, and people are really paying attention. So I think you're right. This is not a 10-year time frame. It's what can we do next year and the next 5 years. And I think we have the beginnings of, a consensus from a financial community, from policymakers, and I would say from corporations, that they have to move the needle much more quickly, and they're willing to do so. And consumers, they've come on board. They're leading. So I think that's a trend that's just going to accelerate. As we give them the tools to incorporate this into their daily lives, they will very quickly.
Great insights, definitely, Douglas. Julia, Francisco?
Francisco, go ahead. You were ready to jump in.
Okay. First of all, I agree 100% of Douglas. The speed at which this is not only not being a niche, but becoming mainstream and then becoming obligatory, mandatory, basic fundamentals of investing is breathtaking. And 2020 was clearly the year where this exponential change became unavoidable, and things really changed. And then this year, when we felt the momentum was reaching a peak, I agree with Douglas as well. It was a very strong first semester. I remember last year when Bayer here in South America announced we're going to do a test for using carbon credits to finance inputs with 500 farmers. Everybody thought that was an absurdity. And now everybody's doing it, or everybody's trying to do it. So, I mean, these things and these practices really changed. And I think the biggest take home for all of us is watching the voluntary net emission pledges that companies are taking, the speed at which companies, and it's quickly becoming the first early adopters that did it were the pioneers. But now it just looks really bad if a large corporation doesn't do it and everybody's doing it. So that's going to give rise to a huge carbon credit market. And you're going to need all the technologies enabling that in scale, whether it's to metrify, whether it's to finance, whether it's tokenization to be able to distribute these carbon credits in a very efficient manner. So we're going to see all the four major technology platforms, in our belief, hitting the sustainability challenge. And by these four, I mean mobile, social, cloud, and crypto. All of these are going to provide some major opportunities and entrepreneurial activities in this fight against climate change. Julia.
It's hard to wrap that up because you said so many true things there. Maybe I want to highlight two. I think also the development of stronger local carbon credit markets has been a tremendous development. Because when I think back to investments that I structured not even 5 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, they always talked about that maybe an additional revenue stream could come from carbon credits at some point. but those were always very theoretical considerations. It was acknowledging the work that they did on the ground, but sort of the potential to really benefit from that and turn that into cash flows was very visionary, very far away still. So something that we as an investment fund, for example, never even included in our considerations. Today, it's a fact. At least in Colombia, for example, we have a very strong local market. And I think the next few years are going to see a lot more very important development steps in that sense. And the other side is the stronger monitoring and the greater capacities that we have today to really bring real life data to clients, to customers, to investors around the world. Versus 5 years ago, we were depending really on certification schemes to provide a certain level of comfort and trust building and tell customers and consumers on the other side of the world that this was a well done product with social responsibility, with environmental sustainability. Nowadays, there are so many more components that we can add to that make it a lot harder for companies to not do it. And I think that is something that will continue to accelerate a lot. I think, for example, when we talk about blockchain, that is still something that is already broadly discussed everywhere. I believe to most people, it's still extremely vague what it really is all about. And I'm sure that in 2 or 3 years, it will be a standard, the same as with more satellites orbiting Earth, to bring Emiliano back in our sort of closing statement here. I think it will just be the more easily available information gets, the more standard it will be to use that on a day-to-day basis. And we, from an investment fund perspective, have seen that also in how we go about our investments, because maybe 5 to 10 years back, the focus of impact generation was really on the core business, so the direct operation of an entrepreneur. And today, this has really opened up and broadened to become a supply chain perspective. So today, we talk with a company, and right away, we take the whole supply chain into consideration. And so if we make a company largely responsible for practices also along the supply chain, and if they cannot directly influence it, we may hold them responsible to at least bring transparency to it, and via that transparency also enhance the responsibility of everybody involved in that supply chain. So I think with more technology, that will become easier, and that will become more of a standard requirement for everybody involved. And it will also become more of a pull from the market side to continue to support that across all the businesses that we work with, all the products that we consume.
Well, I love it. I love it. Thank you for inspiring us. Really, I feel re-energized and positive about the future and the challenge and opportunities that we have ahead of us. Unfortunately, we have to come to an end of this panel. I could definitely go on, continue the conversation for hours with you. But the good news is that there are other great panels following, so stay connected. I would like to thank each and every one of you. I think that this session has definitely shown us the importance and the power of innovation and the entrepreneurial ecosystem to spur the sustainable and green recovery for the region. The region needs innovations and new business models to do things differently, to transition out of this COVID crisis and the climate crisis and move faster towards building a better, a greener, and a more prosperous future for everyone in the region. We definitely have a big challenge ahead of us, but as I just said, also a great opportunity. We need to help untap all the potential that the innovation ecosystem has to offer to help and seize this opportunity. And we need to do this together. Again, thank you so much, Francisco, Douglas, Julia, and Emiliano, who had to leave us at the beginning of the panel, for sharing so much with us. Thank you, everyone who joined us. I hope you enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. And I, again, encourage you to stay connected and enjoy the other sessions. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Carolina, y gracias
Thank you, Carolina,
al resto del público que nos
and
acompaña,
thank you to
panelistas
everybody who's here with us. Great panelists, so interesting.
Mientras preparamos la siguiente sesión,
While we're preparing the next session,
un poco más sobre las iniciativas de desarrollo
you can see a bit more about
que están en marcha.
the initiatives
Por favor,
that are taking place to confront climate change in the region. Please stay with us.
23 minutos a las 3 de la
So
tarde.
we'll be having a break of
DC. Regresamos.
We'll have a break of 23 minutes.
Muchas gracias.
Please come back soon. See you then. Thank you very much.
México tiene ambición climática y espera alcanzar una tasa de deforestación cero para el año 2030. Lamentablemente, sus bosques se ven afectados por los impactos del cambio climático y perjudica directamente a las personas que habitan cerca de las zonas forestales, incluyendo a las mujeres. Los bosques mexicanos proporcionan los medios de subsistencia a más de 12 millones que utilizan los recursos forestales como fuente de ingresos y subsistencia. A menudo, dichas personas tienen acceso limitado a los mercados y, en el caso de las mujeres, sus ingresos dependen en un 50% de los bosques. Un proyecto del Grupo Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo está apoyando a comunidades mexicanas a realizar una gestión forestal sostenible con una perspectiva de género. Porque sabemos que ignorar la función de las mujeres en la toma de decisiones en el ámbito forestal puede poner en peligro los resultados de los proyectos. Esta es la historia sobre dos grupos de mujeres que están rompiendo con las normas socioculturales. Mujeres que buscan algo más que dedicarse a las tareas del hogar y que decidieron sacarle provecho al sector forestal. En el ejido de Caoba, México, el cuerpo comisariado está compuesto por el comisario, el tesorero y la secretaria forestal. Dicho grupo de personas tiene la responsabilidad del aserradero del ejido. Hace 9 años que el puesto de secretaria es ocupado por una mujer y desde entonces el aserradero ha tenido importantes mejoras. Actualmente se comercializa madera certificada en mercados nacionales e internacionales. La participación femenina produce efectos positivos en muchos aspectos de la gestión forestal, incluyendo la sostenibilidad de los recursos. Tal es el caso de la comunidad en el ejido Caoba. Un grupo de mujeres tuvo visión de negocio y aprovechan la merma de la madera para crear cajones para apicultura. Así, nace la idea de realizar una carpintería creada y liderada por mujeres con maderas certificadas por el Forest Council Forest. En el ejido Tres Garantías, un grupo de mujeres emprendedoras utilizan el árbol del ramón para hacer harina, té de semilla y té de hojas. El árbol es una de las especies dominantes en las selvas de México y Centroamérica y se caracteriza por proteger el suelo, los cuerpos de agua y la biodiversidad. El cambio climático amenaza a las comunidades emprendedoras porque interrumpe los usos de los bosques en las regiones rurales. La conservación, la gestión sostenible de los recursos naturales y la mitigación del cambio climático son importantes para la prestación sostenible de servicios ecosistémicos. Asimismo, para la biodiversidad y la protección ecológica, para el empoderamiento de la mujer y el cumplimiento del Acuerdo de París.
Para llegar a cero emisiones en 2050, necesitamos planes de descarbonización a largo plazo. Estos planes nos pueden apoyar en identificar, analizar y gestionar los riesgos y oportunidades del proceso de descarbonización. Pueden permitir al gobierno secuenciar los cambios institucionales que se necesita hacer para llegar a descarbonización. Además, lo que podemos hacer es identificar proyectos de inversión que son críticos para alcanzar descarbonización a largo plazo. Este proceso puede traer muchos beneficios. Por ejemplo, puede llegar a aire más limpio y también transporte más eficiente dentro de las ciudades. Nuestra nueva publicación, Alcanzando cero emisiones netas para el 2050, explica exactamente cómo estamos avanzando el proceso de descarbonización dentro de América Latina y el Caribe. La publicación está auspiciado directamente por un proyecto que tenemos dentro del banco que se llama Rutas de Descarbonización Profundo en América Latina y el Caribe. Este trabajo estamos haciendo directamente con un grupo que se llama Plataforma Rutas 2050 y también con la Agencia Francesa de Desarrollo. Está coordinado directamente por el Instituto para el Desarrollo Sostenible y las Relaciones Internacionales. Más importante es que el proyecto realmente sale de los países. Estamos trabajando directamente con 6 países: Argentina, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Perú y México. Lo que estamos tratando de hacer es apoyar para construir la capacidad dentro de estos países para que puedan avanzar con la agenda de descarbonización, incluyendo todo el análisis que es necesario para hacer los planes de descarbonización a largo plazo. Les invitamos a leer la publicación y aprender más.
At the IDB Group, we support governments and the private sector in Latin America and the Caribbean to achieve zero-carbon, climate-resilient development. Our cooperation with the Climate Investment Fund, or CIF, is a role model for climate finance and has supported countries in the region in reaching their climate goals and in enabling a just transition towards net zero emission and climate-resilient economies. Established in 2008, the CIF accelerates climate action in low and middle-income countries by empowering transformations in clean technology, energy access, climate resilience, and sustainable forests. To date, 14 donor countries contributed $8 billion to the CIF. Around 20% of the approved funding has been channeled to the region and dispersed through partners like the IDB Group. The IDB's NDC Invest platform promotes this cooperation between the IDB Group and the CIF, boosting climate finance instruments to mobilize public and private investment. For more than 10 years, the IDB Group has been working closely with the CIF to support climate mitigation and adaptation action throughout the region. So far, more than 100 IDB Group operations have received support from the CIF. In cooperation with CIF's Clean Technology Fund and the IDB Group's branch IDB Invest, the scaling up of Kingo Energy, an innovative supplier of home solar systems, is supported to provide sustainable electricity to rural communities in Guatemala and Colombia. Through the support of CIF and the IDB Group, Kingo Energy aims at reaching over 550,000 homes by 2026. In cooperation with CIF, the Forest Investment Program Peru contributes to the national goal of greenhouse gas reduction by curbing deforestation of the Peruvian Amazon. Additionally, it aims at increasing the income of 9,000 families from native communities and small forest users by promoting a sustainable management of the forest. Recognizing water scarcity as a major negative effect of climate change, the CIF's pilot program for climate resilience supports a project that aims at securing potable water service delivery in the municipality of El Alto and access to water in the municipalities of Batallas and Pucorani. Additionally, it aims at improving irrigation systems in Batallas and Pucorani through an integrative management approach, including water basins and the productive industry in the communities. The project benefits more than 250,000 Bolivians. These and many other examples show how positive impact for climate and community is created through the cooperation between the CIF and the IDB Group. NDC Invest, regional action that inspired the world.
Tenemos a toda nuestra gente que trabaja en Reinaldo y hay muchos, ellos también se encargan de los incendios, apagar el fuego y son los que hacen la chamba dura.
Estos árboles, lo más valioso y interesante de todo esto es darle seguimiento, porque no nada más es plantarlo, sino que hay que cuidarlo.
Piensa global, actúa local.
Quiero aprovechar que están ellos aquí con nosotros, que estos señores arriesgan su vida por proteger la zona de la primavera, toda esta área también que estamos reforestando. Así que somos muy afortunados de tener gente trabajando con Selva Negra.
En iniciativas de cambio climático y sostenibilidad, el diálogo efectivo es uno de los niveles esenciales para el avance de las agendas de los países. En América Latina y el Caribe existen muchos ejemplos de buenas prácticas de diálogo para lograr metas climáticas. Por ejemplo, en México se usó una serie de diálogos público-privados para estimar el costo de implementar las contribuciones determinadas a nivel nacional, o NDC. Estos encuentros identificaron barreras y oportunidades para cumplir los compromisos suscritos por el país. Por parte de la sociedad civil, participaron expertos del sector mecánico electricista, eléctrico, industrial, de residuos, de transporte, agropecuario, de uso de suelo, residencial y comercial. Así, el Instituto Nacional de Ecología y Cambio Climático recibió retroalimentación de cerca de 1.000 especialistas sobre las medidas propuestas y sus costos. Y fue posible avanzar en la definición de medidas sectoriales para disminuir emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y aumentar la resiliencia, identificar temas clave y revisar si las medidas eran las necesarias, suficientes y viables. Como muestra este caso, el diálogo implica un intercambio directo, activo, regular y estructurado entre gobiernos y ciudadanía, en reuniones presenciales o virtuales. El diálogo en materia climática es decisivo para que quienes avanzan las agendas de desarrollo puedan coordinar y ajustar las iniciativas para alcanzar objetivos comunes. Así se intercambian insumos para que el diseño y ejecución de las políticas, proyectos o estrategias den con las mejores soluciones a desafíos climáticos. Por eso, es indispensable contar con información previa. De los diálogos pueden surgir iniciativas de vinculación más complejas, como consultas, colaboraciones o alianzas. En los diálogos relativos a una agenda de acción climática, la audiencia suele estar conformada por autoridades y especialistas gubernamentales relevantes para la agenda, como representantes de ministerios de Hacienda, Finanzas, Planificación, Medio Ambiente, Energía, Agricultura, Aguas y otros. Académicos y técnicos especializados, grupos con intereses específicos que puedan ayudar a impulsar la agenda climática y que se vean particularmente beneficiados o impactados por el tema a discutir, como asociaciones de campesinos, cámaras agroforestales, empresas privadas en el sector energético, forestal o de transporte, que, por dar un ejemplo, puedan impulsar iniciativas de ahorro en el consumo energético, entre muchos otros. Es decir, de ser importante que el público amplio participe, se pueden celebrar foros abiertos a la ciudadanía, o también se pueden generar diálogos técnicos con concurrencia experta delimitada, como el ejemplo de México. El ejemplo cumple los criterios de una buena práctica porque la convocatoria directa incluyó a diversos sectores y los resultados se pusieron a disposición del público a través de una página web. El liderazgo lo tuvo una autoridad pública y contó con apoyo y financiamiento de organizaciones internacionales. Efectivamente permitió establecer costos y pasos a seguir para cumplir las metas climáticas de México. Las mujeres destacaron como ponentes de diversos sectores, si bien hay oportunidad para incorporar el lente de equidad social y de género explícitamente en el diálogo. Para profundizar en el tema, descarga Gobiernos y Sociedad Civil avanzando agendas climáticas en WeConnect 3. Entérate y entrénate.
El Departamento de Desarrollo Sostenible y Cambio Climático del banco se crea hace cerca de 3 años en el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo como la respuesta institucional a no solo la aprobación de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible como Agenda de Desarrollo hacia el 2030, sino también siguiendo las prioridades del Acuerdo de París, del Acuerdo de Hábitat que tuvimos en Quito, que define todo lo que va a ser la agenda urbana para los próximos 20 años, y de toda la agenda de biodiversidad, que también tuvimos una reunión muy importante en México y que poco a poco está mostrando la importancia que tiene la biodiversidad en los sectores prioritarios de la región. Como ustedes saben, América Latina tiene más del 40% de la biodiversidad del mundo, pero al mismo tiempo es una región, tanto América Latina como el Caribe, muy urbanizada, cada vez con más ciudades, pero al mismo tiempo con un gran desafío en la parte rural y muy vulnerable a los impactos del cambio climático. Por ello, este es un departamento que tiene un enfoque de sostenibilidad en el territorio. Tenemos un grupo de desarrollo urbano para ver desde el punto de vista territorial cómo crear mejores ciudades, cómo poder tener la sostenibilidad como un eje transversal en el desarrollo de las ciudades de la región. Un área de desarrollo rural con los temas también de recursos naturales, que busca también tener esa visión territorial de lo rural. El grupo de cambio climático, que es un grupo que trabaja con toda la parte pública del banco para poder incorporar variables de cambio climático en el sector energía, en el sector transporte, en el sector agua y en otras áreas del banco. Y hemos creado unos grupos transversales dentro del departamento para ver el tema de infraestructura sostenible, para ver el tema de capital natural y biodiversidad y el tema de desastres naturales y resiliencia. La señal que quiero darles es que este es un departamento en donde la transversalidad y la diferencia de backgrounds, acompañada con la diversidad no solo biológica de la región, sino diversidad cultural, es fundamental para lo que queremos traducir en la región. De nuevo, cercanía con el cliente, vamos a buscar candidatos no solo con expertise en estas áreas, sino que entiendan muy bien cómo trabajar con un gobierno, cómo trabajar muy bien con una ciudad y sobre todo que nos ayuden a acercar cada vez más las prioridades de nuestra región a que el banco pueda aportar soluciones. Si estás interesada o interesado en aportar y aprender en el tema de sostenibilidad en América Latina y el Caribe, el sitio para estar es el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo. Te esperamos.
With Latin America and the Caribbean susceptible to frequent and intense climate events including hurricanes, heavy rains, floods, and droughts, risks to the region's development are mounting. Successfully transitioning to a green economy requires shifting of trillions of dollars of private investments. Public sector financing alone is insufficient to tackle these challenges, requiring the development of innovative financial instruments and promoting the capital markets to catalyze private investments and finance to tackle climate change. A new financial instrument, green bonds, is helping investors to include climate projects in their portfolios. Since 2014, with the first issuance in Latin America for $200 million, the annual issuance reached $7 billion at the end of 2020, a 35-fold increase, and an aggregate of $24 billion. However, the Latin American and the Caribbean market still accounts for less than 2% relative to the overall $1 trillion global green bond market. As the green bond market expands, investors are demanding greater transparency and comparability in evaluating such instruments. Seeking a solution to promote transparency and comparability in the green bond market, the Inter-American Development Bank created the innovative digital green bond transparency platform, allowing everybody to analyze how proceeds are used and compare environmental performance among bond issuances. The Green Bond Transparency Platform uses blockchain DLT technology. It enables issuers to report on the use of proceeds and impacts of their bonds in a simple format. It provides external reviewers with a way to present their pre- and post-issuance conclusions, and allows investors to know at any point in time the performance of specific bonds. Thereby, the Green Bond Transparency Platform further promotes comparability and public information about the state of the region's green bond market. The platform makes it easy to answer questions including which issuers have issued green bonds, in which currencies and markets. Which issuances received external reviews and certifications pre- and post-issuance? In which projects were the proceeds of green bonds invested? Which projects did create which environmental impact? What is the green bonds' impact in the region's market and in investment portfolios? Which entities conducted the external reviews and what were its conclusions? Such transparency informs all market actors, builds trust, and will help attract new long-term investment exploring the opportunities of Latin America and the Caribbean. With green bonds becoming a transformational financial tool and closing the financing gap, the Green Bond Transparency Platform will become a replicable benchmark and model for other regions. If you are an issuer, external reviewer, investor, or other market stakeholder, then the Green Bond Transparency Platform will be an important addition to your market toolkit. The Green Bond Transparency Platform is made possible through a multi-stakeholder initiative of donors and key market actors. To learn more, visit www.greenbondtransparency.com.
Muchísimas gracias por estar de regreso con nosotros y por seguir apoyando.
Thank you all for being back with us
Intervenir en soluciones
and
innovadoras.
for supporting our event.
El cambio climático.
Intervening in innovative solutions to face climate change and to promote the use of diversity requires risk.
Sobre las diferentes
We're going to see the private sector's opinion regarding different business possibilities and the lessons that we've learned regarding the access to climate and biodiversity. Welcome.
Muy buenas tardes, bienvenidos. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon to you all.
It's a pleasure to welcome you to this second session hosted by IDB Lab, the Laboratory of Innovation of the Inter-American Development Bank. At IDB Lab, we're convinced that the private and entrepreneurial sectors played an essential role in the shift towards a sustainable recovery and a greener and more inclusive future in favor of the most vulnerable populations of Latin America and the Caribbean. So we advance on a clear mandate. We seek to address the intersection between a growing entrepreneurial and innovation ecosystem that involves a greater risk appetite and the climate and blended finance arena, which is often backed by key partners such as the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, and the Global Environmental Facility, among others. To do so, we offer innovative finance solutions, knowledge, and connections to startups, micro, small, and medium enterprises, impact investment funds, and venture capital funds working in key verticals that address mitigation and adaptation device and environmental problems. The key verticals of our work include climate-smart agriculture, natural capital, bioeconomy, and also more technological and digital solutions in the areas of agtech, food tech, clean tech, and climate tech. Thus, IBD Lab plays a catalytic role in testing higher risk projects with the potential to generate economic, social, and environmental impact on a large scale. In this context, today, we have invited 4 entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial leaders of our region to discuss with us about the opportunities, challenges, and trends in accessing to innovative financing solutions. It is a pleasure to welcome Sean Paul from Ejido Verde, a Mexican startup, Mariana Sarmiento from Terrazos, a Colombian startup, Johannes Simpel from Inocas, a sustainable company based in Brazil, and Simon Dent from the Sustainable Ocean Fund of Miroba. I'm also glad to welcome my colleague Anita Fiori as moderator in this session. Anita, please join us.
Thank you, Gabi. Thank you all. It's very good to see you here and to moderate this panel. I am a lead investment officer at IDB Lab, responsible for various climate finance investments at IDB Lab. So according to the Global Environmental Facility, we need on average $3 billion to protect nature worldwide. If you consider that our region has 30% of all freshwater resources and 50% of all tropical forests, it makes to us a big challenge to mobilize enough financing so our natural capital is preserved. So I'm very happy to be here today with these 4 amazing entrepreneurs that will tell us about their different business models. And I want you guys in the audience to think about these business models and to think about also the types of potential investors these different and innovative bio businesses can attract to the region. We'll talk a little bit about access to finance, the lessons they have learned, etc. So I will start now with our good friend Simon from Miroval Celia Sustainable Ocean Fund. Simon, great to see you here. I'll start with one basic question. Could you please explain to the audience what is the Sustainable Ocean Fund? And also, after that, can you tell us a little bit how you source your investees, the companies you decide to invest in the region? Thank you. I'll give you 2 or 3 minutes to answer that.
Great. Thank you, and good morning, good afternoon. So I'm Simon Dent. I'm an investment director for Morova. We are a sustainable asset manager. We're running about 13 billion euros under management, and we are really involved in private and public equities around fixed income, social impact, energy infrastructure, and then natural capital. And so natural capital is the area that I'm focusing on, and I'm running the Sustainable Ocean Fund. Now, the Sustainable Ocean Fund is specifically set up in 2018 to invest in the blue economy in emerging markets with a focus on Latin America and Caribbean, where we have an allocation of 40% of our fund. And really, within the Ocean Fund, we're looking at 3 main areas. So sustainable seafood, so that's best practice wild catch fisheries and aquaculture. We're looking at circular economy, which is really looking at waste solutions, recycling plastics, anything which is damaging our ocean ecosystem. And then finally, we look at conservation type investments, ecotourism, resilience, enforcement and protection of ecosystems broadly. And all of our investments have sustainability and ESG target and standards. And really, we're an impact-led fund. And so we really have a double-headed approach. We look for material and sustainable environmental goals around our investments, as well as making sure that we can create a financial return. The fund today is over $100 million. We generally can invest through debt and equity. We're looking at transactions around $2 to $10 million. And we're really looking to grow with our businesses, work with local stakeholders, and then create an exit where we can create a permanent, sustainable business model. Really, that's over a type of tenor of 5 to 7 years. And so we have time to grow or move with the J curve with all of our businesses. And that's a little bit about the Sustainable Ocean Fund. I mean, how do we basically source our transactions? How do we look about building the portfolio? So clearly, we are running a number of partnerships. We work closely with the IDB, who is an LP in the fund, but we're working with a number of other investors, including DFIs like the EIB and FMO and KfW. But we have a presence in the region. So we have teams on the ground. We have offices both in Peru and in Brazil. And we have team members in the US out of New York. We're working with a formal partnership with NGOs such as Conservation International and EDF, Environmental Defense Fund, who sit on our expert board. But importantly, we have a partnership with USAID, where they're providing a guarantee through their DCA program. And we work with the USAID offices in a number of countries to identify and bring projects together. And then we have our network through events like this and other events that we attend. And we're working with incubators and other organizations to develop projects. And so really that's how we're sourcing transactions broadly. And we're very open to looking at a broad range of opportunities for the Sustainable Ocean Fund. And then clearly for our other natural capital funds, which is in sustainable land use, forestry, and agriculture.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much, Simon, for this introduction. Now I'd like to switch gears to Sean Paul from Ejido Verde. Sean, similar question to you. Could you please let us know a little bit about your business model And also, so you know, I participate in various conversations about our topic here, and everybody always talks about Tejido Verde. So could you tell us a little bit about what you think is the secret of your reputation and success in the region?
Well, it's a very kind and generous commentary. Thank you. It's a privilege and pleasure to join this very distinguished panel at Ejido Verde to get to our secret sauce. Just as a reminder, our business model, entiendo la audiencia está en español, entonces voy a seguir hablando en español.
I would like to continue speaking in Spanish.
Ejido Verde se dedica a la
Ejido Verde, what it does, we work with pine resin. It's a millenary market in Mexico where our headquarters are located.
Moderna lleva 100 años.
And it's been running as a modern enterprise for 100 years. Buying resin from Michoacan in Mexico and transforming that resin to ingredients that we can sell to the world. Today, there's a family business, 100 years old, 3 generations, but we have been selling resin in 32 countries and 12 industries. It's an industry that lacks raw material due to systemic deforestation that's taken place in Mexico, like the rest of the world. You know, we're losing pine forests a lot more. But to answer your question about Ejido Verde, it's a model that where the secret sauce. It started as a consulting business where we started first with a consultation with the resin industry that's 100 years old, with 3 generations buying resin from the indigenous communities, and also speaking with the forestry communities to find out how can we plant more native trees to grow more raw material, which is the resin, the pine resin. So it starts with the secret sauce. The key to that is we're just we're a growing business. I can't say that we're successful yet. I would say that humbly. And I know that being humble is a key ingredient to success.
En una zona donde la tendencia tierra es comunal. No hay propiedad privada.
But to answer your question, it's everything's communal. There is no private property.
Tierras degradadas y abandonadas.
We are investing in degraded and abandoned lands. That it's communal. So we speak with the communities and with the farmers. That was important when we're designing ourselves as a business. And then how to have successful relationships. Another ingredient is to have a multidisciplinary team, a lot of talent. I look for the best talent in the world, the best one in Michoacan, who has joined the Ejido Verde team. Today we have 44 professionals that's generating over 1,000 jobs in their communities. Another key, another secret sauce is a systemic thinking. Not only do we look to secure our raw material, but we're also finding what are the causes that we're losing the raw material. At the end of the day, it's only a way of thinking, and it's not just about thinking in the economic part. This is also related to the social topic. And obviously the biodiversity topic that affects our productivity. So we have to think about social, ecological risks, political as well, in a systemic way. And at the end, another key to our success is keep our word. We need that in our environment and to communicate with the impact. Keeping your word, measuring and keeping your impact in a language that is accessible to the audience.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Que interessante.
Thank you very much.
Stakeholder.
How interesting
is how more or less the business idea came about.
Listen to your customers.
Yes, yes. And this is so important in everything we do in bioeconomy, right? And the systemic view also very, very interesting. So we saw a fund. We just talked to Simon about a fund devoted to blue economy biobusinesses. Now we just talked to Sean about Ejido Verde, and I'd like to introduce you to Mariana Sarmiento from Terrazos, an amazing business as well from Colombia, the first habitat bank of the region. So Mariana, thanks for joining us. Could you tell us a little bit about what is to be a habitat bank? What is a habitat bank? And are you still the only habitat bank of Latin America?
First of all, good afternoon, Anita, and good afternoon to all the audience. So just to get everybody on the same level, habitat banks are properties that become areas where we do conservation and restoration activities. And the result is that we can sell biodiversity credits for those companies that need to offset their environmental impact. And habitat banks typically work in a regulatory environment where it's necessary that those permits that have, for roads, for mining projects, for oil and gas projects, have offset requirements that are mandatory. So habitat banks become a solution for those companies that need to offset their impacts in a cost-efficient manner, and also through a mechanism in which they know that those investments in conservation will last, for decades. The way that we work is that we identify landowners that have areas that can be either restored or conserved. Terrazos acts as an investor and manager of the habitat bank. We structure the whole project technically, financially, and legally. And in the Colombian law today, there's actually a regulation that says, what are all the requirements that you need to fulfill in order to register your habitat bank. So once we've come to an agreement with the landowners, we invest in all the information gathering and all the modeling and everything that needs to be done in order to register the project. Once it's registered, we begin to deploy the investment in conservation and restoration. And as we are deploying that capital in conservation activities, then we can begin to sell biodiversity credits. And those biodiversity credits are only paid as we fulfill certain conservation milestones. That's in a nutshell, I guess.
And are you still the first habitat bank of Latin America?
So we're certainly the first, but there have been others.
Others, yeah. So are the only one? You're no longer the only one, right?
We know. So we know of an initiative in Chile.
Okay.
We don't know. I'm not sure what the status of that is. And in Colombia, we know that there are other companies that are beginning to develop habitat banks.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome. So your business model is showing to be replicable in the region, right? That's amazing. Congratulations. That's very nice to know. So now, last but not least, meu amigo Johannes from Inocas. Johannes, you work with, first of all, I'd like you to tell the audience a little bit about Inocas business model, and also how do you think your business model is different from what we just heard from Terrazos and Ejido Verde? How do you differentiate so the audience knows about the different businesses, biobusiness we are talking about here? Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Anita, boa tarde. Boa tarde a todos e todas. Peço licença para falar em português e agradeço muito a oportunidade de estar aqui nesse fantástico painel e nesse summit. Eu falo em nome da Inocas. A Inocas é uma empresa especializada no plantio de macaúba em sistemas agro-silvipastoriz. É uma palmeira nativa da América Latina, ocorre em muitos dos países na América Latina e em grande quantidade no Brasil, onde nós estamos. Ela ocorre naturalmente nas quem espalha essa palmeira são os gados, as vacas, os bois, eles comem, cospem o caroço e ele nasce. O que nós fazemos é plantar essa palmeira nos pastos do cerrado brasileiro, bioma em parceria com agricultores familiares. Então tem algumas semelhanças, e a ideia é criar um segundo lugar produtivo. Então embaixo continua a pastagem,
down below, there's still grazing, and above
coco de macaúba, que é
the coconut, the macaúba coconut,
de
which is excellent for the production
que nós
of vegetable oils.
É uma
And
alternativa
we want to reach
sustentável
a sustainable alternative
a palma
to the
africana,
palm
que
oil, the African palm,
grande desmatamento a nível global
that
e também para outros
to bring
óleos
great
vegetais como a
deforestation
soja
globally, and other vegetable oils such as soy in Brazil.
Nessa parceria agrícola,
In
nós
this
trazemos
partnership,
todos
this
os
agricultural partnership, we'll bring all the investments to the
pequenos
producer,
produtores, e o
especially
produtor entra
smaller
com a terra
ones.
dele, a
The producer, they
pastagem
come
e a mão de
with their
obra.
lands, with their pasture,
Dessa maneira,
and the labor.
essa parceria, a
That
gente
way,
faz uma regeneração
in this partnership, we'll have a regeneration of the degraded pasture.
E gera vários benefícios para o produtor. Ele tem uma nova fonte de renda, além da pastagem, de outras atividades agrícolas,
as well as
ele
other
tem a
agricultural
receita
activities.
da
So
macaúba.
there's they have the macaúba on top of that, the revenue from macaúba. So they may even double the revenue by area with this.
A macaúba. E esse modelo de negócio que nós estamos executando com grande
executing with the great support of the IDB,
a gente entende
great
que ele tem
development bank. Well, we understand that it has a great scaling potential because this concept may be
do cerrado e também de outros
replicated in different biomes, not only cerrado, not only savanna in Brazil. And if that takes place, if this model is replicated in the degraded pasture,
a produção de óleo vegetal
the production of sustainable oil would be equivalent to the global production of the palm oil without cutting a single tree, without deforestation, and without changes in the soil. So each hectare of macaúba with pasture has this carbon balance of 20 tons on average, or negative. So there's a sequestration of 20 tons of carbon per hectare a year.
Replica
that
espaços degradados do Brasil,
replicates to the degraded pasture would be enough
a metade da meta
to
de
see
descarbonização
to
do Brasil, do NDC,
the target of decarbonization
somente
in Brazil.
com a macaúba
The NDC in Brazil, with macaúba alone as a second productive area of Cerrado. This is what we do.
Muito interessante.
Well, quite interesting.
To English again. So do you think your business? It's very interesting what you just said, because all these businesses, you, Mariana, Sean, you contribute to the country's NDCs as well, right? Correct? All the offsets, they contribute to the country's targets and goals. Now, the last question before I go back to Simon. So how do you see yourself? Do you see yourself more like Ejido Verde or more like a habitat bank? How do you define Inocas? Or something in between?
Eu não ouso fazer essa comparação.
I do not dare to make this
Faz uma
comparison.
parceria com os
We have a partnership with rural producers, and we see that we are together with them.
A modelo mais, it's a more of a cooperative almost type of model, you think, in Inocas?
Nós somos uma empresa privada, uma sociedade anônima, né? Mas fazemos parceria agrícola com agricultores.
with family producers.
Como se fosse uma joint venture.
It is sort of a joint venture between
o resultado da produção é dividido entre a empresa e o produtor.
Between the company and the producer.
Awesome. So you guys also, count a lot on the support of the local communities and the dialogue with the local communities, the local agriculture, the local farmers. That's awesome.
Esse é o nosso público-alvo. Nós não temos
Yes, this is our target audience. We do not have our own land. We only plant on the land of the small producers we target, or the small holder,
né? Que é o público mais desprivilegiado no âmbito agrícola, né? E a gente então traz uma oportunidade de agregação de valor e oportunidade de negócio para eles.
Awesome, thank you so much. So I'll go back to Simon. Simon, so you explained a little bit about the Sustainable Ocean Fund and how you go about sourcing the types of companies you look at. Now, in your experience, trying to source businesses in our region, what do you think are their main financial needs? And why do they get interested in your fund?
Yeah, look, I think the main type of areas around the gap in financing, natural capital, if you like. I think people have this view that it's difficult, it's hard to do. And I think that is not really the case. I think we just have to make sure that we structure transactions in the right way, that we basically work with the local stakeholders to deliver the right project design, and then we can put it all together in an investable project. But generally, the main points are to make sure that we have secure tenure or ownership of natural assets, that there's good policy available, both at a national but also regional or even at a project level, to make sure that we have investment enablers for structuring a project and design. Importantly, we need credible data. So we need to have a data that supports what we're trying to achieve with the projects, what we're trying to achieve around investment and the impact that we're trying to achieve with any type of investment we're putting in place. And that allows us to work out, what is the cost benefit for protecting nature vis-a-vis working sustainably, and understanding how we can put together a project plan and a business plan together. I think, private finance and public finance does exist. It's out there. It's looking for natural capital type investments, and I think the people who are on the panel can evidence that. We have a pot of really interested capital looking for blue economy deals in Latin America. So finance is available. I think the key thing is to make sure that any business plan from a project to a company is credible, that it fundamentally addresses the type of environmental need and the social and the local stakeholders that are part of that project. And I think it's important to remember that, we can't be green or blue in my case if your project is always in the red. So if the project is not making a sustainable, positive cash flow or actually a profit, I don't think you can be long-term sustainably a green or blue project. So you have to have projects that make an investment return financially and then bring this environmental return with it. We just completed a transaction that's really interesting in Belize, actually. We've been working on over the last 12 months. And this is really an investment into a marine protected area in Belize that is basically operated by TASA, which is a co-manager, in the Turnaf Atoll, which is about 132,000 hectares of really spectacular coral reef. And what we've done there is combined a type of blended finance approach. We have put in about $1.2 million of investment with a co-investment from the IUCN around setting up sustainable business models to basically put enforcement and protection into the marine protected area, but also to bring a number of ecotourism models that will create long-term funding for the co-manager, and that will then allow them to have a sustainable long-term funding around this protected area, and then we look to increase that over time. So it's a really interesting example of how you can structure a blended finance model and deliver an environmental return.
That's a very good point on blended finance. So you're basically saying it was equity plus grants.
Well, a loan, an impact loan plus
an impact
grant.
Okay.
Over 6 years.
Okay, let's park that thought. We're gonna get back to it. So, Sean, my friend, I wanted to ask you, like, when you guys were, structuring Ejido Verde, what types of financing were made available to you? Like, did blended finance play any role thus far in Ejido Verde?
I'd say it has later in the process. So Ejido Verde began in 2009. It was entirely financed by the private sector from industry, U.S. and Mexican pine chemicals industries and their owners. First, they provided philanthropy. It was grants to do a lot of research and development work, a lot of experimentation over easily 5 or 6 years. Then we started Ejido Verde with equity investments from the industry. And what is different about the industry, unlike other investors, is they see the risk very differently than outside investors because they understand the industry. And one of the challenges of bringing in external financing, the trees we plant today, we're all reforesting today. In the next 24-hour period, Ejido Verde will be planting over 20,000 trees in a 24-hour period. Of those trees that we plant today, all by local people, in our temperate environment, we need to take care of those trees for 10 years before they start producing resin and revenue. And therefore, the repayment of an investment really comes over a 20-year investment cycle. The time duration is normal for forestry investment, but very long for most investors, almost all investors. Our industry anchor investors don't have a problem with that duration, but we've had to come up with the structures for investments that allow investors an exit before our natural business cycle of a 20-year term. Blended financing has played, and then I'd say the first round of outside financing in our early stages came in 2014. It was crowdfunding. So the money was raised on a platform called Kiva. Today, Ejido Verde has 10,000 capital providers from 78 countries that together have provided $500,000 in a zero interest 10-year loan. That was our first outside funding. And after that, we now have, thankfully, support from the Inter-American IDB Labs. And that was only, I think, possible with the blended funding instrument, where IDB Labs is able to use Green Climate Fund funding to allow them to better accommodate our investment duration, the fact that we plant trees that take a very long time to generate revenue. Therefore, I'm seeking debt with very long grace periods. And I think where we're seeing blended financing and mixed funds, where the opportunities are, I think for investors, with companies like ours and others here on the panel, is to think we need money cheap on the front end, where we want to do revenue-based, repayment to investors. So if we call it, performance, to debt, we've taken on with the low interest debt, and then on the back end a kicker. Things go well, there's a plus for the lender. And similarly, today I've raised $25 million US to plant 4,200 hectares, and we're planting 12,000 hectares total. I'm raising another $25 million in addition, and of that money, I'm looking for equity, which I would call an equity wrapper, right? So it means performance-based, right? Raise all
performance-based equity
with basically revenue-based repayment, self-liquidating on equity and terms defined on debt. So I think as we move in terms of businesses like ours with high social impact, dramatic climate impacts, we do need blended financing, philanthropy, industry, private sector. Multilaterals are playing a very important role, as is Mirova, blending capital sources, where we then have new investment vehicles to finance and grow companies like Ejido Verde.
Awesome. You just stole my line, my friend. That's precisely what I was going to say. Like, we need this type of, we have to be creative, not only in the way we put our business together, we design our business models, but also in the way we design financial instruments so business such as yours can flourish, right? So loved it. Thank you so much. Mariana, and I will ask the same question to you and to Johannes. Did you guys also get access to blended finance? I mean, what types of financial instruments you have accessed so far? And what were the challenges you faced when accessing them?
So maybe a good way of telling that story is if I talk a little bit about the process that and the timeline of the habitat banks that are already working and under operation. And is the first thing that happened was we received a grant from the IDB. And it was a grant that was structured so that we could finalize that structuring phase of the first and the pilot project of the Habitat Bank. And if we succeeded in that structuring process, then we would receive an equity investment from the IDB lab in order to support the operation of the Habitat Bank before we could generate revenue. And in that process, so it's important to understand habitat banks have a lifespan of 30 years, but the business model, so all investors get their returns by year 15, but investors such as the IDB and other investors, they will want their returns earlier. So in that process, we had to design an exit strategy for the IDB so that they can exit between year 8 and year 10. Today, and then we were adding also, we were putting on the table also money that Terrazos was raising as a result of the consulting services that it provides. So our profit, we were reinvesting it alongside with the IDB in order to make the Habitat Bank operational and also so that we can generate the revenue. Now that we're in the replicating phase, we still have some grant money for the earlier part, which is when we're searching for landowners where we are designing the Habitat Bank and registering those projects. And then we're looking for investors to come in once the project is market ready. It's a risky business in the sense that we are operating in that regulatory environment. It's a new product. Nobody, biodiversity credits are not something that people were buying before, a year ago or two. So we knew that the only way in which we could get investors in was if we de-risk their investment by using other types of money in the earlier part.
Thank you so much. That's very interesting. Again, a mix of grants and equity. And I think I'll call Johannes now. And, it's a long-term investment, as you said, and not every investor can jump into this type of business. Johannes, in your case, it was similar to Mariana's, right? You had access to a mix of grants and equity, correct? And can you tell us how the grants and the equity instruments helped you?
Sim, Anita, a gente
Yes,
de fato
Anita.
também recebeu dois tipos de
We have received two
investimentos
types
de início,
of investment instruments in the beginning.
Investimento em capital social,
An
equity,
investment in
e
social capital equity,
reimbursable
and
grant, instrumento muito
a reimbursable grant, a very interesting
oferecido
instrument,
pelo
as if it was offered by the IDB, and for us it was
nosso projeto,
fundamental.
como eu contei início,
Our project, as I told you in the beginning, it works with a palm that before nobody used it, although it's everywhere, in it's all fields, everybody knows this palm tree, but the productive chain of this palm tree has never been explored economically
Então,
in
uma dúvida muito
the
grande
last
por
decade.
parte dos
So
produtores e também
there
por
was a
parte dos
doubt
investidores se essa
by producers and investors how this
se
productive chain
ela para de pé economicamente.
if
Uma
it
das nossas
remains
vantagens,
standing economically, although if the modeling and the test, there was this doubt, and we were not able to get the resources of the private sector or to fund
E aí, então,
using normal credit lines. So it was decisive
bid com equity,
this entrance of the IDB with equity
poder começar os
for us to be able to start our works. And once IDB
a gente
was
conseguiu
committed
logo em seguida
to
três
get in,
outros investimentos.
right after that, we got three other national investments in Brazil. And I said, well, under those conditions, I will go. So this was a way for us to have the decrease in the risk with the social capital, and then the reimbursable grant was fundamental. Well, if you remember, I said our focus, our target audience is the family producer, that we train them and we plant in their land and need to teach them how to take care of those palm trees for them to produce. But what the company as private initiative is doing is to generate the common welfare. So training society, and that way, this grant, this reimbursable grant, allow us that this financial resource that generates public assets. So it's reversible. So if the business stands, we return it, reimburse this credit. It becomes credit, in fact. And at first, it is a concession, it's a grant. So if we have other financial instruments that help us, thanks to the existence of those, well, one of them was that once the IDB was committed to support us, we had access to two credit lines as bridge loans for us to be able to set up this project. So there was an effect of removing the risk and the doubt, and we were able to get other resources from Mirovac that is in Spanish. And finally, there is another instrument that is benefiting our role where the IDB is involved in, which is the instrument of payment for environmental services. It is a project, a separate project that happens in the state of São Paulo, where we are going towards our first expansion in this project that is called Atlantic Forest Connection is paying for environmental services, small producers to then conserve and regenerate their fields with macaúba. So there is another incentive of a different instrument supported by the IDB that is opening the doors for our effort of expansion in the project.
Muito legal, Johannes. It's nice, very interesting what you just said, and what I'm hearing from the four of you. Right? It's like when we talk about blended finance, what do we mean by that? We mean blending private and public financing, sources of financing, but also different types of financial instruments, grants, equity, first loss equity, contingent recovery grants. And we see that in this context where we are at climate finance, at bioeconomy finance, it is very important to have these different type of combinations precisely to do what you just said, which is to de-risk and to attract new potential investors, just like what happened in your case, in the case of Ejido Verde and others. So I'm very glad that our theory at the IDB is turning out to be the reality. So we don't have much time, actually. We have 13 minutes only. So I'm going to make a question to all of you. Okay, so looking forward in the near future, we are here in a mission, right, to protect nature, to cause a positive social and environmental impact in our communities, in our region, we at the IDB, we have this challenge. We have to increase the amount of climate finance going to businesses such as yours. So how do we tackle this climate finance challenge in the region? How can we attract more money? What do you think we need to do? Do we need to go to invest more in the regulation, to, maybe, I don't know, have better infrastructure, better forest codes, or, have access to other types of private investors? What is missing in the region? Who wants to start?
I can start if you want.
Ladies first.
Okay. So, and talking from experience and a little bit of what we're seeing, and I think what we're seeing in Colombia generally, but in order for us to accelerate private investment in the environment and biodiversity conservation, we need to improve that trust between the public and the private sector. And we've seen that that's a challenge, right? We've had many people from the public sector say, well, if it's a business model, then I don't see how that can actually be aligned with biodiversity conservation goals. So I think there is a myth that the private sector cannot authentically, do good to the environment and at the same time generate income and revenue and returns, not only for the owners of those businesses, but for the communities that are around those projects in a sustainable and durable fashion. So I think, showcasing new experiences, showcasing, the results of the projects like the ones that we're talking about today is really important for, so that sort of those walls kind of can come down and the public sector can really see the power that the private sector can bring to the table when we're talking about conservation, biodiversity, and climate change goals. And I think the other thing that is really interesting, and we've seen it in the carbon market, is that as soon as countries begin to develop these net zero goals, then the markets start picking up, right? And I think we're going to begin to see that, and biodiversity needs that as well. If we can all begin to work towards that nature positive goal, if we can have net zero biodiversity loss, we are going to see that the bioeconomy industry is going to spike. So how do we create opportunities in this moment of crisis that we're also living?
Awesome. Thank you. Do you agree, Johannes?
Sim, Anita, eu gostaria de pegar o gancho.
Yes, I'd like to get this hook.
Que nós ouvimos agora,
this part that we just heard now, that the carbon market, well, this is a market or an opportunity for projects as the ones we are discussing, forest projects,
o valor do carbono que é
and the value of carbon that is sequestrated in forestry projects at first.
Para refinanciar todo o plantio.
To fund all the plantation.
Inteiro, com os créditos de carbono. Também seria possível tirar todo.
Well, we can fund without the carbon credits, and to remove all the risk and access the conventional market.
Plantando uma floresta.
And the person that is planting the forest could give this carbon credits as guarantee. And
estamos vivenciando no nosso projeto agora.
But we are living in this project right now. We are certifying the carbon of our project. This process of carbon certification is extremely costly and long. And for one normal farm in the typical size, in even mid-sized farms, it is not feasible economically to do the certification of this carbon. And with that, you can't use this effect of risk of fund by carbon. So I believe when you ask what instruments, what would be the game changer, I would say that it would be important to have this mechanism of micro carbon credit, or a way of certifying small carbon parcels in farm level. And this could leverage resources in larger amounts for the private initiatives, and to monetize that capital that is there. So to use those two partners, the Green Fund or Mirova, and in the carbon credit.
Simon, do you agree? Micro carbon credits. I'm taking notes here. What do you think?
I think there's a very exciting experiment going on in the Midwest United States, where large agricultural companies are paying farmers for soil carbon, and they're doing it on a micro scheme, right? So if you do no-till agriculture, you get a payment. And there's some interesting innovations around how we can cost effectively measure and reward carbon sequestration in farming and forestry. I guess I would build on the comment, yes. If the Bank of England is reported to have told its customers earlier this year that the price of carbon is going to reach $100 a ton, according to the Bank of England, and in part responding to the strengthening of regulated carbon markets in Europe, when only a few years ago, the price of forest carbon was $2 or $3 a ton. So today, I would agree, we're at Agenda Verde as a complementary revenue. We're looking at CAR Mexico, a national standard for measuring and verifying carbon. And I do think that right now, I think the price of carbon is about $10 a ton. That's what we can get today. But when we get to $20 a ton for forest carbon, I think it's going to be a game changer. I think we'll have huge opportunities open up of the way Agenda Verde and other companies can get financed. And the other issue I would say to your broader question on the future of finance for this sector, it really has to do with how we define, measure, and mitigate risk. Conceptually, I think about the conversation I have too often with pension fund managers that are looking to make $100 million investment in companies like Agenda Verde, but they need no risk or low risk.
We need to educate investors, right? I think there's an education.
Investors, structures of intermediation to mitigate risk, like subordinated debt, more subordinated debt that we can bring to the deal, first loss funds that we can bring to the deal. But I do think we need the answer for that pension fund manager to have a low risk strategy to deploy large amounts of capital where there's support from the nonprofit, public, and other sectors to mitigate that risk, to allow to crowd in much larger amounts of private sector finance that is not necessarily expensive.
That's a very good tip for us, food for thought for the IDB. Now, Simon, we only have 2 minutes, and I have to close. So what do you think?
Very quickly, I'd finish. I mean, more ambition. So ambition on the project side, the company side, ambition on the investor side, ambition on policy, ambition with private side entrepreneurs. I think we can, in natural capital, is all about making a difference. I actually think the finance does exist. I think it's come on leaps and bounds, and so I think with the right projects, the right data set, the right type of effort from public and private, we can achieve great things in the region. And I think what we're doing on this panel is an example of that.
I'm sure my colleagues from the climate change department from CCS and the bank are applauding you right now. And I am applauding you as well. I think that's the way to go too. We all have to be more ambitious. Guys, thank you. Yeah. Guys, well, thank you guys so much. Thank you and congratulations for your work. I think you guys, more than anything, are an inspiration for us and for other entrepreneurs and other folks that are watching right now. So thank you very much once again. Keep up the good work and keep counting on us. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a todos por acompañarnos.
Thank you all for being here with us.
Los retos y oportunidades de financiación del sector.
Super interesting.
En unos segundos.
We're going to financing and the challenges and highlights of this. We'll be starting soon our next session. Stay with us.
Muchas gracias por seguir con nosotros. El mercado de títulos verdes es
Thank you for being
instrumento para
with us.
las inversiones sostenibles
The market is very important
para desarrollar este mercado.
to propose
Vamos a presentar
green investments.
para aumentar
So we're now going to present a very important instrument for improving confidence in investors entering this market. Welcome.
Go.
Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you here. We have a wonderful panel, and basically today we are going to talk about a strategy that IDB has been trying to promote in the region to promote transparency and attract investors for green finance in the region, and in particular, what has been for the IDB Group, the promotion of a new platform, the Green Bond Transparency Platform. We have a panel of many perspectives, bringing the perspective of an issuer, perspectives of investors, perspective also of funds, on how they are perceiving the markets and how we see these green and sustainable bond markets as very, let's say, attractive and interesting opportunities to help the countries and to help our economies to align to the Paris Agreement. We will start with the two presentations, so I will invite Tatiana Gasparotto. She is Associate Director for Regions in the Climate Bond Initiative. She's going to give us an overview about the green bond market in Latin America and the Caribbean. And please, Tatiana, let's start with you, and then I will pass to Alex Vaza to talk about the platform I was mentioning. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today. So I'm going to talk quickly about, where we've come in terms of the Latin American green and sustainable bond market, and also take you a little bit through some of the best practices in our analysis, especially in terms of reporting in a work that we've recently published together with the IDB. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Basically, we, since the beginning, we've always seen Latin America as a key region that holds a pipeline of green investment, right? And although it is a relatively recent market, it's a market that has grown substantially from basically zero, and now we're close to $25 billion in issuance. We have seen some diversification in the market in the recent couple of years, especially with the pandemic. So the rise in social bonds and sustainability bonds, where credentials get coupled between green and social. So you can see there how that trajectory has been within Latin America. Next slide, please. So I wanted to give a little bit more context in terms of what is the Latin American market for green and sustainable bonds. Essentially, we do have, which is quite similar to the international markets, we still do have quite an important share of proceeds being allocated towards energy. That's very natural, very natural growth that we've seen in the market. Energy assets are usually identifiable. But I think what draws our attention here is exactly the rise in other sectors and the growth of assets in transport, in water, and especially land use. So until very, very recently, we didn't have criteria and standards for the agriculture and land use space, and those have recently come to market, and CBI has been coordinating that work. So with that, we do begin to see quite an expansion of financial products being allocated towards the land use space and agri more generally. So that is a huge potential for the region. In terms of the breakdown between the countries, we do have a very close breakdown between Brazil and Chile. Chile has been at the forefront of sovereign issuances in the region, with the government of Chile having issued multiple sovereign bonds, also as part of a partnership between CBI and IDB. We've also got Mexico, which was actually one of the very first markets to kick off in LATAM. Peru, Colombia, Argentina. We do see a lot of green finance initiatives, sustainable finance initiatives kicking off in these markets. So I think we will, out of those 6 key markets, I think that's where we will see the most of issuance over the next couple of years. Though I do want to highlight that the Central American countries have also been taken forward quite a number of initiatives, and we've had supranationals like the Central American Development Bank, which has issued green bonds in the market. Next slide, please. So to talk just briefly about what are the best practices and what do we see happening, especially regarding transparency and reporting, right? So we all know that one of the big selling points of green bonds, or any labeled bond for that matter, is the added level of disclosure and the added level of transparency that one would have over a certain financial deal, and that's especially attractive to investors, right? So this year we've published, this is the third edition of our post-issuance reporting in the green bond market, which looks at exactly, so, given that we don't have the labeled bond market is not, regulated globally. There is no, one entity that is, monitoring or basically dictating how everyone should act. But the market has been largely self-regulated, and the market has really been pushing itself, especially driven by investors, but pushing itself towards best practices around reporting and availability. And that essentially means reporting against the use of proceeds on a yearly basis during the lifetime of the bond, as well as having an external review during the structuring of the bond. Another trend that we've seen recently with thematic bonds is exactly the development of impact reporting. So in this analysis, we've looked at close to 700 bonds, and we've identified that at least 77% of the issuers are reporting against the use of proceeds, 59% are reporting on impact. Now, obviously, that might have some slight change depending on the amount issued and the number of bonds. But overall, this is to say that we've had almost 100% of all the bonds being reported against. And it should also be said that even though we didn't have all the bonds reporting during the time of the analysis, that the analysis took place, we have actually kept a close eye on the bonds that we had previously categorized as non-reporting. And we've seen that now pretty much 100% of them have reported. So I think that really shows that greenwashing within the thematic labeled market, within the green bond market, specifically, tends to be rare at the moment. Next slide, please. So we do have, but we do have some variations, right? So whilst it's the picture is quite positive across the board, there is variation, especially regarding deal size, whether or not that issuer carries out external reviews, and also in terms of issuer type. So over on the right side of the screen, you can see a breakdown per region. I mean, obviously, we're talking about LATAM here, and Latin America will end up drawing attention because we did have about half of the volume issued not reporting at the time, but it was basically because issuers just happened to take slightly longer this time to report. The cutoff date was just slightly before the pandemic, so Q1 last year. So what we have seen is that, like I said, since then, a lot of the issuers have actually reported. So across the board, we are in a pretty good shape. We also do see a trend where depending on issuer size and deal size, we tend to have less what we call minimum score. So if you could change to the next slide, please, which is also the final slide. So our methodology basically analyzes a number of factors, and we've come up with this score point system where it will go from 0 to 25 points, and the average that we saw globally was of 19.2 points, which is maintaining good performance from the 2019 study. The difference that I was talking about essentially is that where usually the larger the deal size, the larger the issuer type, the less frequency of low scores are observed, but pretty much consistent throughout the different different sizes of issuers, the different types of issuers and the different sizes of deals are also pretty consistent. So that was the quick snapshot I wanted to give. I think, overall, we always get questions around, is this working? Are issuers effectively, following suit to what they promise at the time of issuance? Is there a lot of greenwash and so on? And I think this analysis comes to show that actually performance, at least in the green bond market specifically, has been quite consistent throughout. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tatiana. I think it's great to see that we have seen an improvement and an important improvement in the reporting of the green bond issuances, which was not the case some years ago when we actually did support you with the first report. And that actually is a good indice that, at least in general, the market, as you are saying, although there is this danger and perception that there could be a greenwashing, apparently the commitment of the issuers is there to demonstrate what they are doing. There are a lot of challenges, though, and I think that's a bit what we are going to discuss also with the Green Bond Transparency Platform. How can we help the reporting to help happening in a way that can be standardized, comparable? We have very many different methodologies. And again, if we want to see these green bonds being really, truly instruments that demonstrate that we are helping the region to transition to a low carbon resilient economy, we need also to demonstrate that with indicators of impact as well. Alex, I would like to invite Alex Vaza. Alex Vaza works also in the Inter-American Development Bank. He's leading the team working on the Green Bond Transparency Platform. This platform we wanted to explain and show today to you, after which I'm going to bring a couple of market players to discuss and comment around it. Alex, please, the floor is with you.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you, Tatiana. Actually, Tatiana gave the main reason for our Green Bond Transparency Platform. When we supported the second report of post-issuance disclosure, we thought what could help Latin America to showcase the bonds and the reporting that have been done already in this market. And we consulted with several market players, including CBI, standard setters, issuers, external reviewers, investment banks, other stock markets, whether such a platform could help the market. And the resounding answer was yes. So what I'm gonna show you today with the presentation is how the Green Bond Transparency Platform, what it wants to achieve, and a couple of screenshots on how, what you would see if you enter right now on greenbondtransparency.com. The platform is free to use. You do not need a login. The only two entities that log into the platform to upload data are issuers and external reviewers. Next slide, please. So the background of our work with the Green Bond Transparency Platform comes from our work with the issuers directly. And we have supported about 30% of the volume of thematic bonds in Latin America through technical assistance and financial support like credit guarantees, credit enhancement guarantees. Next slide, please. So the Green Bond Transparency Platform wants to allow issuers to report on their impact and their use of proceeds according to their commitments that they have done in the green bond framework. This could be the individual reporting bond by bond, or it could be a fund type of reporting on several bonds and the impacts of disaggregated group of bonds. The platform provides comparability, transparency, traceability, and completeness for all of these bonds. So usually a bond enters the platform after issuance or at issuance, and a year later the reporting comes. We think that the platform helps issuers, external reviewers alike for peer learning and investors to take better and informed decisions, and can be an input to regulatory discussions. Next slide, please. This is a summary in the sense that it encourages issuers to do complete reporting and facilitates this process through standardized Excel sheets. It facilitates the disclosure of these use of proceeds and impacts. It provides investors with relevant and consistent information, as well as enables decisions on the buying, holding, or selling of these bonds. And it lowers the cost of analyzing the bonds and actually issuing the bonds, because new issuers can learn from what the status of the market is currently. Next slide, please. So this slide, if you enter the platform, you see that you can filter by type of issuance jurisdiction, by type of issuer, be it a sovereign, a development bank, a local government, a financial corporate, a non-financial corporate. All bonds, be they labeled or unlabeled, are welcome in the platform. They would be labeled as such in the sense that you would see whether they have a second party opinion or a CBI certification, an assurance, or an impact verification, or none of this. But all bonds that call themselves green are welcome. And we have a team that helps to upload these bonds on the platform. Next slide, please. This is an example of a development bank of BNDES. And you see on the number 1 and 2, very basic data. On the map, you see that BNDES has provided GPS location data for their 8 wind projects. On number 3, you see the different taxonomies, 2 of which are currently functional. The EU Green Bonds Standard and ISO 14030 are, once they are decided, can be implemented. But for now, we have the Climate Bonds Initiative as well as the Green Bond Principles. You see on 4 the disbursement, key performance indicator, and framework schedule, as well as below that BNDES has reported 8 projects and their disbursement. Next slide, please. The next slide shows the 2 main KPIs that that BNDES reports against: megawatts energy generated, megawatt hours generated, and tons of CO2 reduced. And this for the past 5 years. And all of this data, though even the one before, can be downloaded by one click on the Excel button. And no login is necessary for that. Next slide, please. We have been advised and supported by several entities. And we are very lucky and grateful for this support, which we continue to exchange on how we can make better our platform. So if you're interested, please reach out to us at greenbondtransparency.com or an email which will be in the invitation, support@greenbondtransparency.com. Thank you.
Alex, it's really great to see what have been done with the Green Bond Transparency platform. As Alex was saying, independent of the methodologies, we can help the issuers to be able to present their information in a way that more and more can demonstrate comparability, but also important to develop a new asset class to demonstrate also to the investors the opportunity. This provides transparency and facilitates also investors to understand what the region is doing. I wanted to now pass to a group of panelists, and we have a great group of panelists, and I'm really sorry that we don't have a lot of time for conversating, because I think we could spend a lot of time discussing here. I would like to start with Andrés Pérez from the Ministry of Finance of Chile. Chile was the first government actually to do a sovereign green bond, and I wanted to ask Andrés if you can tell us a bit what has been the lessons learned from your side in structuring this bond and reporting it. And further, how did you see this bond being linked or serving or supporting Chile with its commitments under the Climate Change Convention and the Paris Agreement? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to share some perspective from Chile. I'm going to try to keep my intervention or remarks crisp and brief. So it's important to say that with the support of the Inter-American Development Bank and Climate Bonds Initiative, we began issuing green bonds in June of 2019. So we do have some experience in this arena thus far. Since then, since our initial issuances, we've witnessed important shifts in the interest of thematic bonds, stretching from the overall commitments of the issuers, the consistency of its policies with respect to sustainable development, as well as the depth or the amount of the breadth of the reporting, both ex ante and ex post. In our case, we've stretched somewhat beyond the green bond market since we widened the set of instruments towards social and sustainable bonds in recent years. Thus far, the Republic of Chile, as the Treasury, or the Ministry of Finance, has issued a total of $16.2 billion in thematic bonds, which account for roughly 16.6% of our outstanding central government debt. According to our estimates, this is among the highest in the world. Okay. As an issuer of different types of instruments, we especially recognize that transparency is critical in terms of ensuring our credibility as an issuer with respect to the use of proceeds of the issuances and their corresponding impact. So, long introduction. I said that I was going to keep this crisp, but go to the lessons. There are plenty of lessons I'd like to say and like to highlight. First of all, there's the first one I'd like to say that to any issuer that is planning on issuing these kinds of instruments, there's a lot of processes that are both ex ante and ex post are operationally demanding. This is not only in terms of the debt management offices that they need to be further built on or developed, both in terms of their capacity and their know-how. Not only because this is not the same issuance of an instrument as a plain vanilla, but also there are a lot of challenges both in ex ante and ex post. Okay. Not to say not the least, there's a lot of coordination that needs to be done across the government, especially with line ministries that are engaged in the allocation and the investment of the different kinds of resources. Separately, there's a lot of demand and interest that is increasing in a broad sense, and therefore this market is just beginning, right? So there's a part of the issuer that there's an ongoing learning process. So I would definitely say that the lessons that I'm highlighting here are not final. Actually, we continue to learn and seeing how we are consistently challenged to ensure that we remain at the forefront in this market. And finally, I'd like to say in terms of our lessons, marketing efforts need to be strengthened on behalf of the issuer. The issuing one of these bonds is not the same as a plain vanilla one. Actually, the questions that we receive in the marketing process are not only the same macro-fiscal, inflation, growth kind of questions, but also they're increasingly more deeper into detail on the aspects of the overall commitment of the issuer on climate action, among others. And then how do these issuances support our commitments on climate action? I'd say that thus far we've issued $7.7 billion equivalent in sovereign green bonds. These are primarily invested in clean transportation projects that contribute to the decarbonization of Chile's energy matrix. So there directly we see a contribution of our towards our climate action commitments. And these projects are mainly metro projects, railroads, among others. And these expenditures, due to the long-term horizon of the projects, we expect these to be completely allocated within a 5-year horizon. So there's that one aspect that we see a direct impact or contribution towards our climate action commitments. But then again, I say more broadly, I'd say our green bond issuances have been effective in demonstrating that one can advance on concrete climate action, while at the same time benefit financially. Okay, it's important to say that we have benefited from very favorable yields, an important diversification of our investor base, while at the same time advancing our climate action commitments. And to a certain extent, when we started issuing these instruments, this went against conventional wisdom, in which at the time any aspect that was made towards climate action was seen as to be made at a financial cost, but in our case it seems to be the contrary. And finally, these are green bond issuances or sustainable bond issuances complement other initiatives that we have developed at the Ministry of Finance, such as making progress on the measurement of climate budgeting and on public spending, as well as development of human capital in the local capital market. Thanks.
Actually, it's an incredible example, the example of Chile. There is a lot of countries now in the region and the world also doing the same, but I think certainly in our region, it was a lot of innovation. And what I think is important, Andres, as you were saying, a lot of learning is still learning before and after, as you said, but also the issuance believing to bring yields, bringing opportunities, and at the same time, developing capacity also of better coordination in the government. So that's very interesting. And as I think on the reporting side, also I think is a very interesting example, which by the way, we're very happy to collaborate also in the Green Bond Transparency Platform. I will pass now to Carmen Luzzo. She's the head of fixed income in the Principles for Responsible Investment. And Carmen has a lot of experience about what investors are looking for in terms of, value added of those kinds of investments. And I would like to, Carmen, hear a bit from you. Alex was talking also about the Green Bond Transparency Platform being important for investors. Why you think the demonstration of ESG and green impacts are becoming more relevant for investors?
Thank you, Maria, for the warm introduction, and delighted to be here with you today. Thanks for the opportunity. Let me just start by saying very quickly that for those of you who do not know what the Principle for Responsible Investment is, we're the largest association, or I should say rather a movement of investors who adhere to a set of 6 principles ranging from incorporating ESG factors in their investment analysis and decision-making processes to seeking appropriate disclosure from investee entities and really working collaboratively to enhance and implement these 6 principles. And back in the day when the PRI was launched in 2006 at the initiative of the then UN Secretary Kofi Annan, but there were only 100 investors supporting the movement, and most of them were equity investors. And since then, we've moved a long way. We're now about to celebrate our number 4,000 signatory. Collectively, our signatories manage over $100 trillion, of which about 40% is in fixed income. And let me just say that fixed income investors have traditionally embraced a bit later than equity investors the concept of ESG incorporation. Why? Because they always thought that perhaps not being shareholders, not owning a share of a company and not having voting rights, they had less of a say in the strategy and in the governance of a particular issuers. And also, it's much more difficult to engage as a bondholder than it is for an equity holder, so that you have fewer institutionalized channels, if you will, including the participations to the AGMs. But things are changing very rapidly now. I must say 2015, the signing of the Paris Agreement was a pivotal year, but in the last few years, we've seen the interest by fixed income investors really skyrocketing among our signatory base because there is a much better appreciation of the need to assess risks in a more holistic way. Client demand is definitely rising, but both from the retail investors and also for the asset owners who are becoming a lot more strategic when it comes to ESG objectives, particularly the climate ones. And there are also rapid changes going on at the regulatory level, spearheaded by the EU authorities where I'm based, but also visible in Canada, for example, in some Asian countries, and finally with the change in administration now also in the US. So if you look back, really, the story has been pretty similar with the green bonds. When the first green bond was issued by the European Investment Bank in 2007, it took a while before the corporate sector started issuing bonds, starting, if I remember correctly, about 2013, when the first Swedish property company entered the market, and then it was followed by a number of others. I remember the case of Apple and GE, Credit Agricole, for example. And last year, we reached a milestone when the outstanding issuance exceeded 1 trillion in the year of the pandemic. So even there, we've started a bit slow, but the traction is getting bigger and bigger. And I should say that for fixed income investors in particular, green bonds have been instrumental to get both the investors and the issuers to focus on environmentally objectives, sustainable objectives. Why? Because they have opened the door to really thinking about single projects, user proceeds, the ring fencing of these proceeds, for which investors need guidance, but gives them reassurance about where they're putting the money as well. And that has opened the door to obviously all sorts of thematic bonds investing, social bonds, bonds aligned with the SDG. More recently, we've also seen the emergence of sustainability linked bonds, which are linked more to KPIs and strategies rather than specific projects. But definitely the market is in a state of creative innovations. And I should say what we're seeing on the investor side is really the willingness to lend, but with more strings attached. And on the issuer side, as Andres was saying, really perform better on ESG credentials to attract capital and lower the cost of capital. Indeed, I think green bonds are a great way for issuers to diversify their structure, their funding structure and their investor base, but also they bring a lot more stable investing because they're linked to many infrastructure projects, and so many investors buy to hold. And finally, they're increasingly attractive because of very strong demand. We are seeing now more and more examples of the so-called greenium in the market, where green bonds trade with spreads that are compressed relative to comparable bonds with the same maturities. And the sovereign market is expanding very fast, and Chile is a very good example. I'm glad that Andres was on this panel. So we should not forget that in the overall grand scheme of things, as I mentioned, green bonds represent 1 trillion, but the overall outstanding bond market is over 120 trillion. So there's still a lot of room to growth, but there is an increasing desire, at least from our signatory base, to allocate capital with more purpose and really a desire to shape real world outcomes, whether these are positive or whether they contribute to reducing negative ones.
Thank you very much. And a small follow-up from my side to you. How do you see comparable and transparent data supporting the development of this market and supporting also the achievement to the Paris Agreement?
Sure. Thank you, Maria. This is a crucial question because peer comparison and transparency are key. First, if you think about it in credit risk, all valuations are always relative. So comparison is very, very important. Secondly, I think the comparison is also, and the data availability to start with, is very important for the issuers themselves to build capacity and understand their exposure to climate change, even before identifying through which projects to achieve their climate ambition. So these objectives depend on their exposure that varies quite a lot by country, by sector, and even at the individual corporate entity, they can vary quite a lot depending on the mitigants and the strategies that companies have put in place. Thirdly, I would say that I'm glad that Tatiana showed that the issuance is increasing not just in the energy sector, but also in other sectors that perhaps are very high in energy use and they're central to the transition to a low carbon economy. I'm thinking of the cement industry, for example, or the chemical industries that are energy intensive, but we need these products to make electric cars, to make solar panels, to make wind turbines, for example, or build green buildings. And so the data comparability can really increase the credibility of the project and reduce the risk of greenwashing. So investors' confidence is crucial, and this is why it's important that the environmental integrity of the bond is ensured in its entirety, from issuance to monitoring and to the reporting procedure. And finally, let me just make one last point very quickly, which is the data are important to profile issuers and to verify, but the green projects, the green projects, but also they're important for engagement, because to an extent the data give a very static assessment of an issuer, but by engaging in an informed fashion thanks to the data, one can have a more dynamic and forward-looking picture. And so of course engagement for fixed income, I said earlier, is not that straightforward as natural as it is for equity investors, but it could open the door, especially with the issuance of green bonds, to have more broader discussions about ESG topics in general. And I'm glad that Andres made the point about the increased communication across different ministries within a government, because we've seen that has helped in our investor base also to improve the communication between ESG analysts and credit analysts as well. So I would say comparability and transparency are key really to verify, but also to engage.
Thank you so much. And I think this point of engagement is extremely important also to develop the potential of the market in the region. As you said, the market got to 1 trillion. However, our region is still 2% of this market. So there's a huge potential actually to leverage also in Latin America and Caribbean. And it is important precisely to engage the players, both the issuers and the investors, including local investors. I want to turn now to Claudia Goldmeyer. She is from Colchester Global Investors. Claudia is a great, actually, collaborator from the private sector who has been also advising us and working with us on the Green Bond Transparency platform. Claudia, following up on the previous discussions we were having, I would like to get your perception on how the green bond market is providing opportunity for investors to become more Paris aligned. And relating to that again, coming up also from the discussions with Carmen, how do you see the increased transparency and comparability of non-financial data and ensuring materiality of this non-financial data associated to the green impacts? How do you see this as an important part of the mix? Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Thanks for having me. And let me start with your sort of first question. So I think governments, as we've heard, from previous speakers, Andres, Tatiana, and Alex as well, governments around the world have signed up to 2030 and 2050 targets for achieving the environmental goals set out in the Paris Agreement and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, which are less than just a decade away. And governments, as we have seen now, they actually need to walk the talk, and they can take advantage of the aftermath of the COVID period to deliver a green recovery. The green recovery is vital for tackling the urgent and interconnected challenges of climate change and biodiversity loss. And this can be achieved via the green bond issuances or other sustainability bonds. We have seen an increased opportunity set for investors, with Europe really taking the center stage, which is driven by regulations, but emerging markets, as we have seen or heard also from Andres in the case of Chile, as Carmen was mentioning, and Tatiana on the Mexican bond markets, we have seen issuances coming along on that side. And new issues coming up with Colombia, Peru, just to mention a few of them. But clearly the public sector can't do it all on its own. And so corporate space, we have seen actually a similar trend, whilst it started later, as Carmen rightly pointed out. But the proceeds are also used for similar purposes to develop renewable energy projects, construction of green buildings, or the transition to low emission vehicles. So what does it do for investor side, such as asset owners and asset managers? We can join in by allocating capital according to their Paris aligned or other sustainability objectives. And it's also worth noting that the Paris alignment isn't only applicable, as we've heard already, to green bonds, but equally transferable to blue bonds. In particular, why I'm mentioning blue bonds is for the region for small islands or the Caribbean countries, as about almost 100% of the population lives at the coast, and they need investments to protect the tourism or sustainable fishing sectors for their economies going forward. Other thematic bonds, which include sustainability SDG frameworks, all serve really a similar purpose in achieving the goals for the Paris Agreement and the UN 2030 agenda. When it comes to bond investments, asset managers will support labeled bonds, in particular those which are supported by these global policy frameworks. In all these labeled bonds, as we've heard as well, have common challenges. One being, is it really a true green bond, or do these bonds really meet their purposes? And I agree that these can significantly be reduced if issuers choose to align their issues with Paris-aligned frameworks or taxonomies. And clearly the Green Bond Transparency platform is very helpful with that transparency effort. A bit of a long answer, but let me go on to your second questions in terms of can sort of non-financial reporting support more investments with Paris alignment investments? And I would say yes, the answer to that, but let me elaborate a little bit more. More reliable and comparable data, as we've heard as well, really provides for investors more information usefulness in our due diligence and valuations process. It also allows for investors to engage, as Carmen rightly pointed out, in particular on the sovereign space. It's much more challenging compared to the corporates. And we can discuss data specifically on these sustainability issues. The more transparent data also reduces assumptions investors need to make. And the impact reporting should provide then investors and other stakeholders with a clear evidence that their provided capital really reaches these truly intended green or social or sustainable projects. And again, helps in reducing those risks of green or social washing. Higher disclosure standards also have the advantage for lowering the funding costs, as we've heard from Andres, which Chile has benefited through the so-called greenium. And at the same time, improved issuer governance standards not just support the lower funding costs, but also reduces the likelihood of an issue being excluded from a green bond index. And for corporates as well, it reduces reputation risk and litigation risks in particular. The data collection can also, for investors, be really resource intensive. And therefore, having impact reporting as a feature of these green social sustainability bonds is becoming increasingly valuable, especially to investors and other stakeholders, to reduce that resource intensity, as we don't need to go and aggregate all these project level data within the portfolios. And that historically could have really presented barriers to entry for smaller investors. Therefore, ensuring platforms like the Green Bond Transparency Platform, which provides a standardized, and as Alex was pointing out, it's free and it can be downloadable into Excel, can help to really attract more capital and reduce the burden for investors as well. Obviously, it's supported by having an annual independent third-party verification report is also helpful. And what we would like to see as well is having project-level data provided with SDGs and taxonomy frameworks aligned that gives a much clearer picture for investors. So in summary, by having the Green Bond Transparency Platform providing non-financial data for investments, which follow Paris-aligned frameworks, can help investors in their valuation and due diligence work, issuers by providing data to the Green Bond Transparency Platform or other platform are increasing their governance standards and thereby should help reduce the funding costs over time.
Thank you so much. This was a very insightful, actually, argumentation. I think the very key what you were saying also that investors are having to themselves demonstrating how they align to these international frameworks and need to assess and analyze data. So for them, it's also very important to have this data. And as you were saying, the data can be quite complex because we have data about impact, but also about the institutions that are issuing themselves, which is truly equally important, not just impact, but also the governance. And also how all of these can be compatible and in an aggregated form. So increasingly, how can we promote that this information of the non-financial value, but which has increasingly the greenium value, can be presented in a way that can be digestible as well from the investor point of view. I will pass now to Emily Wang. It's our last panelist before we will pass for some closing remarks. Emily works in the Global Fixed Income Responsible Investing team from the BlackRock. And Emily, going a bit deeper on what we were discussing with Claudia, How do asset managers evaluate their investment impact, and which are the challenges in doing this evaluation?
Yeah, sure. And I think you've touched on something that's very central to the work that me and our team does. So specific to green bonds, for every single green bond dedicated client mandate or for our green bond funds, and we have a few of which, the largest of them is a UCITS green bond fund tracking the MSCI Global Green Bond Index. That's close to 4 billion euros now, and I think has on the underlying over 300 issuers. Impact is a very, very central to that process and, our evaluation. And, to Claudia's point, it's, something that takes a lot of time. Unfortunately, at BlackRock, we have the scale for it. So every single year, we actually go back and we follow up with all of the issuers of green bonds. We ask for their latest impact report. We actually go through the due diligence to make sure that we understand the methodology. I'll talk to someone like an Andres and make sure that, for Chile's latest, green bond impact report, how much of the proceeds that were raised actually got allocated, what projects were funded, what are the impact of those projects, and make sure that we are comfortable with that methodology too. And so, we really go through issuer by issuer to make sure we can stand behind the numbers. And then, zooming out, once we collect that data on a portfolio level, we want to think about, for us as investors, if I've invested $1 million in the Green Bond Fund across over 300 issuers of green bonds across sectors, what does that translate to, right, when it comes to defensible impact metrics? And, I think the types of standardized metrics that we've seen come out of the Green Bond Principles definitely help when it comes to the types of metrics that we want to see from issuers. We want absolute metrics, with a really good sort of relative baseline with methodologies as much as possible, so that we know it's defensible. And, we aggregate it sort of pro rata, and we have a methodology. We have a 5-year track record of doing this, so we can have a good understanding of, on a portfolio level basis, what that translates into in terms of our investment in your green bonds, and what that means when it comes to the way we think about it is the non-financial return, that we as investors can get. And so, I think it definitely helps something like the Green Bond Transparency Platform. We want the data. We care about the data. We care about a very good methodology for this. And, something I think also the market is increasingly going towards is having sort of issuers report on platforms like the Green Bond Transparency Platform. NASDAQ, I think, also has one. So, that's all sort of very good momentum. And we're definitely in the mix of all of these conversations trying to, make this data something as broadly available and broadly defensible as possible. But that's sort of a long answer to your question. But, in short, it does take a lot of time. And I think, as we see more standards, more sort of guidelines, especially regulatory guidelines, now, thinking about the EU as well as other countries with sort of mandating reporting, that definitely helps us in our ability to invest in this universe. So I think it's all evolving, but as much data and transparency as we can get, sort of the better able we are to tell our own end clients, the defensibility of these green bond proceeds, and the better we are able to, make a judgment when we do the investments as well.
Thank you so much. And I think a lot of lessons learned, the importance of taxonomies, the importance of actually the data crunching, and as you were saying, also the methodologies, and also the taxonomies, methodologies, how do we define what is green and what is not green, no? And in a world where we are having more and more standardization of taxonomies, but it's still far from that, it's extremely important, as you were saying, for investors to be able to crunch and understand what is really behind the promise of green. And I think, again, this is also the opportunity to demonstrate how we are supporting through this green bond market achievement, of the climate convention ambitions, SDG ambitions, and other ambitions as well. I think we had a very good reflection. As I said, I could stay here for a while and come back to every one of you to ask more. That's a conversation that is just starting. The green bond market has developed in the region. We have seen a lot of issuances taking place. Increasingly, actually, the market is starting to boom. But we also see a difficulty and a need for demonstrating that this market, as actually Tatiana was saying at the beginning, it's actually not greenwashing. And how can we then demonstrate that this not greenwashing is actually even resulting in very positive impacts and actually even benefits and innovation, as we heard in the case of Chile. To actually close the panel, I would like to invite Carole Sampari. She's the head of that capital markets and structured finance in IDB Invest, is the private window of IDB. Carole has been working a lot in promoting these markets that Alex presented at the beginning of his presentation. Carole, I would like you to give us some words of wisdom after this wonderful conversation we had in the panel. Thank you. Carole, we can't hear you.
Sorry. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Maria, and sorry for the issue with my microphone. So at IDB Invest, we share exactly the same objective as the objective of IDB. We want to develop the debt capital markets so that private and public issuers can finance projects with positive development at lower rates, longer tenor, and different currency, and getting also greater visibility by widening the investor base outside of a traditional bank lending. And we have all witnessed how bonds are playing a significant role in catalyzing investment to achieve the sustainable development goals. So the opportunity for greener and more sustainable issuance in Latin America and the Caribbean is tangible, as the initial effects of the COVID pandemic gradually fades. The next wave of economic policy measures will focus on addressing the economic recovery. And this will create a path ahead that will allow to rebuild the region in a more sustainable and inclusive way. And this will, of course, create further impetus for green and sustainable bonds in our region. So positive trends ahead with respect to the supply side of investment in green bond and sustainable bonds. On the demand side, as we discussed in today's panel, there is a growing demand, global demand for ESG investment, which is reflected in the granium that Claudia and Carmen mentioned. And this growing demand, combined with a low yield environment, is also benefiting our region. So excess investor demand from traditional high-grade thematic bonds will naturally overflow into emerging markets and high yield, and this will benefit Latin America and the Caribbean. We have witnessed a record year in terms of thematic issuance, green and sustainable bond in 2021 so far, and we are expecting the volume to double even more the level of 2020. That said, as was mentioned in today's panel, it's true that green bond issuance is growing rapidly, but it still represents a small fraction of the overall size of the debt securities market or fixed income markets. So it's important to have standardized and transparent report, and this is what is provided by the Green Bond Transparency Platform. And this is the first of its kind, as it allows issuer or investor to assess whether the products labeled green or sustainable are really genuine. It also helps investor to compare assets and the impact and make informed investment decision. As Claudia explained, transparent data and free data provided by the Green Bond Transparency Platform allow smaller investors to participate. So this creates a broader and a more vibrant ecosystem. Finally, liquidity. In a dynamic secondary market, it's also the last piece of the puzzle to attract consistent investment towards those sustainable debt. and consistent investment towards, in our case, our region, Latin America and the Caribbean. So today's webinar has made it clear that investors need to be assured about the long-term commitment of green and sustainable bond delivering on its promises. And this report data has to be complemented with solid governance and also explicit sustainability strategy by the issuer, i.e. the engagement of the issuer, as Carmen explained in today's webinar. So transparency and integrity are both critical for the participation of private investors and the expansion of the green and sustainable bond market. And any breach of environmental and social integrity of the green bond could derail this growth and have devastating consequences for this nascent asset class. As we said earlier, the green and sustainable bond market only represents a small fraction of the overall size of the fixed income market. With our development mandate and focus on social and green investment, IDB Invest and IDB are playing a major role in the creation of the green and sustainable bond market in LAC, and we are continuously working towards creating and nurturing the primary and secondary capital markets in our region. We want to enhance the integrity and the transparency of the asset class required to foster issuer and investor confidence, and we're developing the tool such as the Green Bond Transparency Platform. And equally important, we want also to promote the best market practices. We want to educate and foster awareness and strategic commitment to ESG goals. And we welcome the news and we welcome the momentum created by the Green Bond Transparency Platform. And we will welcome any replication of this platform in other markets outside of Latin America and the Caribbean, and also globally, as was mentioned by Emily, about this momentum and this need for more of those tools.
Thank you so much, Carol. I mean, there is not many things that I can add here, just to say what you were mentioning, that to create an asset class, we also need to give credibility to it. But also, as the market evolves, hopefully, this can really be an asset class, a secondary market, and really have the greenium of the resources valued, so the non-financial data, no? And what you were saying, this work that the group or IDB group as a whole is being doing in the region with private, public, and different types of issuers in different sectors is key to make it actually an opportunity, as what was for the government of Chile, for the markets to leverage investments in a different way and actually be able to achieve so ambitious and needed investments that need to be done in the region to achieve the Paris Agreement. I think I want just to thank again this wonderful panel. It was a very, very nice experience, at least for me, to see all these different perceptions and the different opportunities here from the group of the Inter-American Development Bank group, both public and private. We want to thank you all to participate in this. And here in the different media, we are actually sharing this webinar with you. You will also find some links and some information about the Green Bond Transparency Platform, and also what the IDB group has been offering in support for developing these markets in Latin America and Caribbean. Thank you very much. And I hope to see you soon again in one of those webinars and these discussions we are trying to promote.
Muchísimas gracias a este super panel y muchísimas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much to this super panel and to all of you who've accompanied us all day long. So we're closing now our second day, one region, one commitment. I hope that it's been useful for you, these discussions.
Seguramente expresa lo que están sintiendo todos los participantes, un mensaje de...
So we're receiving messages from you all, which expresses it for all of you. So here's one special message. It's not just interesting, he says, but it's also really pertinent for our countries. So that's the aim of this event. So we're waiting for you tomorrow, where we'll be talking about the importance of sustainability and the implication of private resources, as well as the role of the region in food production and the sustainability of cities. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Same place, same time.